Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
What a pity. Chen felt a twinge of regret. If the sacred land had not been destroyed, he might have had a chance to glimpse the threshold of the void-refining realm. The sacred land's saintly ancestor had stubbornly insisted on attacking a forbidden zone, leading to the complete annihilation of their elite forces. Even the saintly ancestor himself had perished. Though Chen had narrowly escaped with his life, he lost all backing and became a wandering cultivator. In the end, he founded the prison-suppressing sect to pass down the prison-suppressing sovereign's inheritance. Without cultivation resources, his progress stalled painfully. He ultimately stopped at the 8th layer of profound connection and died of old age. Fortunately, during his first 100 years, the prison-suppressing sovereign support had allowed him a brief period of glory. Talent, 0+. Comprehension, 0+. Family background, 0+. Gao heart, 50. Chen had 800 reverse fate points remaining. He allocated them. Plus 350 to talent. Plus 350 to comprehension. Plus 100 to background. With everything arranged, he began his next life. When he opened his eyes, Chen stared in a daze at the tiny, tender palm in front of him. This life. I awakened my memories this early. He froze for a moment, then joy surged through him. The earlier one awakened past life memories, the better. He looked around. Everything in sight was luxurious and precious. This life, his origins were clearly excellent. Around him stood many people, including a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man never let his sword leave his side. Dressed in a flowing green robe, he gently lifted Chen into his arms, his gaze soft and warm. This was a very gentle swordsman. He carried Chen over and placed him before the woman. She was stunning, seemingly only in her early 20s. When she lightly touched Chen, her eyelashes trembled. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "This is our child." The man nodded. From now on, he will be called Chen, the future successor of Imperial Sword Manor. Chen's eyelids drooped. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he drifted into sleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. By now, Chen had a clear understanding of his current circumstances. This was not the eastern wasteland, nor the central continent. It was the south. The southern barbarian lands was one of the 5 great regions and the weakest among them. The eastern wasteland ranked second weakest, yet it still had 12 sacred lands anchoring it, along with several declining but once mighty powers. In the southern barbarian lands, sacred lands could be counted on one hand. In this life, Chen was born into Imperial Sword Manor. The manor focused solely on the way of the sword and was guarded by a profound connection expert. It qualified as a major power in the region. Chen had fond memories of sword cultivation. Apart from his first life, when he had practiced the sword largely because it looked dashing, he had never seriously pursued it again. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Top-tier sword bone. As expected of my grandson. Chen's small face was full of alarm. The manor lord, his grandfather, had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His unkempt beard scratched painfully against Chen's tender cheeks. Shen Lianqin watched for a long moment before giving a helpless smile. "Father, please spare Chen. Your beard has already made half his face bright red." Only then did Shen Tianyi realize what he had done. Seeing the flushed patch on his grandson's cheek, he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. Such endurance at such a young age, he's definitely a fine seedling for the sword. Just now, I was only testing Chen's perseverance. Sword cultivation demands not only talent but also an unyielding heart. No matter how many centuries of wind and rain batter it, the will remains as immovable as bedrock. Any other child would have started wailing by now. Chen did not." Shen Tianyi's eyes gleamed. "Chen is extraordinary. Chen. Damn it." Utter nonsense delivered with complete seriousness. Staring at that beaming face, Chen clenched his tiny fists. If he weren't still so small and weak, he really would have swung at it. Shen Lianqin looked half convinced, half doubtful. Chen glanced at his foolish father and inwardly shook his head. On the other hand, this grandfather was rough on the outside but sharp within. Shen Tianyi rummaged through his robes and produced a small, crystalline sword that shimmered with 5-colored radiance. Chen's eyes instantly widened. With the experience of his previous life, he recognized it immediately. Innate sword embryo. Even among the sacred land's top prodigies, very few possessed one. "Good grandson, do you like it?" Shen Tianyi dangled the innate sword embryo in front of him. Chen nodded vigorously. "For the sake of this sword, this young master will forgive you," he thought. An innate sword embryo was something even his master from the previous life, the prison-suppressing sovereign, had never managed to obtain. Shen Tianyi smiled, looking as though his scheme had succeeded. "If you're willing to follow grandfather and cultivate the way of the sword, then this innate sword embryo will be yours." Chen's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I am willing to cultivate the sword with grandfather." "Chen." Shen Lianqin snatched Chen up and placed him behind his back, facing Shen Tianyi directly. His voice was low and firm. "Chen is still so young. That was just childish talk. Please, father, let him off. He absolutely cannot train with you." The smile vanished from Shen Tianyi's face. His gaze turned cold. "Shen Lianqin, you dare defy me now?" Chen watched his grandfather's sudden change in demeanor and felt a wave of frustration. What had started as fatherly affection seemed to have twisted into something far less gentle. Shen Lianqin was clearly terrified of his own father. Yet for the sake of keeping Su Chen from training under him, he summoned his courage. The azure sword at his waist, the azure wind, left its sheath for the first time, blooming with soft, clear light. Shen Tianyi casually pinched the blade between two fingers. The azure wind sword let out a mournful cry before being tossed aside. Shen Lianqin was seized by the collar and lifted off the ground. The gap in their cultivation was simply too vast. Seeing his father about to be seriously harmed, or worse, Su Chen hurriedly cried out, "Grandfather, please spare father. I'm willing to cultivate the sword with you." At those words, Shen Tianyi released Shen Lianqin and burst into loud laughter. "That's my grandson. Shen Lianqin, you can't even compare to a child." Shen Lianqin's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, silent. Su Chen understood. In this life, his father was an exceptionally gentle man. But his grandfather was domineering in the extreme. He tolerated no defiance, not even from his own son. Since Su Chen was willing to learn the sword from him, Shen Tianyi handed over the innate sword embryo without hesitation. The two of them left Imperial Sword Manor together. Only then did Su Chen finally realize why his father had tried so desperately to stop this. He was only 3 years old. Su Chen was utterly speechless. Inside the sword-forging furnace, scorching sword intent surged around him, threatening to pierce him full of holes. Su Chen clenched his teeth and endured. In his heart, he cursed furiously. 3 days later, when Shen Tianyi saw that Su Chen was still clinging to life despite being on the verge of collapse, his eyes blazed with excitement. He threw his head back and laughed. "Good grandson. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You truly are a born sword Dao seedling." Su Chen. He was half dead already, couldn't the old man at least toss him a healing pill? Was this really his grandfather? Anyone watching would think this was an enemy settling a grudge. And so Su Chen continued training under his thoroughly unreliable grandfather. Every imaginable form of brutal torment was inflicted upon him. The suffering was unbearable. Yet strangely, Su Chen found himself enjoying it. Because, to his astonishment, he discovered that his cultivation aptitude was actually improving with every round of his grandfather's merciless torture. 10 years later. Su Chen was now 13. Over the past decade, he had finally understood why Shen Tianyi went to such extreme lengths to torment him. Whoever created the Imperial sword body forging method was quite the talent, Su Chen couldn't help but remark sarcastically. If not for the unyielding martial heart he had forged across lifetime after lifetime, he might have buckled under the pressure and died long ago. The Imperial sword body forging method carried a mortality rate of 99%. No wonder Shen Lianqin had been so desperate to keep him from training under Shen Tianyi. It was essentially a path of no return. Thin layers of sword aura now coiled around Su Chen's body. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed hundreds of sword chi in an instant. This was the Imperial sword body, an acquired martial physique. Well done. As expected of my grandson, Shen Tianyi's bloodline. The Imperial sword body, our Imperial sword manor has finally produced another cultivator who succeeded in mastering it. Shen Tianyi's gaze burned with such intensity it seemed he might devour Su Chen alive. The corners of his mouth pulled wide as he threw his head back and laughed heartily. At 13, Su Chen had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. He was undoubtedly the greatest genius in the history of Imperial Sword Manor. Good grandson, to become a true sword cultivator, it's not enough to simply train in seclusion. You must also defeat powerful opponents of every kind. Every person in the world can serve as your whetstone. Su Chen, ? More of this. Shen Tianyi took Su Chen with him to challenge the younger generation of every major power in the region. Before long, a new name appeared on the Southern Barbarian Prodigy ranking, one that had never been seen before. Imperial Sword Young Master, Shen Chen. Ranked 100th. A 14-year-old spirit soul realm genius whose talent rivaled even the true disciples of sacred lands. With the enhancement of the Imperial sword body, Su Chen could effortlessly wield any famous sword in the world. His combat power far surpassed that of ordinary martial physique prodigies. For more years passed in the blink of an eye. At 18, Su Chen's fame had spread far and wide. Every power in the southern barbarian lands knew that Imperial Sword Manor had given birth to an extraordinary genius. He now ranked 63rd on the prodigy ranking. In those 4 years, his cultivation had advanced to the 5th layer of the spirit soul realm. Su Chen finally returned to Imperial Sword Manor. Shen Lianqin and Shui Rou embraced him, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Beside them stood a boy of 6 or 7, his features bearing a faint resemblance to Su Chen. "This is your younger brother, Shen Pingyun," Shen Lianqin said, gently patting the boy's head. A trace of shame colored his voice. Both he and Shui Rou had believed Su Chen was long dead. Su Chen didn't mind having a biological younger brother at all. He crouched down, looked into the timid eyes of Shen Pingyun, and gently pinched the boy's soft cheek. Smiling warmly, he said, "Little Pingyun, I'm your big brother, Shen Chen." Shen Pingyun blinked his large eyes. After a moment, he edged closer and whispered shyly, "Big brother." Su Chen's smile widened. He reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. "You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, your big brother will use the sword in his hand to kill them for you." Shen Pingyun stared up at him with those wide, innocent eyes. In that moment, the young man before him felt impossibly close and comforting. Seeing the two brothers get along so naturally, Shen Lianqin and Shui Rou finally breathed sighs of relief. Standing off to the side, Shen Tianyi watched the scene with clear disdain. He'll never amount to anything. That was Shen Tianyi's blunt assessment of Shen Pingyun. The child was too soft. He wasn't suited for the sword. He could never compare to Su Chen, who possessed the Imperial sword body. Su Chen began to cultivate in earnest within Imperial Sword Manor. Every so often, he would play with Shen Pingyun. The boy had no interest in swords. He disliked sword training. So Su Chen taught him other cultivation methods instead. With a gentle smile, Su Chen said, there are countless great paths in this world. The sword Dao is only one of them. If you don't like practicing the sword, then leave that path to your big brother. You can pursue whatever you enjoy and walk whatever road makes you happy. Shen Pingyun nodded seriously. He didn't understand the concept of 3,000 great Daos. All he knew was that not being forced to practice the sword made him happy. At 20 years old, a major event shook the southern barbarian lands. The heavenly void tomb had appeared in the world. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Back in the eastern wasteland, he had already heard tales of the heavenly void tomb. It was the resting place left behind by a supreme powerhouse, accessible only with a special key. Most of those keys were held firmly in the hands of the top-tier great powers. Still, a small number had been scattered across various corners of the southern barbarian lands. Imperial Sword Manor naturally had no claim to any key. Su Chen could only mobilize the manor's forces to search for one. Inside the heavenly void tomb lay not only the supreme powerhouse's inheritance but also countless treasures, even sacred lands coveted them. Undercurrents stirred everywhere. After 2 months of careful investigation, Su Chen finally learned the whereabouts of one key. It had fallen into the hands of a demon race kingdom. Geniuses from both the human and demon races had gathered there. It's him. The human race's imperial sword young master, Chen. Many demon prodigies spotted a white-robed youth stepping through the air. Sword chi tore through the heavens like an axe splitting the sky, parting the clouds to either side. Rings of sword light shimmered and revolved behind him. Just one glance was enough to fill the demon prodigies with deep wariness. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected his name to have reached even the demon race. Young Master Shen has arrived. It seems there's no doubt, this heavenly void key will end up in his hands. The human prodigy sighed inwardly at the sight of him. Su Chen had already climbed to 54th place on the prodigy ranking. In the current era, with true disciples of sacred lands and heirs of ancient noble families staying out of sight, Su Chen stood as the foremost prodigy. Those true disciples and ancient heirs already possessed their own keys, they had no need to compete for these scattered few. Human race prodigy ranking 53rd, the Imperial Sword Young Master. I wonder how he tastes. A demon youth with green vertical pupils extended a forked tongue and licked his lips. His entire body gleamed pitch black as he stared at Su Chen with cold, serpentine menace. Giggle, little demon king three-headed serpent is right. Human prodigies have the most tender flesh. This lady has been starving for ages, I can't wait to devour young master whole. A young girl in a pale cyan dress hovered in the air. Patterns of feathers shimmered across her body, lending her an air of elegant mystery. Wisps of light trailed gently behind her like drifting silk. Both were renowned prodigies among the demon race. They intended to join forces and feast on Su Chen together. Su Chen shook his head. That won't do. My meat is very tough and stringy, you really can't eat me. His expression was completely serious. He wasn't lying. Every word was true. Huh, is young Master Shen afraid? Don't worry, this lady will be gentle. I'll eat you bite by bite. The girl in the long dress gazed at him tenderly. Then she transformed into a massive azure bird, jaws gaping wide to swallow him in one gulp. Beside her, the three-headed serpent cursed furiously. Wait for me, you greedy thing. Trying to hog him all to yourself. All 3 heads opened their bloody maws at once, spewing flames, hail, and lightning. Su Chen rubbed his nose, utterly exasperated. Did he really look that weak? He drew his sword in a single smooth motion. The phenomena behind him converged at the sword tip. This sword, subdue demons. Vast sword chi blotted out the sun. Every cultivator present felt as though countless sharp blades were slicing across their skin. 2 anguished screams rang out. Both demon prodigies fell in an instant, slain by that single strike. Record, the Imperial Sword Young Master slew 2 great demon prodigies with one sword. His fame shook the 3,000 kingdoms of the south. Su Chen obtained the key to enter the heavenly void tomb as he had hoped. By slaying 2 demon prodigies with a single sword, his reputation soared even higher. Demons devoured humans. Humans devoured demons. It was simply the natural order. Thus, when Su Chen cut down demon prodigies and raised the prestige of the human race, it was only right that others cheered him on. Back at Imperial Sword Manor, Su Chen gently stroked the calamity dust sword at his waist, his eyes filled with anticipation. In this life, he had succeeded in cultivating the Imperial Sword body, a feat with odds so slim they were practically 1 in a billion. Across the entire southern barbarian lands, he now stood as a sword Dao prodigy in the eyes of countless millions. I wonder how far I still lag behind those sacred land saint sons and the like, Su Chen mused, his heart growing more eager by the moment. The path of the sword demanded relentless forward momentum. Only those repeatedly tempered by battle deserved to be called strong. 3 months later, Su Chen departed from Imperial Sword Manor and set out for Heavenly Void Mountain. By the time he arrived, the place had already gathered a host of prodigies. Their auras blended into colorful mists that shimmered like dawn clouds. Some carried an imposing air, others possessed ethereal beauty, and still others radiated unyielding battle intent. Every prodigy qualified to enter the Heavenly Void Tomb was undeniably formidable. A resonant dragon cry rang out. Su Chen instinctively looked up. An overwhelming pressure descended, instinctively stirring fear in the soul. He tightened his grip on the calamity dust sword hanging at his waist. 9 crimson flood dragons tore through the void, pulling an opulent carriage behind them. Mysterious and luxurious runes adorned the carriage's surface. A banner fluttered high, as though sounding an ancient horn from primordial times. Feather Transformation Sacred Land, one of the ancient sacred lands of the southern barbarian lands. Seated upon the carriage was a young man dressed in feathered robes. His features were strikingly handsome, his bearing extraordinary. Though his eyes remained closed, he exuded a terrifying majesty that compelled submission. To Su Chen's shock, not a single thought of challenging this figure arose in his mind. His sword trembled. It feared. There was no possibility of victory against such a being. It was like a mortal standing before an emperor, utterly impossible to defy. Prodigy ranking second place, sequence disciple of feather transformation sacred land, divine soul sacred body, Gu Yen. So powerful, this is the strength of a supreme prodigy. Su Chen truly felt the terror of a holy physique for the first time. In his previous life, he had witnessed battles between sacred land sequence disciples, but he had been far too weak, his aptitude too poor. He had only known they were strong. He had never truly comprehended the depths of that strength. Feather transformation sacred land, so grand, 9 dragons pulling your carriage. How impressive. The sky suddenly darkened. A colossal form seemed to blot out the heavens. A head hundreds of meters across descended from the clouds. Golden pupils blazed with blinding light. Its scales were pitch black, gleaming like ancient immortal metal, suffused with dark radiance. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Crack Sky Dragon Sovereign, it's actually him. It seems the Azure Dragon lineage has produced an extraordinary successor after all. Nearby, an elder of an ancient clan gasped in shock. The Azure Dragon clan was said to have once given birth to a true emperor. Though it had declined in recent eras, it remained a force no one dared underestimate. The 1,000-meter-long body shrank in a flash of light, transforming into a black-robed middle-aged man. Only those dazzling golden pupils remained unchanged. The 9 crimson flood dragons quivered in terror at the sight of the Crack Sky Dragon Sovereign. Such trash, how dare something so lowly carry the noble blood of my dragon race? The Dragon Emperor raised a hand, intending to crush the 9 flood dragons to death. How dare you? From the direction of Feather Transformation Sacred Land came an enraged shout. A white-haired elder, small and thin yet towering like the heavens themselves, clashed with the Crack Sky Dragon Sovereign. The aftershocks alone shattered 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. The battle between void-refining realm powerhouses was simply too terrifying. At that moment, a carefree voice rang out. What a lively scene. A loach and a little old man trying to kill each other here, are you trying to sink Heavenly Void Mountain entirely? A middle-aged man stepped out from the void, accompanied by a handsome young man at his side. Watching the spectacle, he wore a roguish, irreverent smile. He seemed to hold neither the Crack Sky Dragon Sovereign nor the Feather Transformation Elder in the slightest regard. This is a Sword Dao powerhouse. Su Chen felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Above his own Sword Dao hovered what felt like a blazing sun. This middle-aged man was terrifying. Both the Crack Sky Dragon Sovereign and the Feather Transformation Elder turned wary gazes toward him. They snorted coldly in unison, then ceased their fight. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue in regret. Such a fine show, interrupted so soon. It's the sword demon of Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, he actually came. The youth beside him must be his successor. That's a madman. Anyone taught by a madman is bound to be just as insane. If you run into that lunatic, stay as far away as possible. Su Chen overheard the uniform judgment the crowd passed on the middle-aged man. All of them called him a madman. He quietly committed the appearance of the young man beside the sword demon to memory. Not long after, the last of the 3 giants arrived, disciples from the primordial Yang Sacred Land. Under countless watchful eyes, Heavenly Void Mountain suddenly trembled with earth-shaking force. Countless beams of radiant light erupted, coalescing into a towering bronze gate. The surface of the massive bronze portal was carved with myriad totems. As mysterious power surged through them, the carvings came alive, manifesting an entire primordial continent. Mighty figures soared through the sky while exotic beasts roamed below, as though capturing a frozen moment from some ancient era. Su Chen felt a gentle warmth spread across his body. Reaching down, he realized it was the Heavenly Void Tomb key in his possession, now blooming with multicolored radiance. The bronze gate responded in kind. A beam of light shot forth, enveloped him, and drew him inside. At the same instant, everyone else holding a key was likewise pulled through the portal by streaks of flowing light. The world beyond the bronze gate dwarfed any secret realm Su Chen had ever encountered. In the sky above hung both a tiny sun and a tiny moon at the same time. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He had appeared in a dense jungle. Before him lay a lake. Thick spiritual chi gathered over its surface, veiled by a layer of mist. Hidden within that mist lurked a palpable killing intent. Yet at the lake's center floated an island. From the island rose verdant vines that spiraled upward, their trunks etched with strange, living patterns. The vines rhythmically inhaled and exhaled the surrounding mist as though they possessed breath. What stunned Su Chen most was the single fruit hanging from the vines. It gleamed like pure emerald, brimming with rich, vibrant life force. Su Chen murmured to himself, a treasure, without question, but one shrouded in deadly danger. The Heavenly Void Tomb held many priceless opportunities. It also held far too many perils, enough that even Sacred Land sequence disciples had perished inside. Su Chen had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. A human. He turned at the voice. A towering demon prodigy with a tiger's head and human body stared at him with unrestrained delight, greed gleaming in its eyes. Su Chen smiled. You'll do nicely. The tiger-headed demon had no idea what Su Chen was muttering. All he saw was a sword suddenly hovering above his head. A sharp sword gleam pierced straight through his skull, opening a neat, fatal hole. The joy frozen on the demon's face never had time to fade. Young hero, let's talk this over nicely, meow. With a thud, the tiger demon prodigy dropped to his knees before Su Chen, hoping the pitiful display might earn him mercy. Is this guy a tiger or a cat? Su Chen found the scene oddly unsettling. The tigers of the southern barbarian lands were truly strange. He raised a hand and pointed toward the center of the lake, at the fruit hanging from the vines. Go pick that fruit for me, and I'll spare your life. Su Chen never took unnecessary risks when danger lurked. This convenient little tiger who had delivered himself was perfect for the job. The tiger demon prodigy glanced at the lake and immediately understood the peril hidden within. Young hero, may I refuse? His face twisted in misery. Die now, or take your slim chance at survival. The sword hovering above his head pressed down a fraction deeper. Without another thought, the tiger demon prodigy plunged into the lake. The moment his feet touched the water, a massive shadow surged upward from below the surface, a ferocious blood shadow fish, its power terrifying. Its jaws snapped open to swallow him whole. The tiger demon prodigy let out a panicked cry. Meow. Save me, young hero. In an instant, a streak of sword chi sliced through the air and struck the blood shadow fish. The creature recoiled in pain, sinking back into the depths amid bubbling heat and rapidly spreading crimson. Relieved, the tiger demon prodigy reached the island and stretched out to pluck the fruit. The instant his hand brushed the green vine, he froze. His eyes glazed over, vacant and lifeless, as though his mind had been seized. Su Chen narrowed his eyes at the sight. As expected, there's something wrong with it. It can actually control a person's mind. If I'd rushed in blindly, I would have fallen for it. Under no circumstances can anyone touch those strange vines. Having grasped the danger, Su Chen steadied himself. He approached with extreme caution, carefully harvested the emerald green fruit, and watched as the vines withered at a visible pace, shriveling into dry husks. The tiger demon prodigy gradually regained his senses. Terror flooded his face as he dropped to his knees before Su Chen. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. This humble Humao has nothing to repay you with, please allow me to serve as your mount. Su Chen let out a surprised laugh. You're pretty quick on the uptake. He had just begun to consider finishing the demon off with a single slash when Humao promptly knelt. Very well. I happen to need a spirit beast for travel. I'll spare your life. Su Chen sheathed the calamity dust sword. Humao flashed a fawning grin, then transformed into a several zhonglong spirit tiger. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, revealing impressive bloodline talent. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, mounted Humao, and set off toward the next destination. Within the heavenly void tomb, prodigies gathered in dazzling numbers. Some carved their path alone with a single blade that dominated the world. Others left palm imprints on towering mountains with one strike. Some wielded brushes that inscribed their true names for posterity to revere. Some shone like blazing suns, others glowed with the purity of the moon. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. And Su Chen rode atop a tiger demon, traversing the secret realm with his 3-foot azure blade, meeting and surpassing the prodigies of both human and demon races. This year, Su Chen turned 20, his cultivation having reached the 9th layer of the spirit soul realm. Chen, I hear the heavenly void palace is about to open. Aren't you going to join the excitement? A young man holding a long spear called out to him. His name was Yen Chong, ranked 48th on the southern barbarian lands prodigy ranking. Su Chen had sought him out earlier. The two had fought a fierce battle and parted with mutual respect. Su Chen showed interest. Brother Yen, why don't you tell me more about the heavenly void palace? Yen Chong smiled and spoke slowly. The real treasures are inside the heavenly void palace. According to the elders of my clan, this heavenly void tomb is the place where a saint once sat in meditation and passed away. The heavenly void palace is where the saint selects his inheritor. The opportunities scattered outside may be good, but compared to the inheritances and artifacts within the palace, they're nothing more than dog shit on the ground next to pure gold. The prodigies from the sacred lands are all here for the inheritance in the heavenly void palace. Su Chen's heart stirred. He had known the heavenly void tomb was extraordinary, but he had never imagined it could be this extraordinary. A saint's place of inheritance. In his previous life, as a disciple of a sacred land, he understood full well the supreme status of beings who had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was no exaggeration. Every individual who achieved sainthood stood as the most radiant figure of their entire era. Su Chen and Yen Chong traveled together, riding atop Humao as they made their way toward the heavenly void palace. Inside the palace gathered a dazzling array of geniuses. Sequenced disciples from sacred lands, true inheritors of those same sacred lands, heirs of ancient noble families, and powerful demon prodigies. Even so, Su Chen's arrival drew attention from several quarters. A human, such audacity, daring to enslave a genius of my race. Su Chen recognized the demon prodigy at once. A prodigy of the blazing Mad Lion clan, whose strength rivaled the top 20 on the human prodigy ranking. Golden fur danced with leaping flames, as though it could incinerate the heavens and earth. The gaze fixed on Su Chen brimmed with murderous coldness. So what? Su Chen met the stare calmly, showing no trace of fear. Courting death. The blazing Mad Lion prodigy roared in fury and struck without hesitation, intent on crushing this insolent human who dared defy him. A mere lion demon dares act so brazenly against my human race. Do you think we have no one left? The instant the lion moved, the feathered-robed youth seated in the void acted. The might of the divine soul's sacred body revealed itself fully. With a single strike, he slammed the formidable lion demon into the ground, leaving it gravely wounded and on the verge of death. The surrounding demons recoiled in deep wariness. The feathered-robed youth lowered his gaze toward Su Chen. Would you be willing to become my follower? He wished to take Su Chen under his wing. Su Chen shook his head and declined politely. Many thanks, sir, but I'm accustomed to walking my own path. Gu Yan showed a flicker of disappointment but said nothing more. It had merely been a passing whim, he had taken a liking to Su Chen and wanted to offer him the chance. After several days of waiting, the heavenly void palace finally opened. Su Chen entered alongside the crowd. Though Su Chen was unfamiliar with the palace's layout, Yen Chong's clan possessed some records of the place. Traveling together, the two discovered quite a few treasures, even 7 or 8 stalks of king-grade medicine. Along the way, Su Chen even witnessed a sovereign-grade herb emerge into the world. Unfortunately, that was a battlefield far beyond his reach. Then, on a sudden impulse, Su Chen located a place of inheritance. He and Yan Chong had just prepared to step inside when a voice cut through the air. This inheritance belongs to me. They turned to see a young man dressed in black robes, a sword case strapped across his back. He looked somewhat familiar. Su Chen and Yan Chong quickly remembered. This was the disciple of the sword demon from Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Chao Tianming's gaze swept over the pair indifferently. Leave, or die. Yan Chong shivered from head to toe. He grabbed Su Chen's arm and tried to pull him away, only to find Su Chen rooted in place. Lowering his voice urgently, he hissed, Brother Chen, this guy is the sword demon's disciple, a complete madman. Even if the two of us joined forces, we might both die under his sword. Su Chen remained unmoved. His hand settled on the calamity dust sword at his waist. Yan Chong realized what Su Chen intended. You're courting death. Imperial sword manners Chen. Please grant me instruction. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as a mountain peak. His entire presence resembled a drawn sword suspended between heaven and earth. Yan Chong cursed under his breath at the words and immediately retreated into the distance. One glance was enough for him to know he stood no chance against the sword demon's disciple. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Su Chen knew it too. Even the hand gripping his sword hilt trembled. A swordsman pressed forward without retreat, unbreakable even in death. Not bad. A true sword cultivator. Chao Tianming sounded mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Su Chen to actually dare strike at him. Still, he decided to show a trace of mercy and unleash a single sword. Just that one strike sent sword light flashing everywhere. Su Chen detonated the full power of his imperial sword body, condensing countless strands of sword chi into a single devastating blow. A terrifying tremor rippled outward. Su Chen's robes exploded into tatters. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the calamity dust sword in his hand. He spat a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Su Chen stared blankly at the sword until Chao Tianming walked past him and entered the inner chamber. Only then did he snap back to reality. Behind him stretched a deep trench carved into the ground. Even the defensive formations had been obliterated by that single slash. This guy is a damn monster. Su Chen swallowed the metallic taste of blood. His viscera had been shredded by sword chi, that one strike had nearly ended him. He understood clearly now, there was still a vast distance between himself and monsters like this. Brother Chen, you actually survived. Yan Chong hurried back, his face lighting up with excitement when he saw Su Chen still standing. He took a step forward. Boom. A gleaming long spear tore through the air with lightning speed, aimed straight at Su Chen's head. Su Chen gathered sword aura in one hand and deflected the unstoppable thrust toward his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he used the momentum to retreat swiftly. When the strike failed to kill, the concern vanished from Yan Chong's face, replaced by the cold, emotionless expression of a viper. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be so wary of me. He had been certain that the strike would land perfectly. The only explanation was that Su Chen had never trusted him from the beginning. Su Chen bared his blood-stained teeth in a grimace. Brother Yan, we've only known each other a few days. How could I possibly stake my life on you? Yan Chong gave a cold laugh. Even if you dodged once, how many more times can a heavily wounded man like you evade? Stop struggling. Hand over the Imperial sword manners sword body technique. Out of consideration for our brief acquaintance, perhaps I'll let you die quickly instead of torturing you to death. A brilliant smile spread across Su Chen's face. He hurled the calamity dust sword forward. It transformed into a streak of 9-colored sword light. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Are you insane? You're detonating your life-bound sword. Yan Chong cursed furiously. Shattering one's life-bound weapon would leave a cultivator crippled, even if they survived. Su Chen didn't care. Survival came first. The explosion of his life-bound sword would buy him time by pinning Yan Chong down. He leaped onto Hu Mao's back. Go, get us out of the Heavenly Void Palace. Hu Mao hesitated for only a heartbeat before obeying. He carried Su Chen away from the palace and found a hidden spot to stand guard while his master recovered. From within the Heavenly Void Palace came the sound of Yan Chong's furious, frustrated roars. But soon after, the noises of combat erupted again. The injured Yan Chong had drawn the attention of other prodigies. Su Chen swallowed an entire stock of king-grade medicine in one gulp, heedless of waste. His injuries were far too severe. The sword demon's disciple was undoubtedly one of the pinnacle geniuses in the way of the sword. Surviving a direct clash with him had already been sheer luck. Then came Yan Chong's ambush, worsening the damage. A vicious glint flashed through Su Chen's eyes. With his life-bound sword detonated, Yan Chong would suffer greatly. If Yan Chong somehow survived, Su Chen swore he would hunt him down and end him. Half a month later. Though Su Chen still carried internal injuries, he appeared no different on the surface. He glanced at Hu Mao standing guard outside the cave and said calmly, "You saved my life once. I won't treat you unfairly. From now on, you will serve as the guardian spirit beast of Imperial Sword Manor. The manor will offer you incense and worship for generations to come." Hu Mao felt puzzled inside. Isn't this just eternal servitude? Why don't you at least release the master-servant contract? He kept the thought to himself. He followed Su Chen with his head lowered in resignation, as though he had accepted his fate. Back in the Heavenly Void Palace, he had refrained from attacking Su Chen. Now the opportunity was gone forever. Even if he had killed Su Chen inside the palace, he himself would not have survived. Everything seemed predestined. With his injuries mostly healed, Su Chen began searching for traces of Yan Chong. Yan Chong is dead. Su Chen was mildly surprised. A genius from the Yan family had possessed no life-saving measures at all and died so carelessly. It seemed the explosion of his life-bound sword had drawn many ruthless figures who joined forces to hunt Yan Chong down. Su Chen no longer needed to seek revenge. The heavenly void tomb reopened once more. Many prodigies perished within its depths. It was a tomb, after all. It was destined to bury countless bones. Su Chen's luck held. He returned with considerable gains. He was not far from breaking through to the profound connection realm. Upon returning to Imperial Sword Manor, Su Chen entered secluded cultivation. More than a year later, he emerged. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the profound connection realm. That year, he turned 22. The entire Imperial Sword Manor erupted in celebration. Their young manor lord had broken through to profound connection. The manor now possessed another king, and one with limitless potential. Just as Su Chen's prestige reached its peak, a certain rumor spread like wildfire. The rumor claimed that Su Chen had once clashed with the disciple of the sword demon from Heavenly Sword Sacred Land and had been effortlessly defeated with a single sword. Such a genius was not even a match for one strike from the young sword demon. Su Chen held the report in his hand as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Someone deliberately spread this news. They want to use my reputation to highlight the young sword demon's strength. Or, they're trying to drive a wedge between me and that young sword demon. The tactic was crude. For a hot-blooded young genius, it would have been the perfect open scheme. But Su Chen was no longer a fledgling. He would not be so easily provoked. Yet there was one thing he had not anticipated. Shen Tianyi came to him directly, his face dark and gloomy. "Chenner, did you truly lose to that young sword demon?" Su Chen nodded and admitted it plainly. Losing to the young sword demon was nothing shameful. Shen Tianyi's face flushed crimson. "Impossible. The Imperial sword body of our manor is the pinnacle of sword Dao physiques. Once you mastered it, you should be the foremost sword Dao prodigy in the world. No one can surpass you." Watching Shen Tianyi descend into near madness, Su Chen suddenly felt a pang of pity. A frog at the bottom of a well. What was the Imperial sword body, really? The world held far too many powerful physiques. Before leaving, Shen Tianyi gave Su Chen a long, deep look. It seemed he had resolved himself to something. Su Chen's heart tightened in vigilance. This old man isn't about to do something insane again, is he? He had always felt there was something off about this grandfather. The thought sent a chill through him. His eyes turned as cold as frost. If Shen Tianyi harbored any ill intentions toward him, he would strike first without hesitation. Ever since learning that Su Chen had been defeated by the disciple of the sword demon from Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, Shen Tianyi had changed. He seemed unable to accept that the legendary physique of Imperial Sword Manor had been so easily overcome. "Chenner, you have truly disappointed me." Shen Tianyi's gaze was icy. He staggered into the ancestral hall of Imperial Sword Manor. There, he unearthed a black iron box from beneath the floor. As though he had made up his mind about something irreversible, he left the hall with the box in hand. Several months later, lightning cracked across the sky, and torrential rain poured down in sheets. Shen Lianqing felt an inexplicable restlessness, as though some great calamity loomed on the horizon. He glanced at his wife beside him, then at Shen Pingyan reading quietly in the pavilion. Both were safe and well. Only then did it occur to him that he had not seen Shen Tianyi in a very long time. After a moment's thought, he told his wife and son he would step out for a while and left. He arrived at Shen Tianyi's residence. The mansion stood empty. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Shen Lianqing hurried forward and pushed open the door to the main chamber. In the center sat the black box. He snatched it up and opened it. The words inscribed inside sent a chill straight through his bones. Bloodline sword forging method. "No, Chenner is in danger." Rain pattered steadily, the wind moaned through the peaks. Within 3 feet of the white-robed youth, the world seemed to still into its own domain. Su Chen's eyes were cold and indifferent. The 3-foot azure peak slid from its sheath into his hand. Countless abandoned swords jutted from the desolate mountain around him, creating a scene of utter bleakness. Ahead stood a massive cauldron. Molten crimson heartrock magma bubbled and flowed within it. Su Chen watched as Shen Tianyi cast a sword cultivator, whose 4 limbs had already been broken, into the cauldron. Using the man's body and essence, he forged a single razor-sharp treasure sword. The blade gleamed like fresh snow, suffused with faint Dao runes. It was an excellent sword. "Good grandson, what do you think of this blade?" Shen Tianyi tossed the newly forged sword to Su Chen. Su Chen caught it. The weapon was as thin as a cicada's wing yet brimmed with terrifying power. "Truly an excellent sword," he replied. Shen Tianyi laughed. "If you defeat me, grandfather will forge the greatest sword Imperial Sword Manor has ever produced, for you. But if you lose, the defeated have no right to keep the Imperial sword body." Su Chen lowered his gaze, eyes deepening with shadow. Has this old man lost his mind just because I lost to the sword demon's disciple? Su Chen felt utterly speechless. The old man's mentality was far too fragile. If he was so capable, why didn't he go challenge the sword demon of Heavenly Sword Sacred Land himself? Shen Tianyi moved. Every sword on the barren mountain hummed in response. Thousands upon thousands of discarded blades shook off dust and rust in an instant. Cold gleams erupted as they rose like a river of steel. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Shen Tianyi intended to strip Su Chen of the Imperial sword body. Su Chen, of course, would not stand idly by. "Grandfather, it's time for a new Manor Lord in Imperial Sword Manor." Su Chen had set his sights on the position of Manor Lord as well. Profound Connection first layer against Profound Connection fourth layer. Under normal circumstances, defeat was certain. But golden chi suddenly surged from within Su Chen's body, sacred and majestic. It coalesced into the illusory form of a true dragon that coiled from his feet up to his waist and finally encircled his head. Brilliant golden pupils glared outward, impossible to meet directly. Golden Gang Chi swirled protectively around him. Imperial Apex shock the world technique. In his previous life, he had comprehended it but never cultivated it deeply. With the prison-suppressing sovereign's inheritance already at hand, practicing the Imperial Apex shock the world technique had seemed pointless, and might even have drawn his master's displeasure. In this life, however, he had secretly cultivated it all along. Even during his fight with Yan Chong, he had kept it completely hidden. Shen Tianyi froze for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, filled with gratification. My good grandson, you actually possess such cunning. His gaze turned ravenous. Once Pandora's box had been opened, only endless greed remained. Su Chen's eyes stayed calm. He raised his sword toward the sky. Calamity Dust, first form, cease conflict. The Calamity Dust sword art was the technique Su Chen had comprehended after clashing with the young sword demon. Though it consisted of only a single move for now, that one move encapsulated every path of martial Dao he had walked up to this day. The thousands upon thousands of abandoned swords froze in midair as though time itself had stopped. Bit by bit, from tip to hilt, they dissolved like wind-scattered sand, vanishing without a trace. Shen Tianyi looked down at himself. Only half his body remained standing in the void. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lost. Hundreds of years of cultivation had been defeated by his own grandson. A trace of unwillingness lingered in Shen Tianyi's heart. His body plummeted into the cauldron. The searing magma swallowed him whole in moments. Shen Lianxin, arriving too late, witnessed the scene. In the pouring rain, it was impossible to tell whether the streaks on his face were rainwater or tears. Fated calamity, fated calamity. His entire body trembled. His own son had killed his own father. What kind of twisted affair was this? This was grandfather's own choice. Su Chen stepped to Shen Lianxin's side. Shen Lianxin lifted his head and looked into Su Chen's face. That face was cold as frost, without the slightest ripple of emotion. In it, he saw Shen Tianyi's shadow, only sharper, more ruthless, more heartless. Was this person truly still his child, his own flesh and blood? Shen Lianxin let out a bitter, miserable laugh. Then he turned and left Imperial Sword Manor. Su Chen never learned where he went. After Shen Tianyi's death, Su Chen ascended to the position of Manor Lord as he had intended. Within Imperial Sword Manor, apart from the deceased Shen Tianyi, the departed Shen Lianxin, and Su Chen himself, there remained 3 other profound connection realm cultivators, 1 steward and 2 chief guards. The Manor's sword guards were all elite. With Su Chen's growing fame, many sword Dao prodigies arrived seeking to join, drawn by his reputation. 1 year later, Su Chen stood before the cauldron once more. The magma inside gradually receded, revealing a pitch-black divine sword wreathed in faint, ghostly dark flames. This blade had been forged from Shen Tianyi's lifetime of sword Dao cultivation. It possessed innate spirituality and could only be wielded by someone of Shen bloodline. Su Chen grasped the hilt. Black flames immediately crawled up his arm, spreading to his neck in writhing, serpentine patterns along his veins. Yet he felt no pain at all. His eyes brightened with approval. Excellent sword. From now on, your name is Dust Return. Dust to dust, earth to earth. With Dust Return in hand, Su Chen left the barren mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Since Shen Lianxin's departure from Imperial Sword Manor, no word of him had ever returned. Su Chen had remained in secluded cultivation within the manor. His cultivation advanced from the first layer of profound connection to the third. Crossing 2 layers in 10 years was already an astonishing speed. Breaking through to the void refining realm in the future now seemed almost inevitable. Brother, you've come out of seclusion. Shen Pingyan hurried over at once. In these 10 years, the boy had grown into a tall, imposing young man with an air of dignity. He had also become one of Su Chen's most trusted right hands. Su Chen nodded. During the 2 years I was in seclusion, did anything major happen? Shen Pingyan gave a wry smile. Brother, the task you entrusted me with is complete. Both the Azure Phoenix Dynasty and the Eternal Joy Dynasty have agreed to submit to Imperial Sword Manor and become our subordinate powers. But, the Cloud Abyss Dynasty has the intervention of the Flying Star Sect. They've been causing trouble non-stop. Even Elder Shen Kai was injured. The sect master of the Flying Star Sect even declared openly that the Cloud Abyss Dynasty is under his protection. He said that even if you personally went to their door, they would make sure you never returned. Flying Star Sect. Su Chen searched his memories for information on the sect. The Flying Star Sect was a power that had only risen in the past millennium. Its momentum was unstoppable, and its founding ancestor, the Flying Star King, was a profound connection 6th layer expert, a full layer above even Shen Tianyi. They too had set their sights on the Cloud Abyss Dynasty's territory. Since they insist on opposing Imperial Sword Manor, this Manor Lord will grant their wish. I will personally pay a visit to Flying Star Sect and see whether that old fellow's Flying Star Pearl is harder, or if the sword in my hand cuts sharper. Su Chen's tone was icy. In this life, he possessed both talent and ambition. He intended to forge Imperial Sword Manor into a colossal force. Anyone who stood in his way would have to test whether his sword was sharp enough. Pingyan, stay behind and take care of mother. Su Chen gave Shen Pingyan careful instructions, then led the elite forces of Imperial Sword Manor away from the manor, heading straight for the Cloud Abyss Dynasty. 1 month later, powerful sword cultivators appeared in the skies above the Cloud Abyss Dynasty. With a casual wave, Su Chen shattered the dynasty's protective barrier. His black hair whipped wildly in the wind as he stood above the capital like a god or a demon descended. This seat is Shen Chen of Imperial Sword Manor. At the mention of that name, the Cloud Abyss Dynasty's ancestors' pupils contracted sharply. Shen Chen, the Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor. The old ancestor trembled from head to toe. He was merely half a step into profound connection. Before Su Chen, he was no different from an ant. Su Chen descended upon the Imperial Palace, followed by dozens of formidable sword cultivators. They advanced as though walking through an empty field, no one dared step forward to block them. Inside the grand hall, ministers prostrated themselves on the ground. Whether they bowed to the figure on the dragon throne or to Su Chen himself was unclear. Dead silence reigned. Not a single head lifted. The young king seated on the dragon throne felt an invisible hand clamp around his throat. He could scarcely breathe. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. It's the Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor, damn it, why would he come here in person? Yunhua could not comprehend it. Why would such a major figure personally descend upon the Cloud Abyss dynasty? A few months earlier, he had chosen to align with the Flying Star sect, purged his rivals, and secured his throne. He had even begun dreaming of revitalizing the Cloud Abyss dynasty. Su Chen's arrival shattered those illusions. In conflicts between great sects, leaders of this caliber never entered the fray lightly. Yet Su Chen had come, and he had brought the elite of Imperial Sword Manor straight to their doorstep. Su Chen spoke indifferently. Get down. A flash of anger crossed the young king's face, but it was quickly suppressed. Head lowered in utmost deference, he rose from the throne and stepped aside. Su Chen seated himself upon the dragon throne and thought inwardly, he's the type who knows how to endure. If he survives, he might one day become the dynasty's great restorer. Unfortunately, he met me. A case of theft, this story is not rightfully on Amazon, if you spot it, report the violation. In his heart, Su Chen had already pronounced the death sentence on this ambitious young man who dreamed of remaking the Cloud Abyss dynasty. Tell me the location of the Flying Star sect. That was Su Chen's true purpose. My lord, though we are a vassal of the Flying Star sect, our allegiance is recent. We do not know the sect's precise location. Yunhua forced the words out, steeling himself. Su Chen's expression showed disappointment. Purchasing intelligence on the Flying Star sect's location would cost a considerable sum of resources. Suddenly, Yunhua felt a bone-chilling cold. He intends to kill me. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Su Chen, Yunhua's mind raced. Just before Su Chen could act, he cried out loudly, my lord. Our ancestor can contact an envoy from the Flying Star sect. Su Chen withdrew his killing intent. Yunhua gasped for breath in great heaving gulps. He had narrowly escaped death. From this day forward, the Cloud Abyss dynasty submits to Imperial Sword Manor. Do you have any objections? Yunhua dared not object. But from below, a purple-robed elder leaped forward. Your Majesty, you cannot agree to this. Our Cloud Abyss dynasty has stood for 1300 years and has never known such humiliation. One subject cannot serve two masters, how can one ruler serve two? Su Chen glanced at him. With a casual wave of his hand, one of the sword cultivators acted instantly. A flash of steel severed the elder's head, and blood sprayed across the grand hall. This manor lord is a kind man. I most enjoy fulfilling such loyal wishes. Su Chen smiled. Who else is so devoted and loyal? Feel free to step forward. The ministers below fell deathly silent, not daring to breathe. Under Yunhua's guidance, Su Chen soon located the Cloud Abyss dynasty's ancestor. The old ancestor had been waiting for him. He knew that with the Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor personally appearing, there would be no peaceful resolution. If I reveal the location of the Flying Star sect to your excellency, will you forgive the offenses committed by my Yun clan? The Yun ancestor asked with trepidation. Su Chen's lips curved in a faint smile. Rest assured. As long as you obediently tell me where the Flying Star sect is, this Manor Lord will not make things difficult for your Yun clan. Hearing the assurance, the ancestor finally relaxed and disclosed the sect's location. True to his word, Su Chen left the Yun clan untouched. Everything appeared calm on the surface. In his heart, the Yun ancestor prayed fervently that the Flying Star sect and Imperial Sword Manor would both suffer heavy losses. Su Chen located the Flying Star sect. Chen of Imperial Sword Manor, invited by your former sect master, has come to pay his respects. The disciples of the Flying Star sect saw a middle-aged man followed by a large group of sword cultivators. Even the dullest among them understood the visitors came with ill intent. The Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor. This old man never expected you to actually have the guts to show up at our door. From the back mountain emerged a white-haired elder, his robes whipping in the wind. Su Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back. The senior wishes to test whether I can leave your sect unscathed. And I, having not acted in many years, also wish to see whether the senior's flying star pearl is truly unyielding, or if the sword in my hand cuts sharper. The elder sneered, lips curling without warmth. This old man has walked the martial world for so many years and has never seen such an arrogant junior. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Su Chen replied calmly, the Yangtze River's waves push the former ones ahead. Be careful, senior, or the new waves will push you dead onto the beach. The elder's anger flared. Streaks of chi shot forth like falling stars. Su Chen drew dust return. In quick succession, he unleashed several forms of the Imperial sword art. Kill them. Leave no one alive. At Su Chen's command, the powerhouses of Imperial Sword Manor surged forward. They descended upon the Flying Star sect. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The battle shook heaven and earth. Su Chen had to admit that the Flying Star King was a formidable opponent. The Flying Star art was versatile in both offense and defense. If such a technique could be combined with Imperial Sword Manor's Imperial Sword art, the Manor's strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. But the victor will be me. Su Chen exploited the Flying Star King's desire for a swift end to the fight. He baited the old man into shifting from defense to offense, then closed the distance and unleashed Calamity Dust, first form, cease conflict, right in his face. The older ginger is still the spicier. The Flying Star King was cautious. Unfortunately, Su Chen, stacked across several lifetimes, was even older and far more patient. With the Flying Star King's death, the fate of the Flying Star sect was sealed. The only regret was that one old fellow managed to escape with some of the sect's descendants. Pursue them. Spare no cost, uproot Flying Star sect entirely. Su Chen issued the cold command. If the grass is not pulled up by the roots, the spring wind will bring it back to life. News of the Flying Star sect's destruction spread swiftly. Every sect trembled in fear. The Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor was far too ruthless in his methods. Those who submitted prospered, those who resisted perished. He already carried the aura of a new hegemon. Having annihilated the Flying Star sect, Su Chen returned laden with spoils. Brother, you're back. Shen Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Su Chen return. When brothers stood united, their strength could break gold. Su Chen placed great importance on this younger brother bound to him by blood. The Cloud Abyss dynasty has agreed to submit to Imperial Sword Manor. The Flying Star sect behind them has also been wiped out by me. Shen Pingyan was stunned. His brother had already grown so powerful. Under the dazzling halo surrounding Su Chen, Shen Pingyan felt painfully ordinary. At 20 years old, he had reached the spirit soul realm, and breaking into profound connection was all but guaranteed. Yet in the presence of this brother, he could barely lift his head. Su Chen instructed gravely, some remnants of the Flying Star sect escaped. Organize manpower and spare no expense in hunting down every last one. Search for any trace of them, man, woman, young, or old. Exterminate them completely. Do not allow them to grow and seek revenge against Imperial Sword Manor. Shen Pingyan nodded solemnly. Su Chen continued, as for the Cloud Abyss dynasty, find a suitable moment to place someone obedient from the Yun clan's collateral branch on the throne. Shen Pingyan committed every word to memory. He was like a sword forged solely to carry out commands. With everything arranged, Su Chen began using the resources seized from the Flying Star sect and the three dynasties to train and strengthen the Imperial Sword Guards. His ambition stretched far beyond this. Swallowing so many forces at once is bound to alarm those powers guarded by void-refining realm sovereigns. It seems I must pay a visit to Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. In this world, the strong devoured the weak. A powerful backer was essential. Without one, he would eventually end up on someone else's plate. Su Chen understood this clearly. Inside Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, a black-robed youth cultivated amid a sword tomb filled with dense sword intent. An elder hurried over and reported in a low voice. A flicker of surprise passed through Chao Tianming's eyes. The Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor, Shen Chen. He wishes to see me. Chao Tianming retained some faint impression of this Shen Chen. More than 10 years ago, in the Heavenly Void Tomb, the man had taken one of his swords head-on and survived. Among the Sacred Land's geniuses, very few could face one of his strikes and live. Very well. Let him come. Chao Tianming felt a spark of interest. He wanted to see what business brought the Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor to seek him out. Guided by a Sacred Land elder, Su Chen arrived before Chao Tianming. The black-robed youth sat in a pavilion atop a sword peak. Every blade of grass, every tree around him seemed to have transformed into a sword. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. His sword has grown even sharper, even more terrifying. His comprehension of the sword Tao has already surpassed anything I can fathom. Su Chen felt a deep shock in his heart. This was the legendary sword Tao divine physique genius. Truly enviable. In this life, Su Chen had cultivated the Imperial sword body, a physique with success odds of 1 in billions. His aptitude was outstanding, and with the accumulation of several lifetimes, his talent had long surpassed 1,000 points. Yet even now, he could not even glimpse Chao Tianming's shadow. One day, in some lifetime, he too would taste the thrill of standing at such heights. Manor Lord Shen has come to see me. Is there something you need? Chao Tianming looked at Su Chen with a faint smile. His deep, sword-like eyes seemed capable of piercing straight through to Su Chen's thoughts. As expected, none of the Sacred Land's inheritors are simple. Even in a sword Tao Sacred Land, the most straightforward among them, the inheritors were never naive innocents. Su Chen nodded. To be honest, I wish to form a partnership with the Sword Sun. Chao Tianming gave a half-smile. You want to borrow my name? So that those eyeing your manor won't dare act rashly. His purpose exposed, Su Chen made no attempt to hide it and simply nodded. Chao Tianming, the newly ascended sequence Sword Son of Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, still had shallow roots. That made him the perfect target. I am willing to offer 30% of Imperial Sword Manor's annual revenue to the Sword Son as compensation. Su Chen stated his terms. Chao Tianming pondered for a moment before replying slowly, 30% is not enough. Su Chen's heart sank. Chao Tianming's smile suddenly brightened. That would be true for most people. But you, Shen Chen, you are quite remarkable. I have high hopes for your sword Tao. Su Chen's expression lit up. Then the Sword Son agrees. Chao Tianming inclined his head. With the backing of Chao Tianming, disciple of the Sword Demon and sequence Sword Son of Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, Su Chen had effectively obtained a powerful amulet of protection. The two discussed the sword Tao for half a day. When Su Chen rose to take his leave, Chao Tianming spoke once more. Manor Lord Shen, your sword Tao has only just begun. Do not let it drown in the mire of worldly affairs. Su Chen paused mid-step, then smiled. Many thanks for the Sword Son's concern. My sword Tao will never stop here. When it is perfected, I will seek the Sword Son's guidance once again. After Su Chen departed, Chao Tianming let out a soft sigh. This man's sword Tao was not pure. One who was not utterly devoted to the sword, how could he possibly reach its pinnacle? He only hoped Shen Chen would awaken in time. Su Chen returned to Imperial Sword Manor. Soon after, word spread that Imperial Sword Manor now possessed a formidable backer. Countless powers grew wary. They coveted the legendary sword-forging physique of the manor, yet now hesitated to act. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Su Chen's cultivation grew ever deeper and more unfathomable. He reached the 6th layer of profound connection. The foundation of Imperial Sword Manor had thickened until it rivaled even long-established king-level powers. In this life, with sufficient cultivation resources, why couldn't I become an emperor and reign supreme? The Imperial Sword body, with success odds of 1 in billions, was not something Su Chen intended to squander. No matter what, he would live out a legend. Su Chen reviewed the reports accumulated over the years. The young king of the Cloud Abyss dynasty had long since died, very thoroughly. Shen Pingyan had found an obedient collateral member of the Yun clan and installed him as the new ruler. Noticing Shen Pingyan's heavy expression, Su Chen asked casually, "Pingyan, something on your mind?" Caught off guard, Shen Pingyan stammered, cheeks flushed, then abruptly turned and ran. Su Chen burst into laughter. Pingyan has someone in his heart. I wonder which lady has captured the fancy of our manor's second-in-command. With one glance, Su Chen recognized the signs of a romantic tribulation. Curious, he inquired with their mother and learned the truth. Your younger brother has fallen for a princess of the Black Nether dynasty. Su Chen frowned slightly. A mere princess. If he likes her, marry her. Imperial Sword Manor's potential was limitless. Any dynasty with sense would welcome an alliance with such a rising power. Their mother gave a bitter smile. That princess set 2 conditions, conditions Pingyan cannot accept. Su Chen grew curious. What conditions? As long as they're reasonable, Imperial Sword Manor can meet them. Shen Pingyan was his blood brother and his most capable aide. His lifelong happiness was naturally a matter Su Chen cared about. Their mother lowered her voice, fury simmering beneath the words. They demand that you step down as Manor Lord, and then offer the entire Imperial Sword Manor as the bride price before they will allow the princess to marry Pingyan. Su Chen exploded the instant he heard it. This was outright demanding Imperial Sword Manor with a single sentence. Offering the entire manor as a bride price, how brazen could they get? Su Chen finally understood why Shen Pingyan had fled the moment his feelings were exposed. The boy probably couldn't bear to face him. Pingyan still harbors genuine affection for that woman. Beauty traps held no sway over an old monster who had lived through several lifetimes. But Shen Pingyan had always been the sharpest sword in his hand, untouched by the poison called love. Even the coldest heart, upon first encountering that toxin, could find no antidote. The next day, Su Chen summoned Shen Pingyan to his side. Pingyan, do you truly want that princess of the Black Nether dynasty? Shen Pingyan kept his head lowered. Big brother, I like her. Su Chen nodded to show he understood. Since you like her, of course your big brother will help you. Shen Pingyan's face brightened for a moment before worry clouded it again. Big brother, I can't take your position as Manor Lord, and I definitely can't offer Imperial Sword Manor as the bride price. Su Chen. You really have some wild ideas, kid. Shen Pingyan looked embarrassed and waited attentively for Su Chen's plan. Su Chen spoke calmly. Acquiring a lofty princess is very simple. Just destroy the Black Nether dynasty. Once it falls and she loses her status and identity, what choice will she have left? Shen Pingyan felt a chill at how ruthless his brother sounded. Su Chen paid it no mind. He knew the true nature of princesses from dynasties like this all too well. If treated as a plaything, fine, but if she married Shen Pingyan properly, the boy would eventually be toyed with to death. That very day, Su Chen set out for the Great Jing dynasty, longtime enemy of the Black Nether dynasty. Both dynasties belonged to opposing major powers and had been locked in enmity for over 2,000 years, each dreaming day and night of swallowing the other. When the Jing Emperor learned that the Manor Lord of Imperial Sword Manor had come to pay his respects, he was overjoyed. I wonder what important business brings Manor Lord Shen to our Great Jing dynasty. The Jing Emperor probed carefully. Su Chen spoke plainly. I wish to discuss grand plans together with your majesty. The Jing Emperor's expression turned solemn at once. He immediately dismissed his attendants. I know your majesty's Great Jing dynasty and the Black Nether dynasty have nursed hatred for ages. Imperial Sword Manor is willing to lend a helping hand. The Jing Emperor was delighted, though confusion quickly followed. How could such a heaven-sent opportunity fall into his lap? Everyone knew Imperial Sword Manor stood under the protection of Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Even setting that aside, under this legendary Manor Lord's leadership, Imperial Sword Manor ranked among the absolute top forces below sovereign level. The number of profound connection realm experts within its walls had long surpassed double digits. And the Manor Lord's own strength was unfathomable, becoming a sovereign in the future was practically assured. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Su Chen gave a soft sigh and recounted the matter of Shen Pingyan, mixing truth and half-truths. The Jing Emperor flew into a rage and slammed the table. Preposterous. The Black Nether dynasty has gone too far. Our Great Jing dynasty still has many unmarried princesses, each one a peerless beauty. If your brother fancies any of them, even as a concubine, it would be their honor. See, that was the proper attitude. Su Chen politely declined on Shen Pingyan's behalf. He knew his brother's character well. With Imperial Sword Manor's current standing, Shen Pingyan could obtain any woman he desired if beauty and figure were all that mattered. The Jing Emperor expressed regret, then changed the subject. I feel an instant kinship with Manor Lord Shen. Why don't the two of us swear brotherhood here and now, supporting each other from this day forward? Su Chen considered it briefly. There seemed to be no downside. The two men swore an oath of brotherhood. With that, Imperial Sword Manor and the Great Jing dynasty formally forged an alliance. Less than a month later, the Great Jing dynasty launched a full-scale invasion of the Black Nether dynasty, catching them completely off guard. After returning to Imperial Sword Manor, Su Chen found Shen Pingyan waiting for him, clearly conflicted. Pingyan, you must understand, for the sake of Imperial Sword Manor, you cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Rest assured. Your big brother will deliver your beloved to you safe and sound. Su Chen smiled faintly, his tone full of concern. Shen Pingyan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But this was his own elder brother, someone who had always looked out for him. Shen Pingyan chose to trust. Su Chen summoned the Imperial Sword Guards. Over the past 30 to 40 years, he had taught them the blood-burning secret art from the Spirit Communion art. Every guard selected was a genius in their own right. By burning their lifespan to cultivate, their cultivation had soared. The weakest were at the high stage of spirit soul, while a significant number had already stepped into profound connection. It's time this sword tasted blood. Su Chen's gaze remained cold and indifferent. If this sword did not taste blood soon, it would grow dull with age. He had thought he would need to create an opportunity. He never expected the Black Nether dynasty to deliver one right to his doorstep. Destroying the Black Nether dynasty would open vast new territories, ripe with fresh sword embryos. Su Chen mobilized millions from the armies of the three allied kingdoms, leading the Imperial Sword Guards like a razor-sharp blade thrust straight into the heart of the Black Nether dynasty. Within the Black Nether dynasty's capital, the Black Nether Emperor's expression was ashen. The war had dragged on for 20 years. In those 2 decades, the Black Nether dynasty had suffered catastrophic losses. Your Majesty, bad news. Marshal Wang was defeated at the decisive battle on the Black Nether River. His whereabouts are unknown. The moment the Black Nether Emperor heard those words, rage surged through him. His chi grew chaotic, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Wang Fong is the undefeated war god of our Black Nether dynasty, how could he lose so easily? The ministers fell deathly silent. Had the matter not been so grave, they would never have dared report Marshal Wang's defeat to the Emperor. The Black Nether Emperor's face twisted with ferocity. Since they had pushed him this far, then do not blame him for unleashing a sovereign war. Over those 20 years, Su Chen reaped enormous gains. The name of the Imperial Sword Guard struck terror into the Black Nether dynasty. Even their legendary war god, the undefeated myth, had fallen at his hands. His own cultivation had advanced from the 6th layer of profound connection to the 7th. Many promising geniuses had been absorbed into the ranks of the Sword Guards. Su Chen sat upon the throne, his eyes blazing with mad ambition. Thin threads of golden chi flowed across his body. The radiant illusory true dragon coiled tighter around him, gradually taking on solid form. After defeating Wang Fong, he had made no further moves. He was waiting for the perfect moment. The Sovereign War is about to begin. Sovereign was the title bestowed upon void refining realm powerhouses. The Black Nether dynasty possessed only one ancestor who had reached that realm. Once a sovereign war was declared, that ancestor would have no choice but to leave the imperial capital. The capital itself was the nexus of the dynasty's national fortune. The imperial apex shock the world technique could refine and devour national fortune, turning an entire dynasty's destiny into personal power. Was he really going to go through all this trouble just to wipe out the Black Nether dynasty in one breath? Su Chen was no fool, not even for his own brother. What he truly wanted was an excuse. No matter how clumsy that excuse might be. Even the great Jing dynasty could not fathom what Su Chen was truly after. Dragon veins, the entire national fortune of a dynasty. Su Chen intended to use this surge of imperial destiny to cultivate the 7th layer of the imperial apex shock the world technique. And thereby, become a sovereign. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, under the relentless pressure from the great Jing dynasty, the ancestor of the Black Nether dynasty finally emerged and challenged the ancestor of the great Jing dynasty to a duel. 2 void refining realm powerhouses clashed in the heavens. No one paid any attention to the movements below. Imperial Sword Manor remained eerily still. 13 sword guards had vanished. And so had Su Chen. Leading the 13 sword guards, Su Chen launched a lightning raid on the Black Nether dynasty's capital. Even the Black Nether Emperor never imagined Su Chen would be so audacious. With a single swing of dust return, Su Chen beheaded 18 profound connection experts. All 13 sword guards perished in the assault. Now, Su Chen and Hu Mao, one man and one tiger, stood alone against the legendary Black Nether Emperor. Though the Black Nether Emperor had not reached void refining, by drawing on the dynasty's national fortune, he could barely wield the power of profound connection 9th layer. Chen of Imperial Sword Manor. The Black Nether Emperor's expression darkened. He had heard of Chen's reputation, a rising sword Dao genius whose future achievements would be extraordinary. No, an instinctive dread gripped him. If he underestimated the man before him, he might actually die. Manor Lord Chen, has my Black Nether dynasty offended you in some way? The Black Nether Emperor spoke in a low, grave voice. Su Chen thought for a moment, then answered softly, almost wistfully, this all stems from your Majesty's own daughter. She demanded the foundation of Imperial Sword Manor, and my life. Unfortunately, neither my foundation nor my life is available to give. The Black Nether Emperor froze for a heartbeat before his face twisted into utter darkness. Clearly, he understood exactly what had happened. This is a misunderstanding. Su Chen struck without another word. Misunderstanding or not, it no longer mattered. Dust Return was linked to Su Chen's bloodline. Sword chi raged in every direction, and with Hu Mao assisting from the side, the Black Nether Emperor was quickly forced into a desperate defense. First form, cease conflict. Seizing the opening, Su Chen delivered a ferocious slash that cleaved the Black Nether Emperor in half at the waist. A being of this level was extremely difficult to kill outright. The palace had been breached. Masses of profound connection experts were rushing back to reinforce. Su Chen dared not delay. He seized the still-living upper half of the Black Nether Emperor. Hu Mao, hold him hostage at the entrance to the Grand Hall. Do not move a single step until I return. Hu Mao's heart pounded wildly. He had actually ascended to the point where he could openly hold an entire human dynasty's emperor hostage. Su Chen wasted no more words. He sat upon the throne of the realm. The national fortune of the Black Nether dynasty manifested around him. He immediately circulated the Imperial Apex shock the world technique, devouring the dynasty's destiny like a starving wolf tearing into fresh meat. Across the Black Nether dynasty, disasters erupted everywhere. Seas dried into cracked wasteland stretching for thousands of li blazing sun scorched the land while snow fell and ice sealed 3 feet deep. Countless spirit herbs and treasures suddenly lost their spiritual chi and shattered into nothingness. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Far away, locked in combat with the great Jing ancestor, the Black Nether ancestor suddenly let out a furious roar. Thief! You dare steal the national fortune of my Black Nether dynasty. The furious shout jolted Su Chen awake. He did not dare linger another second. With Hu Mao in tow, he fled the imperial capital at once. 20 to 30 profound connection experts surrounded him, but with the Black Nether Emperor held hostage, they could only watch helplessly as Su Chen rode away on Hu Mao. Su Chen fled without pause, racing back toward Imperial Sword Manor at breakneck speed. He abandoned even the sword guards and the million-strong army. If I become a sovereign, your deaths will not have been in vain. Sensing the theft of the national fortune, the Black Nether ancestor, already gravely wounded, forced his way back to the capital. When he saw the half-dead Black Nether Emperor, rage consumed him. National fortune was the root of any dynasty. Once shaken, everything crumbled. Now, less than a quarter remained, clear signs of a dying era. Even if my Black Nether dynasty perishes, I will slaughter that thief. The Black Nether ancestor burned with hatred. An aging void refining powerhouse unleashed indiscriminate slaughter. 1,000,000 soldiers turned to ash. Hundreds of sword guards fell. The heavily injured, chi-depleted Black Nether ancestor was finally cornered by the great Jing ancestor at the Black Nether River Basin and killed on the spot. Thus, an entire dynasty met its end. In the aftermath, the Jing Emperor gazed at a beautiful woman before him. What a Chen of Imperial Sword Manor. What a fine brother. The Jing Emperor laughed in fury. He had never imagined Su Chen could endure so patiently. His true goal had been the Black Nether dynasty's national fortune all along. He had been used as nothing more than a hired blade, and in the end received only a quarter of the fortune. With a single sword stroke, the Jing Emperor severed the woman's head. He ordered servants to place it in a brocade box and deliver it to Imperial Sword Manor. Inside Imperial Sword Manor, Su Chen returned in a rush and immediately entered seclusion. He had snatched chestnuts from the fire. Such a vast quantity of national fortune had to be digested as quickly as possible. Shen Pingyan was still waiting for his beloved. Instead of his beloved, what arrived was a brocade box containing her severed head. Shen Pingyan was overwhelmed with grief. Little Pingyan, are you really going to turn against your big brother for the sake of one woman? Hu Mao blocked Shen Pingyan's path. He found human emotions truly baffling. Shen Pingyan was exhausted. He wanted to leave Imperial Sword Manor. In his eyes, his big brother was no longer the same person. For the sake of power, for the sake of cultivation. Even he had become a pawn to be calculated against. The 100 sword guards had been treated as disposable pieces, discarded without hesitation. Such cold-blooded ruthlessness. Hu Mao let Shen Pingyan leave. This was his master's younger brother, he could not simply devour him. Su Chen remained in closed-door cultivation. It was not until 50 years later that he finally emerged. Every gesture he made seemed capable of dimming the heavens and earth. An aura of absolute sovereignty rolled outward like tidal waves, like the rising sun itself. Everyone believed that from the seemingly declining Imperial Sword Manor had emerged a void-refining realm powerhouse. When Su Chen emerged, he found only Hu Mao waiting for him. Imperial Sword Manor was now reduced to a handful of people. The strongest among them was merely at the spirit soul realm. Master, you've finally come out. Hu Mao's eyes brimmed with tears. 50 years. Su Chen had been in seclusion for a full 50 years. Su Chen asked calmly, what happened in Imperial Sword Manor during these years? For the manor to decline to this extent, even if one developed it blindly with their toes, it should never have fallen so low. Hu Mao recounted everything that had occurred in exhaustive detail. After Su Chen entered seclusion, the great Jing Emperor had beheaded the Black Nether Princess and sent her head to Imperial Sword Manor in a box. The act shattered Shen Pingyan's loyalty. He abandoned everything and left Imperial Sword Manor. With the manor lord in seclusion and the second-in-command gone, the manor was leaderless. The three vassal dynasties, Azure Phoenix, Eternal Joy, and Cloud Abyss, saw that Imperial Sword Manor had lost its foundation and that both manor lords were missing. They promptly executed the manor's envoys and defected elsewhere. In just 50 short years, Imperial Sword Manor withered away. Its territories were lost, its resources plundered. Hu Mao gnashed his teeth in fury. If I hadn't been worried about someone disturbing your seclusion, master, I would have devoured every last one of those traitors long ago. Having understood what had happened over the decades, Su Chen felt no overwhelming anger. He gathered the few remaining loyal members of Imperial Sword Manor, carefully selected 18 of them to form a new sword guard unit, and bestowed upon them the blood-burning secret art. Then Su Chen went to see the mother of this life. The once gentle and beautiful woman now had snow-white hair. When she saw Su Chen arrive, a faint smile appeared on her aged face. Chener, you've come. Su Chen fell silent. Shui Ro had crippled her own cultivation and become immortal. 10 days later, Su Chen buried the mother of this life. The passing of kin, the departure of old friends. For him, these had long become the ordinary rhythm of lifetime after lifetime. It was difficult to stir the same heartache he had felt in his first 3 lives. Petals fall, flowing water drifts east, how many grand ambitions dissolve into idle conversation. Even so, Su Chen rebuilt Imperial Sword Manor from the ashes. He reformed the sword guards. To avoid squandering the advantages he had gained in this life and to accumulate even more reverse fate points, he needed to leave a deeper mark on this world. In less than 10 years, news of Imperial Sword Manor's resurgence spread across the surrounding 100 kingdoms. The 3 royal families that had betrayed the manor were exterminated in bloodbaths. From then on, no royal bloodlines remained, all territories were placed under direct administration by Imperial Sword Manor envoys. But Su Chen did not stop there. After seizing the 3 kingdoms, he turned to relentless militarism. He launched large-scale invasions against neighboring dynasties, harvesting their resources to cultivate more sword guards. Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Su Chen once again met Chao Tianming. 100 years had passed without contact, and the Sword Sun's strength had grown far more terrifying than Su Chen had imagined. When Chao Tianming learned that Su Chen had successfully broken through to void refining, his regard for him deepened. 60 years without a word from you, even Imperial Sword manner declined to nothing. I truly thought you had died. Chen, you really know how to deliver a surprise. A void refining realm cultivator ranked as an elder even within a sacred land. Su Chen smiled. The Sword Sun flatters me. My breakthrough was mere luck, nothing compared to someone like you. I suspect you have already taken that next step. Chao Tianming nodded. Not long ago, I traveled to the central continent and encountered a fortunate opportunity. Su Chen felt genuine envy. As expected of a divine physique prodigy. He prided himself on cultivating quickly, breaking through to void refining after only a little over 100 years of practice. Yet Chao Tianming had already stepped into the Nirvana realm. His path toward sainthood lay wide open. Chao Tianming asked directly, "You've come to see me. What do you want this time?" Su Chen was not surprised that his intentions had been seen through. He had always been the sort who never visited without purpose. I wish to request an imperial edict from the Sword Sun. Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. You intend to establish a dynasty? Founding a dynasty required approval from a sacred land. Su Chen nodded. The imperial apex shock the world technique required national fortune to cultivate. I will raise the matter with the Lord. Chao Tianming agreed. But do not neglect your own sword Dao just because you are building a dynasty. His tone was serious, almost admonishing. With Chao Tianming's backing, the imperial edict arrived in Su Chen's hands soon after. With the edict in hand, he now possessed legitimate authority to found a dynasty. Establishing a dynasty was nothing new to Su Chen. Unauthorized usage, this narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Let it be called the Imperial Sword Dynasty. In this way, I will not have failed the ancestors of Imperial Sword Manor. With the name decided, a mighty new dynasty rose into existence in this world. Su Chen naturally became the Imperial Sovereign, ruler of all under heaven. When word spread that Imperial Sword Manor had established the Imperial Sword Dynasty, reactions from surrounding major powers varied. Some offered congratulations, some sneered in disdain, and others felt genuine fear. The Jing Emperor's expression was extremely dark. Back then, Su Chen had played him for a fool, costing him the majority of the captured national fortune. Even after conquering the remnants of the Black Nether dynasty, the mess had taken 50 years to stabilize. Rebellions flared constantly across the territory, draining vast amounts of manpower and resources from the great Jing dynasty. He itched with hatred toward this sworn brother. Wanting to establish a dynasty, as if it could be so easy. The pie of the world was only so large. The appearance of a new neighboring dynasty would inevitably affect the great Jing dynasty. Very soon, he devised a countermeasure. Imperial Sword Dynasty. Su Chen stared expressionlessly at the memorial on the table. The Scaled Crocodile Clan, Spirit Shark Clan, and Ice Turtle Clan demand that the Imperial Sword Dynasty offer tribute sacrifices every year. Otherwise, they will dispatch their armies to sweep across our lands and bring the dynasty to ruin. Su Chen gave a cold laugh. Do they truly think I am some soft persimmon to be squeezed? One clan demanding 10 million martial cultivators and 1,000 geniuses per year, they aren't afraid of choking on their own greed. He was ruthless, but that did not mean he lacked humanity. Behind those three clans stood a mighty figure of the demon race. Behind him stood Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. With the blood-burning secret art, the time cost of nurturing sword guards had been drastically reduced. Though their lifespans were pitifully short. For Su Chen, as long as the supply of such swords remained endless, that was enough. Su Chen refused the tribute, choosing war over submission. The three clans flew into a rage. This newborn dynasty's ruler truly knows no manners. Do they really believe that hiding behind Heavenly Sword Sacred Land makes them invincible? Then let us fight. Wash 10,000 li in blood, hang this so-called emperor's head from the walls of his capital, and show every dynasty what happens to those who defy our three clans. The three clans united in their decision to launch a joint assault on the Imperial Sword Dynasty. This was the first great tribulation since the dynasty's founding. The Imperial Sword Dynasty had been built on the sword. Countless sword cultivators willingly threw themselves into the flames. The war lasted 33 years. Innumerable lives were lost. Sword guards were replaced again and again. In the end, the three clans could no longer hold the line and were forced to sue for peace. Su Chen was not satisfied. Alone with a single sword, he charged straight into the Scaled Crocodile Clan's territory. He slew 9 Profound Connection Realm Demon Kings and gravely wounded a Void Refining Realm Demon Emperor. Pursued by the clan's ancestor, he escaped unscathed. That single battle shook the world. The terror of the Imperial Sword body left everyone stunned. The name Chen resounded across 100 kingdoms. Su Chen returned to the imperial capital. The war had severely depleted the dynasty's strength, forcing a long period of recovery and rebuilding. During this time, Su Chen began selecting exceptionally talented women from across the land to take as consorts and produce heirs. He had seen far too many once-in-a-century demonesses and celestial maidens. He also attempted to cultivate successors with the imperial sword body. Unfortunately, the success rate remained near zero. Over 100 years of effort, not a single person succeeded. In the 3rd century, Su Chen encountered a familiar face. Shen Lianxin, his father in this life. Yet the man now appeared ancient and frail, with little time left. Su Chen regarded him calmly. Mother passed away long ago. She crippled her own cultivation and gave up on living. Shen Lianxin's lips trembled. After a long silence, he said, "Take me to see her." Su Chen led him to the former site of Imperial Sword Manor. The place was now overgrown with grass and filled with birdsong. Shen Lianqi knelt and did not rise. When Su Chen descended the mountain, a sudden light rain began to fall from a clear sky. It grew heavier, carrying a refreshing chill. Whatever Shen Lianqi had endured or experienced over the past 200 years, Su Chen had no interest in knowing. Just as he had watched Shen Lianqi depart without stopping him. In this life, I seem rather heartless. I wonder how future generations will judge me. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. In the 360th year, through Su Chen's relentless efforts, a genius child was finally born with a martial physique. Heavenly young shattering sword body. Su Chen named him Shen Yinjian. Shen Yinjian did not disappoint. He carried much of Su Chen's own bearing from years past. At a young age, he reached the profound connection realm and, in a single battle, slew 3 demon race geniuses. Yet this feat also drew the wariness of other powers. He was ambushed and besieged by experts from several races working together. Imperial Sword Dynasty. Su Chen was in seclusion when the token at his waist suddenly flared with crimson light. Not good, Nianjian is in danger. He summoned Dust Return. The space before him shattered like cracked glass. A vast, overwhelming aura swept across 10,000 li above the Imperial Palace. By the time Su Chen arrived, his expression had turned extremely grim. Shen Yinjian was not dead. But his cultivation had been crippled. Grandfather. Shen Yinjian's voice was feeble. The heavenly young shattering sword body had vanished entirely. He was no different from a mortal now. Su Chen carried Shen Yinjian back to the Imperial Sword Dynasty. In a towering rage, he launched a thorough investigation, determined to uncover who had dared to ruin his grandson's cultivation. The crippling of Shen Yinjian dealt a devastating blow to the dynasty. When the search yielded no results, Su Chen turned his suspicions toward the great Jing dynasty. Back then, he had used them as a tool and left them with heavy losses. The Jing Emperor had nursed that grudge for centuries. Great Jing dynasty. The Jing Emperor cursed furiously. Shen Chen, you madman. Out of nowhere, the accusation came that he had sent people to cripple the crown prince of the Imperial Sword Dynasty. Ever since Su Chen had emerged from the scaled crocodile clan, the Jing Emperor had done everything possible to avoid provoking that star of calamity. Why would he stir trouble now? Desperate to clear his name, the Jing Emperor arranged a meeting with Shen Chen. 300 years had passed since the two sworn brothers last met. Sworn brother, this matter truly was not my doing. The Jing Emperor tried to explain. Su Chen responded with a cold laugh. Sworn brother. You still dare call me that? Was it not you who incited the scaled crocodile clan, spirit shark clan, and ice turtle clan, causing the deaths of over 100 billion subjects of my Imperial Sword Dynasty? The Jing Emperor's heart sank. He had never expected Su Chen to uncover that old scheme. From today onward, you and I are no longer brothers. Our bond is severed, gratitude and obligation alike. Su Chen swept his hand outward. A wave of absolute terror surged through the Jing Emperor. He turned to flee, only to be cleaved in half by a single sword stroke. His blood sprayed across the sky. Every guard in the palace was cut down by the sword guards. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos in the great Jing dynasty, Su Chen sent troops pouring across the border. Not many days later, a figure riding an immortal crane appeared above the imperial palace of the Imperial Sword Dynasty. The powers standing behind the great Jing dynasty had finally intervened. Shen Chen, your actions have gone too far. Su Chen answered with a single sword strike. When I act, what right do you have to point fingers? Su Chen's conduct had grown far too overbearing. Yet with Chao Jianming's support, most powers could only turn a blind eye. In the end, Su Chen claimed half of the great Jing dynasty's national fortune before withdrawing his forces. With Shen Yinjian unable to cultivate, Su Chen had no choice but to seek new heirs. But for the next 400 years, no new innate martial physique appeared in the Imperial Sword Dynasty. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. In a quiet rural field, a frail, hunched old farmer pushed open the wooden door of his thatched cottage. He saw his grandson being held in the arms of a middle-aged man. Brother Pianin, long time no see. Shen Pingyan looked at the face that remained so similar to the one in his memory. The only difference was the added majesty, the unfathomable depth. I never thought you would still find me like this. Shen Pingyan gave a bitter smile. Su Chen smiled gently and spoke to the small child in his arms. Great-grandfather will take you to enjoy endless glory and riches, would you like that? Shen Pingyan's expression darkened instantly. Brother, he's still just a child. He's too young. The smile vanished from Su Chen's face. Innate imperial sword body, you understand what that means. Shen Pingyan stepped in front of Su Chen. No matter what, I will not let you take this child. Su Chen's expression remained blank. With a single palm strike, he suppressed Shen Pingyan to the ground, rendering him completely immobile. This matter was not up for discussion. Shen Pingyan coughed twice. Fragments of his internal organs mixed with blood foam. He remembered the first time he met Su Chen. He still recalled the words the young man had spoken from afar. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, your big brother will use the sword in his hand to kill them for you. But now, the only one who had ever truly bullied him was you. Shen Pingyan burned what little lifespan remained, struggling desperately against Su Chen's suppression. It was futile. Su Chen carried the child away and gave him the name Shen Daoyuan. He had already granted Shen Pingyan centuries of peace. 10 years later, another sword Dao genius emerged in the world. Shen Daoyuan entered Heavenly Sword's sacred land. That same year, a cataclysmic event shook the realms. The living beings of the western regions launched a full-scale war against the southern barbarian lands. To hasten the arrival of a great era, the west sought to shatter the south and plunder its fortune. After all, one always pinches the softest persimmon. In the western regions, an ancient existence seeks to break through to the Great Saint realm, but the chi and fortune there are insufficient to support such an ascension. This war was both a gamble and a contest. Yet what Su Chen never anticipated was that, in the midst of this conflict, Chao Tianming would fall, slain by an ancient freak from the western regions. Su Chen witnessed the battle with his own eyes. Two near saint beings clashed, tearing heaven and earth apart. Chao Tianming burned his entire sword Dao to the last spark, yet he was still defeated. When reinforcements from Heavenly Sword Sacred Land arrived, they were blocked by mighty powers of the West. So even a divine physique like his can die. A long-buried sorrow welled up in Su Chen's heart after so many years of iron resolve. The world was never short of geniuses. Timing and fate were crueler than talent. In that war, Su Chen survived by sheer luck, but he was gravely wounded. The western regions gained no true advantage either. The would-be great saint's breakthrough was forcibly interrupted. Su Chen reached 1,000 years of age. His cultivation stood at the 6th layer of void refining. After the war with the West, the already declining southern barbarian lands sank even deeper into ruin. It felt as though the age of Dharma ending had truly arrived, saints no longer appeared, and even prodigies had been severed from the lineage. No one rose to carry the banner. An era without saints, where Nirvana realm cultivators had become exceedingly rare. Inexplicably, Su Chen had become one of the few remaining overlords. The Imperial Sword dynasty grew into one of the handful of truly dominant powers. The grief in Su Chen's heart vanished in an instant. A Dharma-ending age was perfect. His first act was to annex the great Jing dynasty. Over the next 200 years, he swallowed 3 more dynasties in succession. His cultivation soared to the 9th layer of void refining. Su Chen entered seclusion to attempt the breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Only 300 years of lifespan remained. He was staking everything on this throw. The gamble failed to produce any movement. White-haired and aged, Su Chen's eyes burned with unwillingness. He discovered that the laws of the southern barbarian lands had become incomplete. Restoring them would take another 200 or 300 years. He could not break through to Nirvana. I hate this. Damn it, after finally touching the threshold of Nirvana, after seeing the path to becoming a venerable open before him, the heavens had slammed the door shut. Su Chen met Shen Daoyuan once more. A sudden, dark thought surged in his mind. If he slaughtered every last member of the Shen bloodline, would that perhaps allow him to force the breakthrough to Nirvana? Shen Daoyuan stood before him, sword in hand, facing Su Chen. Great-grandfather, allow me to send you on your final journey. Su Chen laughed. You want to avenge your grandfather? Shen Daoyuan struck. His sword Dao was purer than Su Chen's ever had been. Su Chen saw the shadow of Chao Tianming in every stroke. They battled for 3 days and 3 nights. Aged, chi and blood in decline, and having failed his breakthrough, Su Chen was defeated. Before Shen Daoyuan's eyes, he threw himself into the melting furnace. This is the reincarnation. Daoyuan, I will forge a sword for you. I only hope your sword Dao will never become like mine. 1,500 years. Su Chen perished. Su Chen returned once more to the reverse fate space. A flood of emotions surged through his heart. In the final moments of his last life, he had fallen short of breaking through to the next realm and ultimately chose to fulfill Shen Daoyuan's path instead. This life, thanks to Shen Tiany's influence, he had endured tremendous suffering early on, yet he succeeded in cultivating the acquired Imperial Sword body, a body that granted him the qualifications to contend with the true geniuses of the sacred lands. 6th Life Summary, you were born into the Imperial Sword manner. Your talent was exceptional, and you miraculously cultivated the Imperial Sword body, an achievement with odds less than 1 in hundreds of millions. From that moment, you embarked on a path of clashing with every heaven-defying prodigy. Your swordsmanship stood peerless among your generation. You carved through obstacles with unstoppable momentum until you finally encountered the true depths of the sacred land's heritage. The sword Dao you once took such pride in was shattered in a single casual strike, leaving you to question everything you believed. Disappointed in you, your grandfather was eventually defeated by your hand. You smoothly inherited the Imperial Sword manner and turned your full attention to raising your cultivation and amassing greater power. You began scheming to seize the fortune of an imperial dynasty. After many twists and turns, you successfully established your own dynasty. Because of your existence, countless wars erupted across the land, claiming the lives of hundreds of billions. People cursed you as a tyrant. You paid them no mind and easily suppressed all dissent with your sword guards. In the Great War between the southwest domains, your performance was dazzling. Your fame spread beyond the southern barbarian lands until even the western regions knew your name. After the war ended, the southern barbarian lands lay in ruins. You became one of the few supreme powerhouses in the world, serving as a hound for the sacred lands. You suppressed the southern barbarian lands' rising stars and plundered resources on a massive scale to fuel your final breakthrough. You failed. You died. Your life had been brilliant beyond measure, leaving behind an enduring legend in the southern barbarian lands that countless cultivators yearned to emulate. Evaluation, 5 stars, blue. Reverse fate points, 5,000. Su Chen's eyes widened. 5,000 reverse fate points left him dizzy with possibility. This was an enormous fortune. Talent, 0, plus. Comprehension, 0, plus. Family background, 0, plus. Dao heart, 150. With 5,000 reverse fate points in hand, he refused to settle for anything less than an exhilarating life. Talent, 2,000. Comprehension, 2,000. Family background, 1,000. Su Chen felt a surge of boldness and satisfaction. He flipped to the next page. When he opened his eyes again, Su Chen carefully sorted through the fresh memories flooding his mind. He discovered that in this life, he had been born in the northern desert, the strongest domain outside the central domain. And this time, he was the most favored descendant of an elder in a declining sacred clan of the northern desert. His great-grandfather was a Nirvana realm venerable. Su Chen calmly straightened his robes, expression impassive. The clan he belonged to was called the Gu clan. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Long ago, an ancestor had achieved sainthood, but after that saint perished, no second saint ever appeared within the clan. All that remained was a single saint-grade artifact, which suppressed lesser threats and preserved the last vestiges of the clan's former glory. In this life, his name was Chen. He was one of the 5 greatest prodigies of the Gu clan. Bearing the heavenly origin body, he had already broken through to the spirit soul realm at the tender age of 18. Just as Chen prepared to step outside, a woman rushed into his residence and dropped to her knees before him. Lin Yuer pays respects to Lord Chen. Her features were delicate and exquisite, her beauty radiant and captivating. When she bowed, she appeared fragile and pitiful, easily stirring a man's instinct to protect. Even with the 3,000 beauties Chen had once possessed in a previous life, very few could compare to this level of allure. "Do you have some urgent matter to report?" he asked. No matter how peerless her appearance, after several lifetimes, Chen's state of mind remained steady. He merely sighed inwardly at how pleasant it was to start from such a high position. Lin Yuer replied respectfully, "My lord, Lin Zhan has already left the Azure Profound Martial Mansion. Should we dispatch people to ambush and kill him?" Chen paused, the name sounding faintly familiar. After a moment of reflection, the details, including Lin Yuer's own background, surfaced in his mind. Lin Yuer was the daughter of an elder from a minor family in the Azure Profound dynasty. Lin Zhan was the son of that family's patriarch. The two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. On one of his journeys through the Azure Profound dynasty, Chen had encountered Lin Yuer, noticed her decent talent, and taken her as a maidservant. Of course, her stunning beauty had also played a part in his decision. For Lin Yuer, this was an unexpected stroke of fortune, like a pie falling from the sky. She immediately cast Lin Zhan aside and threw herself into Chen's embrace. The entire Lin family approved of the match. Only Lin Zhan objected. But Lin Zhan's opinion mattered little. After providing the Lin family with a generous amount of cultivation resources, Chen took Lin Yuer away. Lin Zhan could do nothing but rage helplessly from afar. Ever since Lin Yuer left the Lin family, Lin Zhan seemed to have awakened some kind of cheat. He actually managed to enter the Azure Profound dynasty's most prestigious martial mansion and loudly proclaimed that he would one day take revenge on Chen. Lin Yuer saw that Lin Zhan refused to let the matter rest. Afraid that Chen would misunderstand her, she repeatedly sent people to assassinate him, but every attempt failed. This only deepened Lin Zhan's hatred for Chen, convincing him that Chen was the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Even Chen grew fed up and began looking for an opportunity to eliminate this fool once and for all. Chen's expression turned strange. This situation screamed child of destiny far too loudly. How had he ended up transmigrating into yet another villain role? Fuck. Chen couldn't help but curse aloud. Lin Yuer's delicate body trembled. She lifted her beautiful eyes, cheeks flushing as she spoke in a soft, coquettish voice, "My lord, does Yuer need to attend to you in bed tonight?" Chen. This entire Lin family really didn't have a single normal person among them. No need for that today. You may withdraw. I already know about Lin Zhan. Lin Yuer felt a flicker of disappointment in her heart. How could a mere peasant like Lin Zhan ever compare to Lord Chen? He truly didn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Once Lord Chen took action, there would be no possibility of reversal. She had long since lost all patience with Lin Zhan. He couldn't possibly expect her to give up a chance at a better life, could he? Besides, she had already given him more than enough benefits, yet he not only failed to appreciate them but even slandered Lord Chen's reputation. After Lin Yuer left the residence, Chen rubbed his temples. He felt a headache coming on. Lin Zhan was nothing like Fong Bubi. Fong Bubi had merely been a war of words, turning enmity into friendship had been simple. But Lin Zhan was different. The man's mind was clearly defective, his personality stubborn to the extreme. Even Chen couldn't think of any way to make him give up his quest for revenge. For this kind of heaven-blessed, prideful child of destiny, once someone stole his childhood sweetheart, only one of them could live. Chen naturally had no intention of dying. He had invested a full 5,000 reverse fate points into this life. Since the hatred could not be resolved, he had no choice but to act first. Then kill him. Chen's gaze turned icy cold. With 6 lifetimes of experience, his previous life had already stepped half a foot into the Nirvana realm, his combat instincts and battle wisdom far surpassed that of any green youth. Killing Lin Zhan and seizing whatever opportunities and fortunes clung to him. There might even be a real chance of achieving sainthood in this life. With that thought, Chen no longer hesitated. He rose and headed straight to meet this life's grandfather. The third elder of the Gu clan, Gu Yixin. The third elder of the Gu clan held absolute authority over the clan's punishments and penalties, his power so immense that most people avoided crossing his path. Yet in front of Chen, he was simply a doting grandfather. A plate of Chen's favorite pastries sat neatly arranged before him. "You've come, Chener," Gu Yixin said warmly. He was extremely pleased with this grandson, whose temperament resembled his own the most. Ever since Chen's parents perished while exploring a secret realm, there was nothing Gu Yixin wouldn't do for him. Even if Chen asked for the stars in the sky, he would find a way to pluck them down. Chen casually picked up a piece of pastry and praised, "Grandfather's 7-colored immortal bean cake is still the best." Gu Yixin's smile deepened, his eyes overflowing with affection. Chen devoured several pieces in quick bites. A warm current immediately flowed through his abdomen. Every ingredient in these pastries was a rare and precious treasure. They truly were delicious. But Chen hadn't come just to eat. He looked at Gu Yixin and said directly, "Grandfather, I need you to take action once. There's someone I want dealt with." He had no intention of letting Lin Zhan slowly level up until he became a towering final boss standing in his way. He would summon Gu Yixin himself, this Nirvana realm venerable, to handle it. Of course, having a Nirvana realm expert personally act against a junior who hadn't even reached the peak of the spirit soul realm would invite ridicule. But the request came from Su Chen. Gu Yixian's expression turned serious. "Chener, who have you offended?" Su Chen recounted the entire matter involving Lin Zhan, then continued, "Grandfather, I want whatever great fortune is on him. For a minor clan son to grow so rapidly in just 2 years, it can't be ordinary. He might possess some enormous opportunity, or perhaps an ancient monster stands behind him. Either way, I need your help to ensure nothing goes wrong." Gu Yixian's eyes flickered as he listened. After a moment, he nodded. "Very well. Grandfather will give you a talisman. Crush it, and I will arrive on the battlefield at once. Nothing will go awry." He handed Su Chen an orange-yellow talisman imbued with his own aura. With Gu Yixian's backing, Su Chen finally felt some real confidence in eliminating Lin Zhan. He then borrowed an elite squad from the Gu clan, setting up an inescapable net to ensure Lin Zhan's death was certain. The opportunity arrived soon enough. Lin Zhan had appeared in the Spirit Fox clan's territory. A cold glint flashed through Su Chen's eyes. This was his first time taking direct action against a child of destiny. Failure was not an option. Inside the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan gazed tenderly at the Fox clan girl who was carefully bandaging his wounds. He had forced his way into the verdant wave sea region. If not for this girl's rescue, he would already be dead. Lin Yue, Gu Chen, and Lin Zhan swear that we will never share the same sky. Hatred burned in his heart. After being hunted by the Gu clan's forces, he had left the Azure Profound Martial Mansion to avoid implicating them, plunging straight into the perilous verdant wave sea region. While fighting for a fortuitous opportunity, he clashed with enemies, barely seizing the treasure but suffering grievous injuries in the process. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. The green light glowing in the fox girl's palms gradually faded. She wiped the sweat from her brow and gently reminded him, "Brother Lin Zhan, your injuries are almost healed. Just rest quietly for a while longer." Lin Zhan nodded. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Hu Wan. I will repay this kindness 100-fold in the future." While recuperating among the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan helped Hu Wan defeat a group of spoiled young masters who came to harass the clan. He also aided the Spirit Fox clan in repelling the prodigies of a rival major clan, preserving their standing among the 13 clans of Verdant Waves Island. His bond with Hu Wan deepened day by day. Until one day, a major figure arrived at the Fox clan. Lin Zhan saw a face he could never forget. His teeth clenched so hard his gums bled. Gu Chen and Lin Yue. A large contingent of Gu clan guards had surrounded the entire Spirit Fox clan. The commotion alarmed the clan leader. "Fox clan leader, hand over Lin Zhan, and not only will I pardon your clan for sheltering a fugitive wanted by my Gu clan, I will also present you with a void-breaking pill to help you break through to the void-refining realm." Su Chen was confident that the reward he offered was more than generous. "Impossible. Lin Zhan is the benefactor of my Spirit Fox clan. If you want his life, Lord Gu Chen, you will have to step over the corpses of my entire clan first." The Fox clan leader spoke with righteous indignation. The elders of the Spirit Fox clan echoed him one after another. "Lin Zhan is our benefactor. Betraying him would make us no different from beasts." Su Chen thought to himself, "Aren't you all already beasts?" Still, the Spirit Fox clan now held a stable position as one of the 13 major clans of the Verdant Wave Sea region, which made the situation somewhat troublesome for him. His expression gradually turned cold. "Fox clan leader, are you truly determined to make an enemy of my Gu clan? Massacring the Spirit Fox clan would inevitably offend the Verdant Waves Palace. Upon returning to the clan, he would face punishment, and it might even implicate Gu Yixian." But Su Chen could no longer afford to wait. Who knew when a child of destiny might catch him off guard and end him the moment he stepped outside? "As long as he lives, I will have no peace." With that resolve burning in his heart, Su Chen decided he would eliminate Lin Zhan at any cost, even if it meant annihilating the entire Spirit Fox clan. The Fox clan leader raised his hand and said coldly, "Escort young Master Gu out." Su Chen spoke softly. "Using the lives of an entire clan to protect someone who isn't even one of your own kind, what a pointless sacrifice. Kill." At Su Chen's command, the Gu clan guards surged forward and launched their assault on the Spirit Fox clan. "Protect the benefactor and get him out of here." Figures poured out from within the Spirit Fox clan, clashing fiercely with the Gu clan elders. "Gu Chen, I want you dead." Lin Zhan watched swathes of Spirit Fox clan members fall under blades and swords. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot as he charged toward Su Chen in a frenzy. Su Chen had already noticed him. An ordinary-looking young man, yet he carried an unyielding, tenacious aura. Kill him. No matter the cost. Su Chen had no interest in a one-on-one duel. He simply ordered the guards beside him to cut Lin Zhan down and eliminate the threat once and for all. Just as the guards closed in for the kill, the Fox clan leader suddenly erupted. He defeated his opponent in an instant and threw himself in front of Lin Zhan, blocking the fatal strikes. "Benefactor, go now. Take Wanner and leave the Spirit Fox clan." Su Chen cursed inwardly, "Damn it, he's really hard to kill." Without hesitation, he crushed the talisman in his hand. The sky and earth suddenly darkened. A massive 8 trigrams diagram of Qin Kun appeared above the Spirit Fox clan, blotting out the sun and moon. An imposing old man materialized, his colossal figure like a pillar holding up the heavens. Third elder of the Gu clan, Venerable Yixian. The entire Verdant Wave Sea region dimmed. A Nirvana realm venerable had descended. Gu Yixian wasted no words. His cold gaze locked onto Lin Zhan. This was the boy Chinner had said must die. Killing intent surged from him as he struck directly at Lin Zhan. A Nirvana realm venerable personally acting to slay a mere spirit soul realm junior. Just as Gu Yixian was about to obliterate everything in his path, a giant hand reached out from the clouds and halted his attack. 9 black serpents coiled and danced behind an old man. Nirvana realm phenomena swirled around him. With a flick of his sleeve, he laughed boldly. Gu Chen, this little fellow is under the protection of my verdant waves palace. If you want to kill him, this mere spiritual incarnation of yours isn't qualified. Send your true body. Su Chen watched the verdant waves palace lord appear and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sheer power of a child of destiny's halo. But then, a deep, resonant voice thundered across thousands of miles. Since when does the verdant waves palace dare interfere in the affairs of my Gu clan? In the distance, a pair of enormous hands tore the void apart. From the profound darkness emerged two figures. One was an old man with snow-white hair, a sword strapped across his back. He radiated authority without needing to speak. The other appeared as a middle-aged man, hands folded within his sleeves, eyes narrowed to slits that glinted with a bone-chilling sharpness. The moment they appeared, the smile on Venerable Verdant Waves' face froze. Third elder of the Gu clan, Gu Chen. Fifth elder, Gu Ho. Two Nirvana realm venerables had arrived together. Su Chen's expression lit up with joy. He hadn't expected his grandfather in this life to be so decisive, he had even summoned another Nirvana realm expert. Gu Ho, the fifth elder of the Gu clan, was Gu Xian's trusted confidant, personally promoted by him over the years. Verdant Waves Palace, you truly have some nerve daring to interfere in my Gu clan's affairs. The person my Gu clan wants dead is not someone your Verdant Waves Palace can protect. Gu Xian let out a cold snort. White frost instantly spread across the sea's surface, racing outward in layers. Gu Ho narrowed his eyes and fixed them on Venerable Verdant Waves like a venomous snake poised to strike. His Nirvana phenomena fully unfurled. The moment Gu Xian gave the order, he would join the assault without hesitation. Under the combined gaze of two Nirvana realm venerables, Venerable Verdant Waves felt his heart sink, yet he refused to yield even half a step. I said it once, I am protecting young friend Lin Zhan. You cannot destroy the Spirit Fox clan, and you cannot kill him, unless you step over my corpse first. At that instant, the void shattered like glass. An overwhelming, world-overturning power surged outward, sweeping across the entire Verdant Wave Sea region. To clear every obstacle from his grandson's path, Gu Xian was prepared to annihilate every living being in the Verdant Wave Sea. Su Chen couldn't comprehend what kind of charisma Lin Zhan possessed that made one powerhouse after another willingly sacrifice themselves for him. But none of that would shake Su Chen's determination to kill him. Lin Zhan's bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Chen. He watched protector after protector fall before him. When the woman who had saved his life collapsed in a pool of blood, he finally lost all reason. He roared in fury, Gu Chen, Lin Yuer. As long as I, Lin Zhan, live, I will repay you 1,000-fold, no, 10,000-fold. Su Chen's killing intent flared openly. Lin Zhan, all of this is your own doing. I gave you chance after chance. If you hadn't insisted on becoming my enemy, none of them would have died. Those near-murderous words struck Lin Zhan like a dagger to the heart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood in rage. The Fox clan leader let out a furious roar. Burning everything he had, he charged straight at Su Chen. Countless attacks intercepted him, tearing his flesh to ribbons. Even reduced to a mangled remnant, he still pressed forward, determined to reach Su Chen. But that final, dying strike was blocked by a massive hand. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. It was Gu Ho who had intervened. Gu Xian held Venerable Verdant Waves in place, freeing Gu Ho to act. Uncle Gu, no more words, kill him now. Su Chen urged Gu Ho, terrified that further delay would bring another twist. Gu Ho nodded. With a casual lift of his hand, the entire Spirit Fox mountain suddenly seemed insignificant before him. One Spirit Fox clan expert after another was crushed in an instant. Even some Gu clan guards who hadn't retreated in time were caught in the aftermath. It seemed the whole mountain would be obliterated beneath that single palm. Lin Zhan was shaken unconscious on the spot. The scene was an absolute victory. But just as Lin Zhan and the entire Spirit Fox mountain were about to vanish, a burst of seven-colored radiance erupted from Lin Zhan's chest. A cube-shaped object appeared, then shattered in midair. It transformed into a pillar of heavenly light that pierced both sky and earth, enveloping Lin Zhan's body and carrying him straight out of the domain into the void beyond. Gu Ho reached out to intercept, but the moment his palm touched the beam, it aged rapidly and began to decay. Alarmed, he immediately drew a blade and severed his own rotting arm. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Zhan's body vanished into the distant starfield, hurtling toward an unknown destination. Seeing Lin Zhan escape like that, Su Chen nearly broke down. This is bullshit. Even cheats don't work this way, it's just too unfair. He had summoned the clan's highest combat power. Victory had been within reach. Even Lin Zhan himself had probably given up hope. Yet at the last moment, an invincible trump card erupted from within him and whisked him away. Who could Su Chen possibly appeal to for justice? His heart bled. Gu Ho's expression was also grim. He spoke in a low, heavy voice. A saint-grade artifact. That boy actually had a saint-grade artifact inside him capable of autonomous revival. But an artifact that revives on its own has its aura exposed. A mere spirit soul realm cultivator carrying such a treasure is like a child wandering the night market with a bag of gold. Nephew, don't worry. Once he leaves the northern desert and enters the outer starfield, it won't be long, perhaps only a few months, before major clans out there hunt him down and seize the artifact. Su Chen gave a bitter smile. If it were really that easy to kill him, Lin Zhan wouldn't have escaped in the first place. The growth rate of a child of destiny was truly enough to drive anyone to despair. After a long silence, Gu Xian returned holding 3 severed heads. When he learned that Lin Zhan had ultimately escaped, a rare flicker of unease passed through his heart. 2 Nirvana realm venerables had acted together, with half the Gu clan's forces mobilized in full strength. Such a terrifying display of power had somehow allowed a mere spirit soul realm junior to slip away. Verdant Waves Palace dared to stand against my Gu clan and shelter our wanted fugitive. Then let us wipe out Verdant Waves Palace first. The world will remember that though the Gu clan has declined, we are still not a force that any stray cat or dog can provoke. Gu Yixian's gaze turned glacial. In his view, if not for Verdant Waves Palace's interference, how could a trivial spirit soul realm cultivator have possibly escaped? Under his command, both Verdant Waves Palace and its 13 affiliated races were completely annihilated within a single month. After leaving a detachment of Gu clan warriors to occupy the Verdant Wave Sea region, Gu Yixian led the rest of the clan back home. Having failed to kill Lin Zhan, Su Chen felt deeply frustrated. That frustration soon turned into frenzied cultivation. He refused to face Lin Zhan again, only to be treated as cannon fodder. Their enmity could only end in one of their deaths, coexistence was impossible. Deep in his heart, Su Chen had a premonition, Lin Zhan would not perish in the outer starfield. One day, he would return to the northern desert. Not long after, new information reached Su Chen. His grandfather, Gu Yixian, had been impeached by the Council of Elders. He had mobilized more than half the clan's guards on a personal whim, an action that made even the clan leader wary. If Su Chen had succeeded in killing Lin Zhan, the gains would have more than offset the cost. But he had failed, and Lin Zhan had escaped. No one cared whether the boy possessed a fully awakened saint-grade artifact. All they saw was that the Gu clan had gone to enormous lengths, only for a spirit soul realm junior to slip through their fingers. It was an utter disgrace. I'm afraid the Myriad Demon Sanctuary has already begun applying pressure from within the clan as well. After all, the Verdant Wave Sea region nominally fell under the Myriad Demon Sanctuary's domain. Su Chen straightened his robes and flew straight toward the Elders' Hall. The Gu clan's Council of Elders consisted of 12 seats of real authority, each held by a Nirvana realm venerable. It was thanks to these 12 that the Gu clan had managed to preserve even a shadow of its former saintly glory. Gu Yixian sat with his eyes closed. Apart from Gu Ho, the other 10 elders, along with the current clan leader, Gu Tsang, all fixed their gazes on him. Some looked furious, others calm, and a few wore barely concealed glee. For centuries, Gu Yixian had wielded the clan's penal authority with flawless caution, never once exposing a single flaw. Yet now he had committed such an egregious act. Gu Yixian, do you acknowledge your crime? You have brought a tremendous enemy upon our Gu clan. Gu Yixian didn't so much as twitch an eyelid. He ignored their words completely, which only fueled the anger of several elders seated above. At that moment, a voice rang clearly from outside the hall. Gu Yixian's grandson, Gu Chen, requests an audience. The elders immediately began murmuring among themselves. Gu Chen. The third elder's grandson, that somewhat renowned genius within the clan. What is he doing here? Humph, this entire disaster started because of Gu Chen. If not for him, why would our Gu clan have offended a genius bearing a saint-grade artifact? Let him enter. Su Chen pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into the elders' hall under Gu Ho's guidance. As he surveyed the assembled venerables, a thought crossed his mind. As expected, even a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Though the Gu clan had declined, it still boasted 12 Nirvana realm powerhouses and possessed a saint-grade artifact to deter lesser threats. Gu Chen, do you acknowledge your crime? This calamity arose because of you. It has led to heavy casualties among our clan members, offended numerous powers, and sown endless future troubles. Su Chen lowered his head. This clansman, Gu Chen, knows his fault. The entire matter originated from me alone and has nothing to do with grandfather. From the high seat, someone let out a soft chuckle. How filial. Su Chen remained silent for a moment before raising his head. However, I discovered an item on Lin Zhan's person. I am willing to turn it over to the clan. Gu Yixian opened his eyes. The gazes of everyone on the platform shifted toward Su Chen. After a brief pause, the tall figure at the very center spoke indifferently. What is it? Su Chen produced an ancient-looking jade slip. A large hand reached out and drew it into the air. The 10 elders gathered around the clan leader, all curious about the contents. A method to forge the sword body. This is actually a technique for cultivating an acquired martial physique. One elder's voice carried unmistakable shock. Martial physiques were divided into innate and acquired. Innate physiques were born with the body, while acquired ones could be cultivated after birth. Innate physiques were already rare, acquired ones were even rarer. Any method capable of transforming an ordinary mortal into a possessor of a special physique was ranked among the absolute pinnacle of secret arts. Not even the Gu clan in its heyday had possessed such a thing, let alone now in its decline. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. How is this possible? Another elder found it hard to believe. How could a technique of this caliber ever fall into the hands of a junior? Gu Tsang spoke gravely. How can we verify whether this method is genuine? And where exactly did you obtain it? Su Chen's expression remained calm as he answered slowly. This was one of the secrets Lin Zhan carried on his person, one of the reasons for his rapid growth. Whether the clan leader believes it or not can be confirmed with a single investigation. Gu Tsang glanced at the other elders. When they all nodded in agreement, he continued. If this proves to be authentic, then you will be a great contributor to our Gu clan, and this matter will be considered settled. They all understood the implications. If the clan could master a method to turn ordinary people into geniuses with special physiques, the Gu clan's strength would skyrocket. It might even allow them to truly restore the saintly glory of their ancestors. Gu Yixian glanced at Su Chen. The two of them walked out of the elders' hall together. After a long silence, Gu Yixian finally spoke slowly. Chener, is the technique you presented genuine? Su Chen nodded. It was real, without any issues. In his previous life, he had personally cultivated it and even perfected the method. The only problem was that, aside from himself in that life, no one else had ever succeeded in cultivating the Imperial sword body. The success rate was absurdly low. As for Lin Zhan, he perfectly matched every hallmark of someone who had suddenly acquired a special physique and skyrocketed to fame. Su Chen wasn't worried that the Gu clan would bother investigating all the way to the southern barbarian lands. Just as he had expected, 1 month later, the technique was verified as authentic. Gu Yixian retained his authority over punishments, and everything appeared to return to normal. Su Chen continued living the life of a privileged young master in the clan. Time passed quickly. A full year slipped by. When Su Chen opened his eyes, Lin Yuer's voice came from outside the cave dwelling. My lord, the Gu clan's youth competition among the younger generation begins in 1 week. Su Chen recalled that the clan held a grand competition for the younger generation at regular intervals. All the rising prodigies participated. Their rankings were determined by strength, and the higher one placed on the Gu clan sequence list, the richer the resources they received. Su Chen currently sat at 4th place, not too high, not too low. This time, I must claim 1st place on the sequence. Determination hardened in his heart. The pressure on him was immense. He had let Lin Zhan escape into the outer starfield. Within the northern desert, the Gu clan still held some standing, but beyond this world, among the myriad races of the stars, they barely qualified to sit at the edge of the table. Perhaps only a saint could move freely and unchallenged in the outer starfield. To avoid being reduced to mere experience fodder the next time he faced Lin Zhan, Su Chen had no choice but to cultivate with relentless madness. When they met again, he would find a way to end him for good. Soon, the day of the Gu clan's youth competition arrived. Su Chen finally met the other 4 great geniuses of the clan, 3 men and 1 woman, each bearing a special physique. While he observed them, they naturally observed him in return. To them, the so-called geniuses scattered throughout the rest of the clan were insignificant. Only 5 of them were true rivals. Along the way, Su Chen expended no real effort. Suppressing the others wasn't even a warm-up, he crushed them with ease. Before long, he faced one of the remaining 4. Gu Xiang. Bearer of the thunder tribulation physique, a muscular man wreathed in crackling lightning, his hair standing on end. Gu Chen, you should just forfeit now. Gu Xiang was brimming with arrogance. He was older than Su Chen, higher in cultivation, and possessed far deeper foundations. Su Chen looked at him oddly. Sorry, you stole my line. Gu Xiang attacked. The moment he struck, dense thunder rumbled across the sky. He manifested a thunder rock in his mind's eye. With wings spread wide, it dove toward Su Chen in a ferocious charge. Gu Chen, give yourself a few more years, and you might qualify to fight me, but not today. Su Chen was speechless. Yin-yang particles surged outward as he fully unleashed the heavenly origin body. He simply clenched his fist and threw a single punch at the incoming thunder rock. The rock shattered instantly under the force of the punch. The residual power continued forward without pause and slammed into Gu Xiang, blasting him straight out of the sky and into the ground. The specially reinforced battle platform cracked open with a deep crater. Su Chen landed lightly beside him. Gu Xiang struggled to speak through bloodied lips. What kind of martial technique was that? Su Chen replied calmly, normal punch. Gu Xiang let out a hoarse laugh. Great name. Then he passed out cold. Su Chen fell into thoughtful silence. It really was just a normal punch. Su Chen's single punch defeat of Gu Xiang sent shockwaves through the Gu clan. Gu Xiang ranked 3rd on the sequence, yet he had been felled in 1 blow. The elders who witnessed the scene exchanged stunned glances. What was that just now? It really did seem like an ordinary punch. No, there was something else hidden in that strike. Fist intent. Impossible. Even fist intent couldn't so easily overpower Gu Xiang. His thunder tribulation physique makes his body as tough as an ordinary profound connection realm cultivator. It was the power of heaven and earth, that's the mark of profound connection realm. Gu Chen must have broken through to profound connection. Profound connection at the age of 20, he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with the true disciples of sacred lands. As expected of the 3rd elder's grandson. Our Gu clan hasn't produced such a genius in ages. Given time, the council of elders might gain a 13th member. For once, a genuine smile cracked Gu Yixian's normally stern face. This brat, he even hid it from me. Profound connection realm. In a single year, Su Chen had advanced from the 7th layer of spirit soul straight into profound connection. At 20 years old, he was undoubtedly a true young king. His future held real promise of reaching the nirvana realm, and perhaps even a slim chance of touching the threshold of sainthood. Even the true disciples of sacred lands were no more than this. The revelation of Su Chen's cultivation dealt a heavy blow to the other prodigies of the Gu clan. Gu Chen, I challenge you. Gu Yuan, who held 1st place on the sequence, stepped forward before him. His cultivation stood at half-step profound connection. Su Chen replied calmly, you should already know you stand no chance of winning against me. This world was not without monsters capable of crossing an entire major realm to fight. But Gu Yuan was not one of them. The path of martial Tao demands courage to press forward without retreat. As long as the universe remains undecided, how can one back down? Gu Yuan's voice rang out clearly, his battle intent blazing. He attacked without hesitation. A pure heart for the martial path. In that moment, Su Chen seemed to see his past self reflected in him. Once upon a time, he too had possessed such untainted devotion to the Tao. Very well. Su Chen moved. His 2 fingers came together like a sword. Instantly, every sword on the field hummed in resonance. Radiant sword light erupted, dazzling and blinding. What terrifying sword technique. Truly worthy of a young king who broke through to profound connection at 20. The elders of the Gu clan showered him with praise. Even for a great clan like theirs, producing a Nirvana realm expert was no easy feat. A young king might appear only once every few centuries. Though Nirvana realm cultivators enjoyed 3,000 years of lifespan, even that had an end. The clan needed new blood to carry the torch and ensure its eternal survival. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Su Chen had become fresh Nirvana blood for the Gu clan. The talent he displayed was worthy of their full attention and investment. Gu Yuan was defeated. He looked at Su Chen with bitter resignation. From this day forward, the title of the greatest genius among the younger generation of the Gu clan no longer belonged to him, it belonged to the youth standing before him. After that battle, Su Chen was officially designated as a core seed of the clan. He entered the ancestral land to cultivate in seclusion and rarely appeared in public. 15 years later. While deep in cultivation, Su Chen received a piece of news. An ancient ruin had appeared in the outer starfield. Several major domains had dispatched forces to explore it, including the heavenly profound domain. The northern desert, where Su Chen resided, had also sent numerous powers to join the excitement. As one of the top forces beneath the sacred lands, the Gu clan naturally refused to miss out. Su Chen accompanied several clan elders and set out toward the outer starfield. A premonition stirred in his heart, perhaps this time, in the vast expanse of the stars, he would finally encounter Lin Zhan once more. The ancient ruin lay within a vast starfield in the outer void. A mere corner of an ancient empire's iceberg had emerged, yet even that fragment stretched endlessly, colossal beyond imagination. Countless stars and planets in the surrounding space were already crowded with forces large and small. Accompanying the Gu clan, Su Chen finally broadened his horizons. This was his first time stepping beyond the heavenly profound domain and venturing into the outer realm. The outer void teemed with innumerable lifeforms of every conceivable shape and form, bizarre, diverse, and endlessly varied. Yet only the truly colossal powers qualified to set foot here. Every single one boasted at least one Nirvana realm venerable, and the sacred lands had even dispatched some ancient monsters. Those old freaks wielded saint-grade artifacts, erecting shimmering light screens across the starfield. Their display screamed unbridled dominance. Su Chen searched the area thoroughly but found no trace of Lin Zhan. He wasn't surprised. The outer void held countless beings. Searching for one person amid such vastness was like fishing for a needle in the ocean. Failure was only to be expected. Still, if he couldn't find Lin Zhan would sooner or later find him. The two of them were destined for a decisive battle. Once the spatial turbulence around the ancient empire's ruin stabilized, a decree appeared in the sky. Within the ruin, only cultivators below the void refining realm were permitted entry. No weapons of sovereign grade or higher could be used inside. Su Chen was puzzled at first, but after the Gu clan elders explained, he understood. The ruin's internal space was fragile. If every major power flooded in unrestricted, a single careless clash could ignite a saint-level war, shattering the domain entirely. The ruin would once again vanish into the void, drifting to some unknown corner. In the end, all the forces would return empty-handed. Su Chen muttered under his breath, these ancient clans really do know their stuff. No wonder no void refining realm experts from our clan came along. They had anticipated this long ago. Aside from Su Chen, the Gu clan had brought several other profound connection ninth-layer geniuses, figures who had been prodigies centuries earlier. Though some might not match his current talent, their foundations were solid, and several surpassed even Gu Yuan in strength. Together, they entered the ancient empire's ruin to explore. Inside, faint traces remained of what had once been a mighty and ancient nation, undoubtedly a holy dynasty that once dominated this corner of the starfield. Regrettably, some catastrophe had befallen it, causing the entire empire to vanish into the river of time. They had been inside for only a few days when Su Chen's group encountered a squad hunting down prodigies from the heavenly profound domain. The leader was a blue-skinned being with no hair, his body covered in fine scales. Apart from the coloration and scales, he looked almost identical to a human. People from the heavenly profound domain. Do you know the Gu clan of the northern region? The blue-skinned extraterrestrial prodigy licked the blood from the tip of his blade. His deep azure eyes gleamed like the abyssal darkness of the ocean depths as he regarded the Gu clan geniuses, as though they were nothing more than prey. One of the profound connection ninth-layer geniuses from the Gu clan frowned. The Gu clan. We are precisely the people of the northern desert's Gu clan. You're looking for us. The blue-skinned being's expression lit up with delight. Ha ha ha. So you really are the Gu clan from the heavenly profound northern desert. This couldn't be easier. You are the enemies of my venerable. He has posted a massive bounty on your heads. I will take your skulls and claim the venerable's reward. Venerable. Su Chen frowned. A faint sense of foreboding rose in his heart. The venerable, he mentioned, it couldn't be Lin Zhan, could it? One of the Gu clan prodigies, Gu Lan, sneered at the blue-skinned creature's arrogance. Just you. What a joke. Your hide would make a decent footrest once it's peeled off. Without another word, he attacked, determined to crush this insolent extraterrestrial being. In the outer starfield, countless domains coexisted, and myriad races flourished. The heavenly profound domain had produced several great emperors in its history and ranked among the stronger ones. Its natives naturally carried a quiet pride when walking among the stars. For an unknown blue-skinned race to treat them as prey was intolerable, they would make him pay dearly. Gu Lan struck first. The other Gu clan prodigies watched calmly from the sidelines. None of them believed this blue-skinned creature could match him. After all, Gu Lan had reached the 7th layer of profound connection, placing him among the stronger cultivators, even among the tens of thousands of prodigies who had entered the ancient ruin. The blue-skinned being was likewise provoked. The scales around his mouth flared. His entire body shimmered and changed color, then he vanished from his spot. Gu Lan's attack passed straight through empty air and obliterated a distant mountain peak instead. Disappeared. Su Chen stared at the spot where the creature had stood. He recalled the parting words Gu Yixian had given him before departure. Chener, the outer void teems with countless lifeforms. Every extraterrestrial race possesses unique innate divine abilities. Never underestimate even the weakest among them, or you will pay a terrible price. Seeing this unfamiliar technique now, Su Chen finally understood why Gu Yixian had taken the time to warn him specifically. Such an eerie method was truly unprecedented. Gu Lan scanned the empty space and laughed mockingly. With that kind of trick, you dare stand against my Gu clan? Come out if you have the guts. A rat who won't even show his face, I thought you had more backbone. From somewhere in the sky came a cold chuckle. Rest assured. I said I would take your head, so I will take your head. Gu Lan's eyes lit up. He blasted toward the source of the voice, yet his attack once again struck nothing. No one was there. He tried several more times, each strike passing harmlessly through empty air. Frustration began to creep in. The leader of this expedition, Gu Tiangang, spoke coldly. Gu Lan, finish it quickly. Don't waste time here. Gu Lan gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he bit open a finger, let a drop of blood fall onto a jade pendant at his waist, and placed it on the ground. Ripples spread outward from beneath his feet. A powerful aura of destruction radiated in all directions. At that exact moment, a dagger plunged straight into his chest. The blade extended into a long sword and pierced clean through him. In the same instant, Su Chen acted. The sword at his waist flew free. Sword light split into countless shadows. A single slash hurtled toward the blue-skinned creature. Seeing the attack coming, the creature was forced to abandon the dagger and attempt his vanishing trick again. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. But Su Chen gave him no second chance. From top to bottom, his figure transformed into a perfect full moon. One sword descended. The blue-skinned being was cleaved in half at the waist. The Gu clan prodigies were stunned. That was one of the clan's supreme techniques, the Eclipse Moon sword art. Su Chen stepped forward and stood beside the dying creature. He spoke indifferently. Who are you? Where is Lin Zhan? The blue-skinned being clung to life long enough to rasp, I have already reported your location to the Venerable, you won't escape. Su Chen's expression remained blank. He raised his sword and severed the creature's head in one clean stroke. Gu Lan looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Thank you. He had come within a hair's breadth of death. The other prodigies hurried over. Gu Tiangang fixed Su Chen with a displeased stare. Gu Chen, this was Gu Lan's battlefield. Why did you interfere? Su Chen glanced at him. So I should have just stood there and watched him die. Gu Tiangang replied coldly, the blood of saints flows in our Gu clan's veins. How noble we are. How could we stoop to ambushing from the shadows or ganging up on a single opponent? Su Chen silently concluded that this man was an arrogant idiot. So you plan to use Gu Lan as bait? Su Chen ripped away Gu Tiangang's pretense in a single sentence, causing the other man's face to flush crimson with fury. Enough. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. Another prodigy from the Gu clan stepped forward and cut through the tense atmosphere before it could escalate further. In the following days, Su Chen encountered numerous opportunities, large and small, within the ancient empire's ruins. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Yet he never forgot his true priority, gathering intelligence on Lin Zhan. Finally, his persistence paid off. From the mouth of one extraterrestrial being, Su Chen learned the news he had been waiting for. Lin Zhan had taken a renowned quasi-saint from the outer void as his master. Moreover, he had founded an organization called the War God Hall, which had already attracted a flood of extraterrestrial geniuses. It had grown into one of the more prominent young forces in the outer realm. This time, Lin Zhan had arrived at the ancient ruin together with members of the War God Hall. At least this venerable isn't a true venerable, Su Chen thought with relief. No matter how heaven-defying a child of destiny might be, jumping from the spirit soul realm to the nirvana realm in merely a dozen or 20 years was impossible. The gap between those realms was simply too vast. While continuing to collect opportunities, Su Chen kept probing for more information about Lin Zhan. Then, one day, 7-colored radiance spilled across the sky. Endless Tao rhythms converged into an ocean, and at its center bloomed a single flower. It's a saint herb. A legendary saint herb has appeared. Countless prodigies went mad with greed. The Gu clan members were no exception. With a saint herb, we might give birth to a new saint within the clan and restore the Gu clan's former glory. Gu Tiangang laughed wildly, trembling with excitement. This saint herb must belong to our Gu clan, no matter what. Su Chen lifted his gaze to the heavens. Innumerable prodigies were already surging toward the saint herb's location like a swarm of moths hurtling toward flame, dense as a field of stars. Even in his own mind, a terrifying impulse arose, the desire to seize the saint herb for himself. A saint herb. Even sacred lands drooled over such a treasure. Back then, the ancestor of the profound origin sacred land had charged into the burial soul forbidden zone for the sake of one, willing to sacrifice the entire sacred land to obtain it. Now such a prize had appeared right before their eyes, unguarded. There were no saints here. No nirvana realm powerhouses. Not even a single void refining realm cultivator. Yet amid the swarming crowd, Su Chen caught sight of a familiar figure. Lin Zhan. Damn it, the saint herb can wait. First, I have to kill the child of destiny. Determination hardened in Su Chen's heart. Here, prodigies no weaker than him numbered in the thousands. Some were true monsters, sacred sons and maidens of sacred lands among them. If he joined the scramble for the herb, he would most likely end up as mere background noise, or worse, pave the way for Lin Zhan's success. Better to fix his eyes on Lin Zhan alone. As long as Lin Zhan failed to obtain the saint herb, it didn't matter who eventually claimed it. Su Chen would still come out ahead. He hadn't forgotten, the one who accepted Lin Zhan as a disciple was a quasi-saint. If Lin Zhan acquired the saint herb and allowed the quasi-saint to break through into true sainthood, it would spell the end of the entire Gu clan, and strip Su Chen of every last card he had left to turn the tables. The clash of countless prodigies unleashed terrifying waves of destruction that left the heart trembling. One genius after another, figures who had rarely appeared in centuries, were blasted into bloody mist. Their cultivation and fortunes dissolved into the saint herb's Tao rhythms, making the flower appear even more bewitchingly radiant. The brutality of the battle was beyond anything Su Chen had witnessed before. Even he felt a lingering chill in his bones. Compared to this slaughter, the war between the Southwest Domain's geniuses seemed like child's play. A lifetime of effort amounted to nothing more than dust. One general's triumph left 10,000 generations withered. Su Chen watched as Gu Tiangang, who had charged into the fray for the Saint Herb, was obliterated by a single casual punch from a passing powerhouse. Other Gu clan prodigies no weaker than Gu Tiangang were surrounded and slain by coalitions of prodigies from various domains, dying without even a corpse left behind. In this grand war, the geniuses of the Gu clan were no different from roadside weeds. The glory of a saint clan truly is the cheapest thing in existence, Gu Lan murmured bitterly behind Su Chen. He had chosen not to follow Gu Tiangang but stayed close to Su Chen instead. Seeing Gu Lan's Dao heart on the verge of collapse, Su Chen had no time to offer comfort. His attention was locked on Lin Zhan, who was already drawing near the Saint Herb's location. Su Chen stepped into the void. When an extraterrestrial prodigy noticed someone else trying to enter the battlefield and attacked him, Su Chen swept his sword and forced the attacker back. But that single exchange drew even more hostility. Just as Su Chen prepared to cut them all down regardless of cost in order to block Lin Zhan's path, Gu Lan stepped in front of him. His face was ashen. I owe you a life, Gu Lan said. These people, I'll hold them off. Consider the debt settled. Su Chen wasted no words. Take care of yourself. He immediately withdrew from the main chaos and pressed toward Lin Zhan. Not long after, a scorching heat erupted behind him, followed by earth-shaking explosions. In this meat grinder of a battlefield, such sounds had already become commonplace. Without hesitation, Su Chen slashed a sword toward Lin Zhan. With this Saint Herb, Master will surely live a new life. He might even truly achieve sainthood. Longing burned in Lin Zhan's heart. Using the Blue Spirit Clan's supreme treasure to conceal his presence, he only needed to seize the Saint Herb. Once his master ascended to sainthood, they could sweep into the heavenly profound domain without restraint, slaughter the Gu clan, and avenge the past. The hatred from those days haunted him every waking and sleeping moment, he had never dared forget it for even an instant. Yet a single sword beam shattered his fantasy, reducing everything to bubbles. Lin Zhan blocked the sudden strike, only to see the figure he had thought about day and night appear before him. A sword barred his path. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Teeth grinding, he snarled, Gu Chen. It's you. Su Chen met that devouring gaze calmly. Lin Zhan, you won't get the Saint Herb. Then I'll kill you first, and take it afterward. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Seeing his mortal enemy, rage overwhelmed Lin Zhan's reason. Killing Su Chen had become far more important than claiming the Saint Herb. War God Art. With a furious shout, Lin Zhan no longer hid his strength. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Gripping a silver war halberd, he charged like a reincarnated war god. Though only at the 6th layer of profound connection, his combat power surged straight toward the peak of the realm. Su Chen swung his sword. Sword shadows multiplied. He released his full aura without restraint. Profound connection 9th layer. Eclipse moon sword art. A full moon rose behind Su Chen. Sword Dao trembled through the air, drawing the attention of countless prodigies. Who is that? His sword Dao has reached such terrifying heights. So strong, not quite at the level of a divine physique genius, but definitely top tier beneath them. Is that the War God Hall's master? Damn it, he actually sneaked in here. He wants to steal the Saint Herb while we're distracted. Lin Zhan of the War God Hall, you've finally shown yourself. Today is the day you die. In an instant, prodigies who bore grudges against Lin Zhan joined the fray and began surrounding him. Su Chen exchanged dozens of blows with Lin Zhan. Even with the clear realm advantage, he had to admit, a child of destiny was truly freakish. Fortunately, Lin Zhan had made enough enemies to relieve some of the pressure on Su Chen. Gu Chen, today I will definitely kill you. Lin Zhan fought like a rabid dog, ignoring everyone else and focusing solely on Su Chen. Lin Zhan wanted Su Chen dead. Su Chen wanted Lin Zhan dead even more. He refused to believe that with so many geniuses attacking, they still couldn't kill one Lin Zhan. This war god art is ridiculously tough. Su Chen cursed inwardly. Trading blows with Lin Zhan felt like fighting a monster whose health bar thinned but never emptied. Every time Lin Zhan seemed on the verge of collapse, bloodied, exhausted, barely able to stand, he would explode with another burst of power at the critical moment. If not for Su Chen's accumulated caution across multiple lifetimes, he would have died countless times already. The helpers who had joined out of hatred for Lin Zhan had already been replaced wave after wave. Just as Lin Zhan was finally reaching his limit, geniuses from the War God Hall broke through the encirclement. Venerable, will hold off the enemies. You must leave now. Prodigies from various races fearlessly stepped in front of Lin Zhan, ready to die. Lin Zhan dragged his broken body forward. He watched the geniuses he had painstakingly gathered fall one after another in his defense. Hot blood tears streamed from his eyes as he roared in anguish, Gu Chen, I swear I will make you die. Su Chen, equally grievously wounded, showed no mercy toward the incoming waves of War God Hall members. One genius after another fell beneath his blade as he pressed relentlessly toward Lin Zhan. He knew he had to end Lin Zhan here. Otherwise, who could predict what monstrous heights the other would reach next time they met? When the prodigies realized they couldn't match Su Chen, many chose to self-destruct without hesitation, buying Lin Zhan even a few more seconds to escape. Lin Zhan, you coward. Back then, you abandoned the Spirit Fox clan and fled alone. Now you're going to abandon the War God Hall you built with your own hands. Abandon these subordinates who are dying for you, and run away by yourself. Su Chen deliberately taunted him, trying to provoke Lin Zhan into turning back and throwing his life away. Lin Zhan clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked. A woman had thrown herself around him, holding him tightly. The remaining War God Hall members roared in unison, take the Venerable and go. Don't let our brothers die for nothing. The woman began chanting an incantation. A pitch-black spatial rift tore open in front of them. Just as she prepared to drag Lin Zhan inside, Su Chen panicked. He gathered every last scrap of remaining vital energy and poured it into his sword. One sword, cease conflict. The world around him seemed to slow dozens of times over. In that final, desperate instant, Su Chen's sword Dao advanced another step. This strike carried bone-chilling killing intent, determined to leave Lin Zhan here forever. Right as the sword was about to claim Lin Zhan's life, the woman used her frail body to shield him. With her last ounce of strength, she shoved Lin Zhan fully into the rift. "Brother Lin, you have to live." The spatial tear sealed shut. Faintly, Lin Zhan's heartbroken, furious roar still echoed from the other side. Watching Lin Zhan escape for the second time, Su Chen's rage boiled over. He swung once, severing the woman's head, then turned and left the battlefield without looking back. Even with all the mental fortitude he had built over lifetimes, in this moment, only one word remained in his mind. Fuck. Su Chen emerged from the ancient empire's ruin alone. Every other young genius of the Gu clan had perished in the frenzied battle for the Saint Herb. Fortunately, the journey had yielded him immense gains. News of the Saint Herb's appearance in the ruin spread rapidly across the domains. Su Chen soon learned that the herb had ultimately fallen into the hands of a true disciple from the primordial origin sacred land in the central continent. As long as Lin Zhan had not obtained it, Su Chen cared little who finally claimed the prize. Upon returning to the clan, the heavy losses among their prodigies left the elders heartsick and bleeding inside. Only Gu Yixian breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank the heavens Chen is safe. Everyone else could die. His grandson could not. Back in the clan, Su Chen threw himself into cultivation with even greater ferocity. He understood clearly, allowing Lin Zhan to escape this time meant that one day in the future, Lin Zhan would inevitably march against the Gu clan. That day would mark the clan's final war of annihilation. 20 years passed swiftly. Su Chen successfully broke through to the void refining realm. The heavenly origin body proved far superior to the acquired Imperial sword body. Cultivation progressed almost without bottlenecks. Within the clan, aside from the few supreme techniques and martial skills reserved exclusively for the clan leader, Su Chen had studied every single cultivation method and combat art the Gu clan possessed. Killing Lin Zhan with my own strength alone will never be enough. The mysterious war god art, the legendary saint-grade artifact, these were Lin Zhan's greatest trump cards. Su Chen set his sights on the clan's guardian saint artifact. To wield it, he first needed to raise his standing within the Gu clan. He began reshaping his image. From time to time, he lectured the younger generation, sharing his cultivation insights without reservation. Even the other elders frequently attended his talks and occasionally gained sudden enlightenment. Outside the clan, Su Chen started forging connections with geniuses from every corner. A century slipped by. Su Chen successfully became the young clan leader of the Gu clan. Barring any unforeseen disasters, he would be the next clan leader. He never ceased searching for traces of Lin Zhan, yet the outer starfield was impossibly vast. 100 years was barely enough to scratch the surface. Several waves of the clan scouts had already perished in the attempt. On this day, a major figure arrived in the Azure Profound dynasty. Su Chen descended directly upon the dynasty. Under the resources Lin Zhan had once left behind, combined with the protection of the Azure Profound martial mansion, the Lin family had risen dramatically in power. They had even produced a spirit soul realm cultivator. Su Chen sensed several powerful auras sweep over him. Then a black-robed elder appeared before him. "Greetings, young clan leader." Su Chen nodded. He had long ago ordered surveillance on both the Lin family and the Azure Profound dynasty. The moment Lin Zhan showed himself, an inescapable net would close around him. Yet a full century had passed without the slightest sign of Lin Zhan. Su Chen estimated that Lin Zhan's current cultivation was no weaker than his own, perhaps even stronger. Patience had finally run dry. "The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident." At the Lin family estate, every member of the clan knelt trembling on the ground, staring up at the terrifying young man who had descended without warning. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Zhan's father, Lin Yunpeng, asked in confusion. He could not fathom how they had offended such a fearsome figure. Su Chen gave a cold, mirthless smile. "Blame only your excellent son. I once gave your Lin family a path to survival. Unfortunately, your son refused to take it." Lin Yunpeng tried to protest, but the Gu clan powerhouses suppressed him instantly. Everyone with deep ties to Lin Zhan was dragged away and imprisoned in the clan's dungeon. As for the remaining Lin family members, Su Chen showed no mercy. He ordered them executed on the spot. Next, he paid a visit to the Azure Profound martial mansion. There, he rounded up Lin Zhan's closest friends from those days, along with one of his former confidants, and had them all transported to the Gu clan's prison. Even a prince of the Azure Profound dynasty who had once been acquainted with Lin Zhan was not spared, he too was locked away in the dungeon. Yet still, Lin Zhan did not appear. This turn of events left Su Chen feeling deeply troubled. The once hot-tempered and impulsive Lin Zhan had apparently learned the art of patience. He now lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, quietly biding his time and cultivating in silence. Hatred had tempered him, shaving away his sharp edges and forging something far more dangerous. An enemy blessed with immense destiny and capable of such restraint was undoubtedly one of the most difficult kinds to face. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Zhan still had not appeared. Su Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of void refining realm, only one step away from nirvana. What surprised him most was that this very year, his grandfather Gu Yixian had also broken through once more, advancing to the 7th layer of the nirvana realm. He now stood second only to the clan leader in power. The old clan leader's lifespan was nearing its end. He had sealed himself in the ancestral land to await his final moments. Gu Yixian assumed the role of acting clan leader. In the outer starfield. After escaping the ancient empire's ruin all those years ago, Lin Zhan had endured countless trials, both great and small. One after another, members of the War God Hall had died shielding him. His former confidant had perished protecting him as well. The failure to seize the Saint Herb had left his master in his twilight years, weakened and vulnerable. When powerful enemies besieged him, the old quasi-saint had died right before Lin Zhan's eyes. These repeated losses had forced Lin Zhan to grow. He learned to become steady, cold-blooded, and utterly ruthless in seizing every opportunity that would make him stronger. He rebuilt the War God Hall from the ashes. Its name soon echoed across the outer void. Even true disciples from the sequence lists of sacred lands had fallen to his halberd. He attracted countless followers. The War God Hall now brimmed with powerful experts. Deep in the starfield, Lin Zhan was locked in combat with a formidable extraterrestrial powerhouse. They exchanged only a handful of blows before Lin Zhan's single halberd strike reduced his opponent to a bloody mist. After the kill, not a trace of excitement crossed Lin Zhan's face. His eyes remained calm and indifferent, as though such victories had become routine. At that moment, a being with long antennae approached and dropped to one knee in reverence. Venerable, the War God Hall's 100,000-strong army has finished mustering. We await only your command to march together back to the heavenly profound domain. A faint smile finally touched Lin Zhan's icy features. He had waited far too long for this day. To exact vengeance upon the Gu clan, he had endured more than anyone could imagine. He had learned of his father's capture. He knew his friends and loved ones in the heavenly profound domain had been imprisoned by the Gu clan. Yet he had remained unmoved, repeatedly reminding himself that any return would walk straight into a meticulously prepared trap. He had even accounted for the possibility that the Gu clan would activate their guardian saint artifact. His opponent was the same man who, back when Lin Zhan had been a mere spirit soul realm cultivator, had summoned 2 Nirvana realm venerables to hunt him down without hesitation. Cautious. Ruthless. Resourceful beyond measure. Lin Zhan had to admit, even compared to the sacred sons of sacred lands, in some ways, Chen was the more troublesome foe. Father. Grandfather. Qing'er. I will annihilate the entire Gu clan. I will offer Gu Chen's head in sacrifice to your spirits. The War God Hall's 100,000-strong army set out for the heavenly profound domain. In the northern heavenly profound domain, Chen opened his eyes. A vast, surging aura rolled out from within his body. A trace of joy flickered through his black and white pupils. Nirvana realm. I've finally broken through. After 7 lifetimes, he had at last become a venerable. The moment Chen achieved the breakthrough, the entire council of elders trembled. He assumed the position of clan leader, seizing absolute authority over one of the great clans. Vast mountains and rivers spanning tens of thousands of li now lay entirely under his command. What delighted him most was that, over the past few centuries, the Gu clan had made real progress in deciphering the sword body forging method. They had at least managed to cultivate 3 individuals with the acquired sword body. Though these versions were far weaker than the one he had achieved in his previous life, plagued by countless flaws, they still vastly outstripped ordinary mortal physiques. Cultivation progressed faster, and the upper limit was significantly higher. They were perfect as war soldiers. Unfortunately, Chen no longer had the luxury of time. He gazed at the intelligence report sent by a friend from a sacred land and murmured, "This day has finally arrived." The report clearly stated that Lin Zhan had led the War God Hall's grand army toward the northern heavenly profound domain. It also expressed regret, the sender could not intervene directly. Some existence within the sacred land forbade any involvement in this matter. He could only risk sending this warning. Chen understood. Lin Zhan's growth had undoubtedly far exceeded his expectations. The man now possessed the power to destroy an entire clan. That was why he dared return to the northern heavenly profound domain to settle old scores. Behind him stood a force that even sacred lands had to treat with caution. Upon receiving news of the approaching enemy, Chen refused to sit and wait for death. This was the fated confrontation. He began preparations with every means at his disposal. He dispatched the clan's most promising seeds to the outer starfield, preserving the last embers of the Gu clan. Even he had no certainty of victory in the coming war. As time passed, deafening booms echoed across the sky above Gu clan territory. One warship after another emerged from the void. Powerful beings stood upon their decks, gazing toward the Gu clan with bloodthirsty grins. So this is the enemy the Venerable spoke of. Finally, we get to feast. An ancient horn sounded. Chen raised his head and looked toward the center of the fleet. Atop the head of a colossal dragon stood a youth clad in golden battle armor, gripping a golden war halberd. The youth's expression was cold. He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Chen. Activate the formation. At Chen's sharp command, dense runes appeared in the sky above the Gu clan like falling rain, enveloping the entire domain. The clan's supreme saint formation. Lin Zhan glanced at the terrifying array and gave a cold sneer. He had seen far too many such formations. Sacrifice the saint weapon. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. At his order, ancient runes surfaced on the foreheads of countless War God Hall members. Immense power gathered in the sky above the Gu clan. An ancient giant bell materialized. With each toll of the bell, heaven and earth spun violently. A saint weapon, it's actually a saint weapon. The elders of the Gu clan stared at the colossal bell in shock. The might of the saint weapon shattered vast swathes of Gu clan territory. Even with the saint formation's protection, countless weaker clan members disintegrated into bloody mist on the spot. Likewise, after offering the saint weapon, innumerable War God Hall members were drained dry of vital energy and died where they stood. Chen smiled. Looking at the man who was both familiar and utterly changed, he spoke calmly. Lin Zhan, you've changed. Facing the mortal enemy he had once dreamed of killing every night, Lin Zhan now appeared remarkably composed. The two regarded each other like old acquaintances, quietly watching their forces clash without the slightest ripple in their expressions. Lin Zhan met Chen's subtle mockery with icy indifference. People always change. Are you afraid of me now? Chen shook his head. With a casual wave of his hand, several figures appeared before him. They were aged, yet unmistakably familiar. Among them, one elderly man, wrinkled and frail, saw Lin Zhan and immediately burst into tears. Lin Zhan's body trembled violently. Though their faces had grown old and weathered, he recognized them instantly. His father, the mentor who had cared for him in every way at the Azure Profound Martial Mansion, the senior sister with whom he had once ridden boldly through the streets and shared a fleeting romance. Now they all stood alive before him. For countless days and nights, he had dreamed of these very people appearing to demand why he had not saved them, why he had abandoned them. Yet here they were, alive. Joy and rage surged through him in equal measure. Su Chen watched the complex emotions flash across Lin Zhan's face and gave a soft laugh. Unfortunately, time spares no one. In the end, only these few survived. Lin Zhan, do you know how much effort it took me to keep them alive all these years? Lin Yunping shouted in shame and fury, Zhaner, don't worry about us. Slaughter the Gu clan. Avenge your dead kin. The others echoed him fiercely. Lin Zhan, ignore us. Kill Gu Chen, even death would be worth it. Lin Zhan's body shook violently. He roared, Gu Chen, you despicable bastard. Release them. If you let them go, I'll leave your Gu clan with one last spark of survival. Su Chen scoffed. What did he care about floods after he himself was dead? Zhaner, you must live well. Before Lin Zhan's eyes, Su Chen lifted the seals on them. In unison, the captives gathered every last drop of vital energy and chose self-destruction. Su Chen made no move to stop them. Gu Chen, I'm going to kill you. Facing Lin Zhan's bloodshot, murderous gaze, Su Chen merely smiled. Lin Zhan raised his golden war halberd to strike Su Chen down. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of him, glaring at Lin Zhan with pure venom. Lin Yuer stood between them. Lin Zhan, you killed everyone. All 530 members of the Lin family died because of you. Lin Zhan's heart bled. He stared at her, growling like a wounded beast. Lin Yuer, get out of the way. Lin Yuer sneered contemptuously. Like a moth to flame, she threw herself at Lin Zhan and died by his hand. Watching the person he had once dreamed of killing night after night perish before him brought Lin Zhan no joy at all. Blood tears streamed from his eyes as he charged alone into the depths of the Gu clan's ancestral land. Within the ancestral land, ancient figures awakened one after another. Dragging broken, decayed bodies, they said nothing and simply threw themselves at Lin Zhan in silent fury. One by one, they fell to his halberd. Yet some managed to land grievous wounds on him. When every last hidden reserve of the ancestral land had been exhausted, Su Chen bowed slightly toward the empty air ahead. He looked at Lin Zhan. Beneath his feet, a dense web of blood seals spread outward in every direction like a spider's net. Swear to defend the glory of the Saint clan to the death. With frenzied roars shaking heaven and earth, Gu clan warriors detonated themselves without hesitation. Countless streams of energy surged along the blood seals and poured into Su Chen. At the center of the formation, a blood-red longsword took shape. Ancient Mountain River runes covered its blade, recording the entire history of the Gu clan. The clan's inherited saint artifact, the ancient saint sword. Su Chen grasped the hilt. The power of the ancient saint revived within him. In this moment, Su Chen felt a strength unlike anything he had ever known. This is what it means to be a saint. Su Chen reveled in the overwhelming, terrifying power coursing through him. Now he understood why beings who reached the saint realm were revered so absolutely in this world. The invasion of the Forbidden Zone by the Profound Origin Sacred Land and the Great War across the Southwest domains had both involved saints, but battles of that caliber had been far beyond his right to even witness. Today, by drawing upon the majority of the Gu clan's accumulated strength to fully awaken the ancient saint sword, a fragment of the ancient saint's lingering power had revived within him. For the first time, he truly tasted a portion of a saint's dreadfulness. This power could effortlessly crush any being beneath the saint realm. Su Chen wasted no words. The borrowed might of the ancient saint would not last long. He had to kill Lin Zhan before it faded. He raised the ancient saint sword. A single beam of sword light tore across the sky as though it intended to cleave the firmament in two. The horrifying ripple made even distant powerhouses recoil in alarm. In the past, the ancient saint dominated the northern desert, truly terrifying. One ancient saint sword felled countless heroes. Who could possibly force the Gu clan to this point? Even the ancient saint sword has been drawn and fully awakened. A saint artifact at complete revival would give even an ordinary saint a headache. So tragic. I can feel the Gu clan's territory turning into a furnace of flesh and blood. Even if they win this war, the clan will exist in name only. A saint weapon like this will surely attract the covetous eyes of countless devils and demons. As that sky-splitting sword beam appeared, another terrifying force blanketed the northern desert. A saint weapon, another fully awakened saint weapon. Are they trying to ignite a true saint war? No, this cannot be allowed. A saint war would turn the northern desert into a sea of carnage. Raise the clan-protecting arrays at once. Seal off the saintly might. The two saint weapons clashed. The sky over the northern desert darkened. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured. Countless cultivators had no idea what was happening, they only saw two beams of divine light soaring into the heavens before colliding in cataclysmic fury. Su Chen was not surprised that Lin Zhan possessed a saint weapon. But the current Lin Zhan had suffered a shattered state of mind and grievous wounds. As long as Su Chen killed him here, that saint weapon would become his own. With two saint weapons in hand, he could establish a force far greater than the Gu clan had ever been. Su Chen wielded the ancient saint sword and fought Lin Zhan from the heart of the Gu clan territory all the way to the northern sea, from the northern sea to the 100,000 Great Mountains, and from the 100,000 Great Mountains out into the outer starfield. Countless living beings trembled and perished in the aftermath of the two saint weapons clash. Gu Chen, you are not my match. I will personally kill you and bring justice to everyone who died by your hand or because of you. Golden aura enveloped Lin Zhan's entire body. The blood dripping from his wounds actually shimmered with golden light. When it fell upon distant stars, those stars shattered into cosmic dust. Because of me? Su Chen sneered. If you hadn't insisted on making an enemy of me, why would I have bothered with mere ants? All those deaths are because of your foolishness, your blindness, your arrogance. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Lin Zhan's powerful frame shuddered. Then his face turned cold as frost. He spoke calmly. Gu Chen, between us there is only victory or defeat, nothing more. Su Chen threw his head back and laughed wildly. Victory or defeat? Well said. When it comes to ruthlessness, I must admit you surpass me, Lin Zhan. Su Chen attacked relentlessly, seeking any opening. But to his disappointment, Lin Zhan only grew fiercer the longer they fought. The saintly aura around him grew denser and denser. This bastard, he isn't going to break through to Saint mid-battle, is he? Su Chen cursed under his breath. A terrible premonition rose in his heart. If Lin Zhan achieved sainthood here, all hope would vanish. For this battle, he had made countless preparations, sacrificed everything. Yet the sheer difficulty of killing a child of destiny far exceeded anything Su Chen had imagined. Bearing heaven's mandate, blessed by destiny itself. Su Chen fought his way back into the northern desert once more. Lin Zhan suddenly felt an ominous chill. The breakthrough insight he had grasped in the heat of battle began to waver and fade as his state of mind descended into chaos. Gu Chen, you dare. Lin Zhan seemed to realize what Su Chen intended. His voice cracked with hoarse fury as he roared, desperately trying to stop him. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile. He abandoned his direct clash with Lin Zhan. The ancient saint sword in his hand shifted trajectory and slashed toward the ranks of the war god hall. With this sword, what will you choose, Lin Zhan? Su Chen's gaze carried open expectation. He had dropped all defense. If Lin Zhan chose to save the war god hall's elites, he would forfeit the fleeting chance to become a saint. With the power of the ancient saint still at Su Chen's command, the two of them could fight to the bitter end, victory uncertain. If Lin Zhan chose to press forward with his breakthrough, he would once again be forced to watch the finest of the war god hall die before his eyes. Under Su Chen's watchful stare, Lin Zhan slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his black hair turned snow white. 3,000 strands of white danced wildly in the wind. He stood motionless and let the elite forces of the war god hall perish in front of him. A heaven-shaking aura erupted from Lin Zhan's body. It swept across the entire northern desert like a blazing sun, illuminating everything in its path. His thick vital blood condensed into a golden ocean that drowned the stars. He had become a saint. Su Chen laughed. With Lin Zhan making this choice, he no longer had any chance of victory. The ancient saint sword in his hand erupted with its most dazzling radiance. The final glory of the Gu clan gathers here. Su Chen's last thread of consciousness was swallowed by the explosive power of the ancient saint sword. Darkness. Utter blackness. Su Chen had returned to the reverse fate space. Truly worthy of a child of destiny, blessed and chosen by fate itself. Su Chen murmured softly. In this life, he had cornered Lin Zhan time and again, pushing him to the brink of absolute death. Yet every single time, some twist of fate allowed Lin Zhan to slip away. Even in their final, decisive battle, when he had nearly shattered Lin Zhan's Dao heart, he had still failed to stop the man from achieving sainthood. All he had accomplished was forcing Lin Zhan onto a path of sainthood born from utter despair. But Lin Zhan had paid a heavy price as well. The elite core of the war god hall he had painstakingly built was buried here. His state of mind was fractured beyond repair, destined to become an eternal nightmare. Curious about the rewards of this life, Su Chen quickly summoned the reverse fate scripture and began to read. 7th life summary, you were born into a declining saint clan. With a nirvana realm venerable as your grandfather, you were doted upon from birth. Bearing the innate heavenly origin body, you ranked among the absolute top geniuses within the Gu clan. Your only misfortune was inexplicably offending a heaven-blessed individual who bore a mortal grudge against you for stealing his childhood sweetheart. You chose to strike first and began hunting the child of destiny. Despite exercising extreme caution at every step, you ultimately failed to kill him. You rose steadily within the clan, befriended prodigies across the northern desert, and became the most dazzling trendsetter of your era, eventually seizing full control of the Gu clan. In the final battle, every scheme you laid shattered your enemy's Dao heart, yet you still fell to the weight of destiny. This war had no victor. Though you served merely as a stepping stone, even as the long years passed and the Gu clan faded into the river of history, one person would remember you forever. Evaluation, 7 stars, blue. Reverse fate points, 7,000. Su Chen felt both delight and disappointment at the sight of 7,000 reverse fate points. Born into a declining sacred clan in this life, and without Lin Zhan's interference, leading to an untimely death before his lifespan ran out, his evaluation might have been even higher. People with great destiny are really damn hard to kill. The thought slipped through Su Chen's mind unbidden. Even as his enemy, he had to admit that his repeated targeting would have crushed any ordinary person 100 times over. Yet Lin Zhan not only refused to collapse or give up, he transformed step by step until he finally became a saint. Losing to someone like that didn't feel entirely unjust. Still, fair or not, Su Chen had no desire to encounter another person blessed with such an immense destiny ever again. Talent, 0+. Comprehension, 0+. Family background, 0+. Dao heart, 300. With 7,000 reverse fate points in hand, Su Chen glanced at background, and added 100 points. That should at least keep him from spawning straight into an early grave. He poured the remaining 6,900 points evenly into talent and comprehension, 3,450 each. Then he turned the page and entered his next reincarnation. Endless blue sky stretched above white clouds. A breeze swept low across the grass, revealing grazing cattle and sheep. Su Chen opened his eyes and stared blankly. He looked down at the coarse hemp robe covering his body and felt the complete absence of any spiritual chi within him. What the hell? He had reincarnated as an ordinary mortal. He hurriedly searched the new memories to figure out exactly what kind of situation he had landed in this time. At the very least, he had invested 100 points into background. He refused to believe it was all for nothing. In this life, he had been an abandoned infant left at the doorstep of a lonely old widower. The kind-hearted elder had taken him in and raised him. Notably, his name remained exactly the same as in his first life, Chen. Nothing had changed. The old man raised Chen to adulthood and turned him into a simple cowherd. Chen. Starting as a cowherd. Despite the less-than-ideal beginning, he quickly adjusted his mindset. In his previous life, he had been a Nirvana realm venerable after all. He possessed absolute confidence that even starting as a mortal, he could still rise to become a supreme powerhouse. The Gu clan techniques from my past life can't be cultivated again. He had no idea whether that final self-detonation of the Saint weapon had killed Lin Zhan. If it hadn't, and Lin Zhan discovered him practicing the Gu clan technique, he would immediately face a saint right from the start. The thought alone was despairing. He casually selected a sovereign-grade technique from his mind and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly. In less than 3 hours, Chen successfully broke through to the first layer of the Spirit Awakening realm. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. The speed was astonishing. Ordinary geniuses usually need several years just to enter the Spirit Awakening realm. Even in his previous life, with the help of the ancient clan's treasures and a heavenly origin body constitution, it had still taken him a full day. Yet Chen remained unsatisfied. Given sufficient resources, he was certain he could reach the spirit gathering realm within 3 days. Unfortunately, right now he was dirt poor. As the sky began to darken, Chen had no choice but to herd the cattle back home. When he reached the village entrance, a clear, bright voice called out to him. "Brother Chen, mother made fish soup. She asked me to bring you some." A pretty young girl with twin ponytails stood at the village entrance holding a steaming bowl of fish soup. The moment she spotted Chen, her face lit up with a pure, innocent smile. Chen also recalled the girl's name from his memories. The girl was called Wang Fong, nicknamed Ah Fong. She was the daughter of the neighboring Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang. The two families had lived side by side for years, and the couple had often looked after Chen and the old man. He and Ah Fong had grown up together and could be considered childhood sweethearts. Chen accepted the bowl of fish soup. It had already cooled somewhat. He did not drink it down in one go, instead, he simply thanked Ah Fong. As her figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Ah Fong stood there in a daze. Today's brother Chen felt different. He had returned later than usual, but more than that, something had changed. The timid, self-conscious boy she once knew seemed to have been replaced by a powerful, unshakable presence. Back inside the dilapidated thatched hut, the room was messy and dim. Chen set the fish soup on the table and glanced around, but saw no sign of the old man. Suddenly his entire body stiffened. A figure had appeared silently behind him without the slightest sound, causing his heart to skip a beat. To approach so close and evade his senses completely, this was the unmistakable application of the power of heaven and earth. The intruder was at least at the spirit soul realm. "It's Chen who's back." The familiar, aged voice came from behind. Only then did Chen let out a long breath of relief. He turned around. At the doorway stood a hunched old man leaning on a cane. His hair was snow-white, his face deeply wrinkled, and one eye was blind. This was Su Weichang, the man who had found the infant Chen abandoned in the snow and raised him as his own grandson. In his memories, Su Weichang had always been an ordinary old man. Now, Chen understood, those 100 points invested in background had not been wasted. "Old man, this is the fish soup Aunt Wang made. Ah Fong asked me to bring it for you to taste." Supporting the old man with one hand, Chen helped him sit on a stool. Su Weichang smiled and said, "Little Ah Fong is thoughtful. So are you, boy. Sit down and drink the soup with me." Chen fetched 2 chipped bowls. Grandfather and grandson divided the fish soup between them. After they finished, Su Weichang savored the aftertaste for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Chenner, Ah Fong is truly a fine girl. If you marry her, she will surely be a virtuous wife and loving mother. She has feelings for you." Chen fell silent. Of course, he knew. Yet he continued to feign ignorance. "Old man, Fong is a very good girl. But what I want is not romantic attachments. I'm afraid I would only hold her back." Su Weichang gave a faint smile. "What I once imagined was this, you would spend your whole life with Ah Fong. The two of you would have a big, healthy son, perhaps a few daughters too. You would live happily, surrounded by grandchildren, and pass your 100 years in peace. You would never step into the world of cultivation. You would never face deceit and betrayal. You would never witness endless life and death partings. You would never endure the torment of immortality." Chen remained quiet for a long moment before replying, "But that is not what I want." Now he understood why, despite such excellent aptitude and comprehension in this life, the old man had never taught him to cultivate. Su Weichang's gaze dimmed. "I always knew this day would come. Your talent is the greatest I have ever seen in my life, and precisely because of that, I never wanted you to walk the path of cultivation. Never mind, never mind. Fate is fate. You have chosen this road after all. Since your mind is made up, I will not try to persuade you any longer." Chen was surprised by how readily the old man accepted his decision. "Chenner," Su Weichang said quietly. "Do you want to learn alchemy?" "Alchemy?" The old man was actually an alchemist. Chen was genuinely surprised. In this world, alchemists enjoyed extremely high status and were by far the wealthiest profession, without exception. Still, to avoid revealing anything unusual, he played dumb and asked anyway. "Alchemy, that's the most revered profession in the world. Once you become an alchemist, power, status, beauties, everything becomes within reach." Speaking of alchemy, Su Weichang's face lit up with pride. Su Chen was curious. Old man, since you're an alchemist, why are you still living in this remote corner? At the question, Su Weichang's expression darkened. That matter, if the time comes, you'll understand naturally. And so Su Chen began learning alchemy under Su Weichang. His physique in this life was called the Seven Apertures exquisite body, a supreme enlightened constitution that made learning anything twice as effective with half the effort. Chener, alchemy is an extremely difficult art. Even the most ordinary first-grade alchemist cannot be achieved overnight. After Su Chen broke through to the spirit-gathering realm, Su Weichang led him to a certain mountain peak. From beneath the earth, he unearthed a long-hidden alchemy cauldron, pitch black, covered in rust, and looking thoroughly dilapidated. Su Chen couldn't help asking, "Old man, can this black pot really refine pills?" Although Su Chen was not an alchemist himself, across several lifetimes, he had seen plenty of them. The cauldron was the lifeblood of any alchemist, its single most important possession. He had never seen anyone use such a wretched-looking furnace. Su Weichang smiled. As the saying goes, true experts never complain about their tools. A genuine alchemist can turn anything in heaven and earth into a cauldron. Su Chen nodded. "Sure, old man. I believe you." This crafty geezer was full of nonsense, spouting serious-sounding nonsense. Su Chen strongly suspected the old man had pawned or sold his real cauldron for wine during retirement and was now improvising with whatever junk he could find. Su Weichang gave a faint smile. Flames suddenly wreathed his body, coiling into 8 fiery dragons that encircled the cauldron in every direction. With a casual toss, he threw in several medicinal herbs. The ingredients instantly liquefied, took shape inside the furnace, and in mere moments condensed into round, lustrous pills, top-quality first-grade ones. Su Chen was stunned. Judging from that technique alone, the old man was at least a 4th-grade alchemist. "This is my signature art, the 8 Desolations alchemy method. I once thought it would be lost forever, carried with me into the grave. Looks like it's your good fortune now, kid." Su Weichang sighed with emotion. His lifespan was nearing its end. He had originally hoped to live out a simple, ordinary life together with Su Chen. But once Su Chen stepped onto the path of cultivation, that ordinary life was no longer possible. No one who had tasted the pursuit of immortality would willingly abandon it and return to mundanity. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Su Chen carefully replayed the old man's pill-refining technique in his mind. Wisps of deep blue flame appeared in his palm, splitting into 8 directions just like the 8 Desolations method. He placed the prepared herbs inside. One day later, Su Chen looked at the pills that had formed in the cauldron. Su Weichang stared at them too. Su Chen sighed. Alchemy doesn't seem all that difficult after all. His very first attempt had succeeded. Su Weichang said nothing. He simply vanished from Su Chen's sight, disappearing who knows where. For the next several days, Su Chen did not see the old man at all. During that time, he focused entirely on refining pills. In just 3 days, he successfully produced 2nd-grade ones. With pills to aid him, his cultivation speed soared. Another week passed. While continuing to refine and consume pills, Su Chen reached the 4th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. The stock of medicinal herbs left by the old man finally ran out. Su Chen had no choice but to descend the mountain in search of more. At the foot of the mountain, he suddenly frowned. The faint scent of blood hung in the air. Su Chen was extremely sensitive to the smell of bloodshed. Something's happened in the village. In this life, the villagers had often helped both him and the old man. Su Chen genuinely felt goodwill toward these simple, kind-hearted people. Sensing danger in the village, he wasted no time and hurried straight toward it. Inside the village. Just as Su Chen had expected, a band of mounted bandits had wandered into the area and discovered the village. Their leader was a brutal giant of a man with a bald head and a hideous centipede-like scar crawling across his face. He gripped a 9-ring broadsword nearly as tall as a man, fresh blood still dripped from its edge. The villagers trembled in terror. These bandits were all martial cultivators. The ordinary villagers stood no chance and could only await slaughter. "Boss, we've got a pretty little thing here." One of the horse-faced underlings yanked a delicate young girl by the hair, leering obscenely. Ah Fong. The son of Old Ox the Fool spotted Ah Fong being seized and charged forward without a second thought, desperate to fight the horse-faced man to the death. A single kick sent him flying into a nearby haystack, where he lay motionless. "Ha! Playing the hero to save the beauty? Know your own weight first." The horse-faced thug burst into mocking laughter. Ah Fong fell into despair. Captured by these demonic bandits, she knew nothing but unimaginable torment awaited her. The horse-faced man's laughter cut off abruptly. He clutched his throat as blood sprayed outward, splattering across Ah Fong's body. The blood was scalding hot. The horse-faced thug collapsed dead. The horrifying scene left Ah Fong frozen in shock. It also put the remaining bandits on high alert. The scarred leader turned his gaze to a single leaf, stained with fresh blood. This leaf killed Horseface. The others stared in disbelief. The giant raised his 9-ring broadsword, shook it a few times, and called out into the empty air, "Who are you, sir? Why interfere and kill my brothers from the Horsehead stronghold for the sake of these villagers?" No answer came. In the next instant, a youth leaped down from above and landed lightly on the ground. When the villagers saw who it was, shock and incredulity filled their faces. Ah Fong stared wide-eyed at the youth standing before her. "Brother Chen." Su Chen nodded calmly. "It's me." With a casual gesture, he drew the broadsword from the dead horse-faced thug's grip into his own hand and turned his gaze toward the remaining bandits. That look sent an icy chill through the battle-hardened bandit leader's bones. It reminded him of years ago, back when he had still been a soldier before deserting. He had once glimpsed a great figure of immense power. The gaze of that figure was exactly the same as this youth's. Utter indifference. As though the two of them existed on entirely different planes of reality. "Run." I have to run. In that single moment, the ruthless bandit leader, who had killed countless men, was utterly broken. He spurred his horse and fled without looking back. Seeing their boss bolt, the other bandits tried to follow. But they were far too weak in front of Su Chen. Like shadows, he moved among them, cutting them down one after another. Su Chen casually mounted one of the abandoned horses and set off after the fleeing leader. When cutting weeds, one must remove the roots. Horsehead Stronghold. The Stronghold's master was a spirit vein realm expert who had dominated Horsehead Mountain for 50 or 60 years. His infamous reputation preceded him. Its seventh chief. Seventh chief is back. Every time he returns, he comes loaded with loot. The gate guard spotted the bald giant riding up and shouted in excitement. The gates swung open. The moment the bald man entered, his face twisted in terror. He yelled in panic, "Close the gates, hurry, close them." The two guards looked puzzled. "Seventh chief, aren't we waiting for the brothers?" They saw only him, no one else. "They're dead, all of them are dead. Close the gates, close them now." The bald man seemed half out of his mind, muttering the same frantic command over and over. Though confused, the guards obeyed without delay. But as they moved to shut the gates, they realized a youth in coarse hemp robes had appeared at the entrance at some point. When the bald man saw him, he reacted as though he had seen a ghost, his legs buckled, he tumbled from the saddle, and he clawed desperately backward across the ground, trying to put any distance between himself and the youth. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Horsehead Stronghold?" Sensing danger, one guard stepped forward to block Su Chen while the other frantically rang the alarm bell. Shouts erupted throughout the stronghold. "Enemy attack." Su Chen made no move to stop them. He waited until they finished, then his figure flickered. Two heads flew into the air, bodies collapsing in separate heaps. Until their final breath, the guards' eyes remained wide with disbelief and confusion. With the stronghold now fully alerted, a faint, indifferent smile touched Su Chen's lips. "Good. Better to settle it all at once, saves the trouble of hunting them down one by one." Seeing the stronghold master appear, the bald man reached toward his leader like a drowning man grasping for salvation, desperate to cry for help. The next instant, his head exploded. "Seventh brother." The remaining chiefs roared in fury at the sight of their comrade's death. "No matter who you are, if you dare kill one of our chiefs, you will pay with your life." If they let this youth walk away, how could Horsehead Stronghold ever show its face on the roads again? The Stronghold's chiefs were no weaklings. Even the lowest stood at Spirit Gathering Realm, while the strongest, the master himself, was a Spirit Vein Realm powerhouse. Facing the encirclement, Su Chen stood motionless. He simply rested one hand on the broadsword he carried and slowly drew his fingers along the blade. To everyone watching, time seemed to stretch and slow to a crawl. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. 5 swift strokes claimed the lives of 5 chiefs in succession. The final remaining chief, the Great Chief, managed to block the 6th strike with frantic speed. He opened his mouth to speak, only to meet the youth's gaze. A chill of dread surged through him. Not good. An ominous premonition gripped him. He braced to defend himself, but it was too fast, far too fast. Even as a Spirit Vein Realm expert, he had no chance to react. The cold gleam of the blade sliced straight toward his head. Intent, sword intent. Until the moment of death, the Great Chief never understood how they had provoked a cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. With every chief of Horsehead Stronghold slain, the rest of the bandits fell beneath Su Chen's blade as well. Once the threat was eliminated, Su Chen began looting the spoils. Decades of plunder had accumulated treasures worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Among the haul were also captives the bandits had seized. Su Chen set them free without harm. As he explored deeper into an underground chamber, Su Chen frowned and turned to leave, only to be stopped by a low, hoarse voice. "Young hero. I am the city lord of South Mountain City. My subordinates betrayed me, and I was captured by Horsehead Stronghold. If you release me, Nangong Tao swears to repay you handsomely." Su Chen paused, then turned back. He unbound and freed the middle-aged man who had clearly endured severe torture. "Thank you, benefactor. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Nangong Tao spoke with deep gratitude. He had thought death was certain, never expecting rescue at the last moment. Su Chen. When Nangong Tao saw the corpses littering the stronghold outside, even the dreaded Horsehead Stronghold master lay dead, shock gripped his heart. All of it had been the work of this youth named Su Chen. A prodigy like this could only be befriended, never offended. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Nangong Tao hurriedly called out to stop him. "Benefactor, this is my identity token. If you ever have any request, simply bring this waste token to South Mountain City and find me." Nangong Tao fumbled for a moment and produced a jade plaque. He had guarded it carefully, even the bandits had never discovered it. Su Chen accepted the token and departed without another word. Back in the village, under the setting sun, the villagers finally breathed sighs of relief when they saw Su Chen return unharmed. The Horsehead Stronghold has been dealt with. No more bandits will trouble us. Su Chen spoke calmly to the gathered crowd. The villagers stood frozen, at a loss. In front of Su Chen now, gratitude mingled with a faint undercurrent of fear. No one dared speak to him as casually as they once had. "Brother Chen, are you really a martial cultivator?" Ah Fong gathered her courage and asked. Su Chen nodded. The young girl's heart was filled with complicated emotions. That night, Su Weichong finally returned. Su Chen did not ask where the old man had been. He simply continued studying alchemy under his guidance. 3 full years passed in this way. 3 years later. Su Weichong looked at Su Chen and said, "Chener, you have already mastered the 8 Desolations alchemy method completely, and you have surpassed your master. There is nothing more I can teach you. Shallow waters cannot hold a true dragon. You will leave the Dragon Firmament dynasty and step into a far broader world. Your talent is the greatest I have witnessed in my entire life. Su Chen asked quietly, old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Su Weichong gave a faint smile. In my youth, I was full of ambition and pride, never imagining there were always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. A single gambling match cost me everything. If I have one true wish, it is that if the day ever comes, you will go to Central Continent for me. Go and witness the grand flourishing of alchemy. If the 8 Desolations alchemy method appears in that grand era of pill refinement, even in the underworld, I would laugh until my mouth split open. Su Chen replied solemnly, old man, that day will come. Su Weichong seemed to recall something. He reached into his robes and pulled out a longevity lock engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns and the character, Su. This was left with you when I found you. It may be connected to your origins. It is no ordinary object. Su Chen took the longevity lock, inwardly startled. The material used to craft it was extremely rare aurora stone, something even the Gu clan of his previous life possessed only in small quantities. After entrusting his final words, Su Weichong vanished from Su Chen's sight forever. Su Chen understood it was time for him to leave this place and venture into a wider world. At the village entrance, the morning sun had just risen. Brother Chen. Su Chen, pack slung over his shoulder, turned at the sound of the voice. A graceful young woman stood there. Ah Fong. He was genuinely surprised. Brother Chen, are you leaving the village? Ah Fong managed a smile, though it looked forced. Su Chen nodded. I know you're a martial cultivator. My parents always said one day you would leave. Ah Fong spoke with her head lowered. Su Chen fell silent. He was no longer the simple cowherd Su Chen. Ah Fong, thank you, and thank Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang for me. I've already spoken with City Lord Nangong. Soon, someone will come to escort your family to the city. You'll live a life of comfort and luxury. Tears welled in Ah Fong's large eyes. Brother Chen, may I hug you once? Su Chen nodded without refusal. Ah Fong pleaded in a trembling voice, Brother Chen, this isn't what I want. I want to leave with you. Please take me with you. Su Chen shook his head. The world of cultivators was no place for ordinary people. Ah Fong lacked any martial aptitude, she could never become a cultivator. He spoke gently, Ah Fong, a human life lasts only 100 years. I am merely a passing traveler. One day, you will meet a boy who moves your heart. You'll marry, have children, and live happily together. Why cling so stubbornly? The girl in his arms clung to him desperately. But none of them are you, Brother Chen. I only like you. Su Chen left. He knocked Ah Fong unconscious, carried her home, then set off alone on the path of cultivation, slaying monsters and forging his name across the world. Nangong Tao would ensure Ah Fong and her family lived in peace and security for the rest of their days. The journey of life stretched long ahead. He could not pause his steps for any one person. Dragon Firmament Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. After 3 months of traveling and investigating in every direction, he finally understood exactly where he was. After circling around, he had returned to the eastern wasteland of the heavenly profound continent. More than 2,000 years had passed, and the eastern wasteland had changed dramatically. With the fall of the profound origin sacred land, only 11 sacred lands had remained in the eastern wasteland. But 1,000 years ago, a supremely powerful Saint King from the central continent arrived. His title was the undefeated Saint King, and the name was no exaggeration. He suppressed every sacred land and orthodox lineage in the eastern wasteland until none dared raise their heads. Remarkably, this Saint King turned out to be the sworn brother of an ancestor from a minor sect called the prison-suppressing sect. After helping that small sect avert total destruction, he voluntarily became their guest elder. With a Saint King overseeing them, the prison-suppressing sect filled the vacancy left by profound origin sacred land and rose to become prison-suppressing sacred land. Although the Saint King did not remain long, he left behind profound foundations, a Saint King weapon that could be awakened at will, and several Saint-grade artifacts. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Prison-suppressing sect, this was none other than the sect he himself had founded in his 5th life. Back then, he had established it merely to preserve and pass down the prison-suppressing sovereign's inheritance after the sacred land's collapse. He never imagined that in just over 2,000 years it would grow into one of the eastern wasteland's dominant sacred land orthodoxies. He had unwittingly become the ancestral founder of a sacred land. Talk about unexpected success. An unintentional planting had grown into shade. In a way, he had more than fulfilled the dying wish of the old goat-bearded man, the prison-suppressing sovereign. What a loyal sworn brother. What a pity he was born in the wrong era. Su Chen thought to himself. If only in that lifetime, he had held on for a few more centuries until Fong Bubi appeared, perhaps he really could have coasted to victory. Unfortunately, let alone a few centuries, even exhausting every last resource of the prison-suppressing sect would not have bought him more than a handful of years once his lifespan ran dry. Su Chen felt a twinge of regret. Young master, we've arrived at the Imperial capital. Su Chen paid the fare and stepped down from the carriage. He had come to the Dragon Firmament Dynasty's Imperial capital with 2 main goals. The first was to participate in the upcoming Grand Alchemy Conference of the dynasty. Over the past 3 months, beyond the news of prison-suppressing sacred land, Su Chen had also pieced together the old man's true identity. Su Weichong had once been a 6th-grade Pill King alchemist of the Dragon Firmament dynasty, known far and wide as the 8 Desolations Pill King. His reputation had been resounding, yet luck had never favored him, he was forever second best. In the end, a single gambling match left him gravely injured, his cultivation plummeting from the profound connection realm to the spirit-soul realm. Disheartened, he withdrew from the cultivation world entirely and chose to live in seclusion. Old man, just watch carefully. I'll show you how the #1 alchemist is made. To wash away the old man's lifelong shame of being second best, that was Su Chen's first goal. His second goal was to use the Dragon Firmament dynasty as a stepping stone to obtain the qualification to enter the prison-suppressing sacred land. After all, he was technically the ancestral founder of that sacred land. For now, though, there was a more immediate task at hand. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. "Young master, are you here to take the alchemist assessment?" A beautiful maid greeted him with a warm smile. The young man before her clearly came from an affluent background, the aura around him made it impossible for anyone to look down on him. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen. Assessing for first-grade alchemist. First-grade alchemists were far from rare in the Imperial capital. The maid quickly escorted him through the registration process. Moments later, Su Chen emerged from the alchemy chamber, a first-grade alchemist badge now pinned to his chest. Next, second-grade alchemist assessment. Less than a few hours passed. Third-grade alchemist assessment. In under half a day, Su Chen walked out again and stated calmly, fourth-grade alchemist assessment. One day, 4 grades. The entire alchemist guild was thrown into an uproar. This youth intended to challenge the fourth-grade rank. The staff could no longer handle it on their own. Fourth-grade alchemists held an exalted status in the Dragon Firmament dynasty. They hurriedly summoned the Vice Guild Master. The Vice Guild Master arrived, accompanied by several genius alchemists of the guild. "You're the one requesting the fourth-grade assessment." The Vice Guild Master looked astonished. Su Chen nodded. The Vice Guild Master cautioned, fourth-grade alchemist is no easy rank to achieve. Every year, many are seriously injured during the attempt. With the alchemy conference approaching, are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Chen remained resolute. This junior would like to try. The Vice Guild Master did not press further. He led Su Chen to the alchemy chamber. One day later. The Alchemist Guild trembled with shock. When Su Chen emerged once more, a gleaming fourth-grade alchemist badge adorned his chest. There was no doubt, he had succeeded. In less than 2 days, an ordinary young man had transformed into a revered fourth-grade alchemist. Such a thing had never occurred in the entire history of the Dragon Firmament dynasty. It was a miracle destined to be recorded forever in the annals of the Alchemist Guild. The Vice Guild Master felt a surge of admiration and spoke with genuine warmth. "Young friend, do you have a master?" Su Chen thought of the old man and nodded. "This junior is a disciple of the 8 Desolations Pill King." "What a pity, wait, what did you just say?" The Vice Guild Master's eyes widened in disbelief. The entire guild fell deathly silent, everyone doubting their own ears. 8 Desolations Pill King. Isn't that the legendary Pill King senior of our Dragon Firmament dynasty? He vanished without a trace 200 years ago. Hiss. So he's the disciple of a Pill King, no wonder, no wonder. In an instant, every gaze directed at Su Chen changed completely. A 6th-grade alchemist, a Pill King level master. Even in the entire Dragon Firmament dynasty, such figures could be counted on one hand, and among them, the 8 Desolations Pill King had once ranked second. Passing 4 grades in a single breath made perfect sense once everyone learned he was a Pill King's disciple. While the crowd busied themselves making excuses for him, Su Chen spoke up abruptly. "Senior, I would also like to assess for a 5th-grade alchemist." The Vice Guild Master studied Su Chen's face and saw no trace of jest. His expression grew solemn. "You're certain? What are your odds?" "More than 50%, Su Chen replied. In truth, it was closer to 99, but he saw no need to crush the black-haired elder's spirits. 50% was already impressive in an alchemist assessment. Most candidates consider themselves fortunate to have even 20 or 30% confidence. The 5th-grade assessment is extremely rigorous. Under normal circumstances, one must apply to the Sacred Assembly for qualification, but our guild holds one emergency slot that bypasses that requirement. As a disciple of the 8 Desolations Pill King, you won't be denied it. Su Chen understood the implication and bowed slightly. "Many thanks, senior." The Vice Guild Master smiled warmly. "I've already informed the Guild Master. He should return to the capital tomorrow. A 5th-grade assessment requires his personal supervision." Su Chen had no choice but to wait one more day. A bombshell spread throughout the Imperial capital overnight. The long-vanished 8 Desolations Pill King's disciple appeared at the Alchemist Guild. In the entire Dragon Firmament dynasty, Pill Kings could be counted on one hand. They stood at the absolute pinnacle of attention. Somewhere in the dynasty, a silver-haired middle-aged man read the report and let a faint smile curve his lips. "Junior brother, so this is the disciple you spoke of. Not yet 20, and already challenging 5th-grade alchemist. Truly a heaven-defying talent, but Qing'er is no less gifted in the Pill Dao. Defeating her won't be so simple. I'm genuinely looking forward to it." A gentle breeze brushed his face, sending his white robes fluttering. 6 gleaming stars adorned the alchemist badge on his chest. The #1 alchemist of the Imperial family, the foremost Pill King of the contemporary Dragon Firmament dynasty. Ghost Valley Pill King. The next day, Su Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild for the 5th-grade assessment. He met the Guild Master, another 6th-grade Pill King. The man had narrow, smiling eyes, a round belly, and an affable appearance. This kindly-looking fat man was none other than the Blazing Embers Pill King. Facing a 6th-grade Pill King, Su Chen remained perfectly composed and unruffled. The Blazing Embers Pill King's regard for him rose another notch. Few people could maintain such calm in the presence of a Pill King. So the old Ghost 8 Desolations has finally taken on a promising disciple. That geezer's eye for talent was never wrong. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. The Blazing Embers Pill King spoke familiarly, as though he and the old man had known each other for decades, laughing heartily in praise. Su Chen accepted the compliment without much reaction. 6th-grade alchemists held immense prestige in the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Yet he had personally witnessed 8th-grade alchemists, 2 of them, even within the ancient clan. A mere 6th grade simply could not stir his emotions. The Blazing Embers Pill King did not dwell on it, after all, the youth already had a Pill King for a master. The assessment began swiftly. Though Su Chen's current cultivation stood only at the Spirit Sea realm, refining a 5th grade pill posed no difficulty. 3 days later, a crimson pill rested before him, wreathed in faint flames, its surface glossy and perfectly rounded. The younger generation truly surpasses the old. The Blazing Embers Pill King sighed with genuine emotion and smiled. Congratulations. You have passed the 5th grade alchemist assessment and become the youngest 5th grade alchemist in the history of the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Given time, you will surely eclipse us old fogies. You came to the capital this time to participate in the dynasty's Grand Alchemy Conference, I presume. Su Chen nodded. The Blazing Embers Pill King continued, with you in the mix, those young ones are going to have headaches. Even I'm looking forward to seeing how the conference unfolds. Su Chen registered for the conference at the guild. With half a month remaining until it began, he decided to stay in the capital for the time being. News of Su Chen spread like wildfire across the Dragon Firmament dynasty, a 5th grade alchemist not yet 20, backed by a Pill King master. Major powers quickly took notice and dispatched envoys in attempts to recruit or befriend him. Su Chen, however, showed no interest. His ambitions had never been confined to the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Strange, the old man's reputation carries this much weight. Su Chen found it puzzling. He had not forgotten that the Imperial family harbored the #1 alchemist who had once cost the old man everything. With such a powerful enemy still alive, how could so many forces dare approach him so openly and eagerly? There had to be something more to it. Unfortunately, no matter how much Su Chen investigated, he uncovered nothing concrete. Only by meeting that person face to face might the full truth come to light. The good news was that no one had come looking for trouble, and he was spared the constant threat of being hunted. Soon, the day of the Grand Alchemy Conference arrived. Su Chen finally laid eyes on the alchemy prodigies of the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Most of them were 3rd grade alchemists, with only a rare few reaching 4th grade. Then one figure appeared and instantly drew every gaze in the venue. The woman wore a moon-white silk skirt that flowed gracefully with her lithe figure. Her features were exquisite, her skin fairer than snow, and the 5-star badge on her chest outshone even her captivating curves. Song Wanqing approached Su Chen. She lifted a jade hairpin to secure her long, black hair, tilting her slender swan-like neck. A few stray strands fell against her skin, carrying an air of quiet arrogance. Su Chen, I've heard of your reputation, the youngest 5th grade alchemist, disciple of the 8 Desolations Pill King. My master says you will be my greatest rival, that we will contend for first place at this conference. Su Chen, let me make this clear, Song Wanqing will defeat you, just as my master once defeated the 8 Desolations Pill King. Su Chen barely registered her words. His attention had been captured by someone else. On the elevated platform, amid the gathered alchemists, sat a silver-haired middle-aged man. He too turned his gaze toward Su Chen and offered a gentle, kindly smile, the exact look one gave to a promising junior. Su Chen muttered inwardly, so the old man really does have quite a story. Seeing Su Chen's distracted expression, Song Wanqing's delicate brows shot up, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Su Chen, are you even listening to me? Su Chen glanced at the woman who had shifted in an instant from graceful composure to fierce temper. I'm listening. Go on. Song Wanqing. She felt utterly humiliated. Ever since hearing of Su Chen, she had regarded him as her archenemy. She had spoken so many words, even issuing a formal challenge. Yet the person she cared about most had not paid the slightest attention to anything she said. Su Chen, I will definitely defeat you. Song Wanqing stamped her foot and let out a cold snort. Su Chen, oh. That single word made her explode. Hair practically standing on end, she lunged straight at him. Su Chen felt utterly speechless. He sidestepped Song Wanqing's furious strike with ease. Miss, this is our first meeting. Isn't this progressing a little too quickly? Song Wanqing glared at his face, barely restraining the urge to tear it apart. The alchemy conference was about to begin, and the prompt inviting participants inside sounded at just the right moment. She forced herself to calm down. Self-obsessed fool. She was a noble alchemist. How could she stoop to brawling like some crude martial brute? She would defeat Su Chen openly and honorably on the stage of the alchemy conference, and wash away the old humiliation once and for all. Watching Song Wanqing storm off in a huff, Su Chen reflected that women truly were baffling creatures. She must be Ghost Valley Pill King's disciple. Su Chen made the educated guess, then followed the crowd inside. The rules of the alchemy conference were straightforward, each participant drew a random pill formula at random, starting from 1st grade, then 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and so on. It was an elimination format that tested not only control of fire but also adaptability. Every pill had its own unique refinement method, and bad luck alone could eliminate even mediocre alchemists on lower-grade formulas. To Su Chen, such a conference was a rare opportunity for ordinary alchemists, good fortune might even let them learn new formulas. Alchemists really are loaded. The last event this extravagant had been the disciple selection of Profound Origin Sacred Land, where they set out an ancient Profound Origin steel for participants to comprehend techniques and martial skills from. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade pills posed no challenge to Su Chen. By the time they reached 5th grade pills, only 9 people remained on the field. Su Chen successfully produced his 5th grade pill, followed shortly by Song Wanqing. Most of the others had already been eliminated by furnace explosions, but with Profound Connection realm powerhouses standing guard, the blasts caused little real disturbance. I did it. I actually did it. A disheveled young man clutched a purple pill in both hands, dancing with joy and laughing wildly. I finally refined a 5th grade pill. Su Chen recognized him as one of the youths who followed Blazing Embers Pill King, most likely his disciple. By sheer luck, he had now half-stepped into the realm of 5th grade alchemists. The competition reached its final stage. The remaining 3 would each refine their signature pill using their most proficient technique. The highest quality product would claim victory. Su Chen chose the Heavenly Yang Tyrant Body Pill, a 5th-grade formula personally created by Su Weichang. It was notoriously difficult to refine, and it was precisely this pill that had once cost the old man his victory against Ghost Valley Pill King. If I win with this pill, it will settle one of the old man's lingering regrets. With that thought, Su Chen focused entirely on the refinement. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Song Wanqing had the same idea. She began refining the pill that had made her master famous, the All-Heaven Spirit Condensing Pill. Seeing both of them choose 5th-grade pills, Blazing Ember's Pill King's disciple gritted his teeth and reluctantly followed suit. But luck did not favor him twice. A single misstep soon caused his furnace to explode violently. Fortunately, a profound connection realm expert intervened in time, sparing him from serious injury, or worse. In the end, only Su Chen and Song Wanqing remained. From the platform, Blazing Ember's Pill King chuckled. These 2 little ones really do take after you and your junior brother back in the day. Ghost Valley Pill King gave a helpless smile, though anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Which of the 2 would come out on top? 3 days passed quickly. Song Wanqing successfully completed her All-Heaven Spirit Condensing Pill. Relief washed over her. The formula's difficulty was immense, even she could not guarantee success every time. Fortunately, this attempt had succeeded, and the quality was quite good. She glanced sideways at Su Chen and saw that he was still refining. Suddenly, his furnace shot upward and burst apart with a resounding bang. He failed. Song Wanqing stared in shock, a storm of complicated emotions rising in her chest. Disappointment, anger. For far too long, she had been hailed as the foremost genius alchemist of the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Her talent in the pill Dao even surpassed that of her master, Ghost Valley Pill King. Su Chen's emergence had made her believe, for the first time, that she might finally meet a true equal. Yet her rival had committed the rookie mistake of a furnace explosion. It left her profoundly disappointed. A few coughs sounded from within the smoke. Golden rays suddenly burst outward from the haze, bathing the entire arena in brilliant light. Su Chen stepped forward, cradling a golden pill in his palm. Golden veins crisscrossed its surface, radiating an overbearing aura of power. A halo of light enveloped the pill, suspending it perfectly at the center of his hand. Silence fell over the crowd of alchemists like a grave. Even Song Wanqing stood frozen, clutching the pill she had once taken such pride in. It slipped from her fingers and rolled across the ground unnoticed. Pill veins. He actually produced a pill with pill veins. Pill veins were the stuff of legend among alchemists, the pinnacle of perfection. A single pill bearing them could easily fetch 10 times its normal value. But value was secondary. This was an alchemist's supreme honor, a convergence of timing, location, and harmony that few ever achieved. Song Wanqing did not wait for the official verdict. She turned and walked off the stage without looking back. The outcome needed no announcement. Su Chen claimed first place in the alchemy conference. He was now hailed as the greatest alchemy prodigy the Dragon Firmament dynasty had ever seen. Endless powers sent envoys offering him positions and resources, all of which he politely declined. At last, a familiar figure approached. Ghost Valley Pill King had come to find him. If you don't mind, you may call me Martial Uncle. Ghost Valley Pill King spoke with a warm smile. Su Chen blinked in confusion. Ghost Valley Pill King sighed. In truth, your master, the 8 Desolations Pill King, and I are martial brothers. We studied under the same teacher. I was the senior, he was the junior. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Seeing the sincerity in Ghost Valley Pill King's eyes and sensing no hidden agenda, Su Chen followed the flow of conversation. Martial Uncle Ghost Valley, I would like to know what really happened back then. Why did Master suffer such a drastic reduction in lifespan? Faced with Su Chen's clear desire for the truth, Ghost Valley Pill King did not conceal anything. The full story came to light. After losing to Ghost Valley Pill King at the alchemy conference years ago, the old man had fallen into obsession. He became fixated on defeating his senior brother, only to be drawn into Prince Cheng's rebellion. He supplied pills to the prince's cause, until Ghost Valley Pill King intervened and exposed the scheme. Realizing he had been used and already crushed by his earlier defeat, the old man's state of mind shattered completely. He chose to vanish into seclusion. Su Chen. So the old man had been that bold in his youth, joining a rebellion and somehow surviving. Losing a major realm of cultivation was practically a light punishment. Ghost Valley Pill King asked quietly, how is your master doing these days? Su Chen shook his head. Master has reached the end of his lifespan. He may rest among the mountains and rivers, or perhaps by the sea. A flicker of sorrow passed through Ghost Valley Pill King's eyes. He murmured softly, junior brother, why did you have to torment yourself like this? Ghost Valley Pill King asked, what are your plans next, nephew? Su Chen replied, first, I want to defeat you, Martial Uncle. After that, I'll head to prison suppressing sacred land. Ghost Valley Pill King showed no anger, only delighted laughter. Good. I'll be waiting for that day. Prison suppressing sacred land is a fine choice. I had even planned to secure you a spot for advanced training at the Central Continent's Pill God Hall. But it seems you already have your own path in mind. Su Chen nodded. The Pill God Hall was one of the premier alchemy sanctuaries in the Central Continent, technically more prestigious. Yet Su Chen placed greater faith in prison-suppressing sacred land. Over the following 3 years, he remained in the Imperial capital to cultivate. Thanks to his status as an alchemist, cultivation resources were never scarce. His realm advanced steadily until he broke through to the Spirit Soul realm. At last, Su Chen sought out Ghost Valley Pill King once more. The older man was not surprised by his arrival. He smiled warmly. Are you ready? Su Chen nodded. Only one spectator witnessed the contest. Song Wanqing watched as her master and the youth named Su Chen began refining pills at the same moment, competing head-to-head. Perhaps, this is what a true genius looks like. A bitter smile tugged at Song Wanqing's lips. She had heard her master say that real alchemy prodigies existed only in the great sacred lands, monsters far beyond her reach. She had once believed herself their equal. Now she realized she had been gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Su Chen successfully produced a 6th-grade pill. The technique he employed left even Ghost Valley Pill King in awe. Both pills were of superior quality. Yet Ghost Valley Pill King smiled gently and said, I have lost. Su Chen was far younger than he was. To reach such heights in the art of alchemy at his age meant his future was limitless. Su Chen, my nephew, will you truly not reconsider the Pill God Hall? Ghost Valley Pill King spoke with genuine regret. With Su Chen's talent, the Pill God Hall could offer unparalleled nurturing. Prison-suppressing sacred land was respectable, but when it came to the depth of alchemical heritage, it could not compare. Unfortunately, Su Chen's mind was made up. He could only decline. When Su Chen departed the Dragon Firmament dynasty, no one, except Song Wanqing, knew that a private alchemy duel had taken place, ending in the defeat of the dynasty's foremost alchemist, Ghost Valley Pill King. Master. I wish to go to the central continent. Song Wanqing spoke with firm determination. She longed to see a broader world. Ghost Valley Pill King rose to his feet and lowered his gaze. Softly, he said, very well, it is time we left the Dragon Firmament dynasty as well. This debt of gratitude, I no longer owe it to them. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Su Chen left the Dragon Firmament dynasty and set out directly for the prison-suppressing sacred land. After a year and a half of travel, he finally arrived. The sacred land happened to be recruiting disciples. Age 21. Sorry, our assessment requires applicants to be 20 or younger. The recruiting elder did not even lift his head. Well, actually, I am also an alchemist. The elder raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. When he looked up, he saw a white-robed youth casually polishing a badge on his chest with an indifferent expression. 6 gleaming stars shone brightly in the sunlight. The elder's eyes widened. The stern face that rarely smiled suddenly bloomed into a radiant grin, as bright as a chrysanthemum in full bloom. A 6th-grade alchemist. You're a Pill King. Such a young Pill King. Watching the elder beam like an idiot, Su Chen casually pinned the badge back to his chest and asked, Elder, may I participate in the assessment? The elder slapped the table. Assessment? Assess my foot. You're already a disciple of prison-suppressing sacred land, an inner disciple, no less. I'm reporting this to the sacred land right now. An elder will definitely come out of seclusion to take you as a true disciple. The other applicants. Noticing the stares, the elder waved a hand dismissively. What are you all looking at? If any of you were a 6th-grade alchemist, I'd accept you even if you were 50. Soon, an elder rushed off in a frenzy to notify the sacred land. Moments later, Su Chen was escorted inside. Compared to more than 2,000 years ago, the prison-suppressing sacred land had changed dramatically. A rosy-cheeked, white-haired elder tore through space and appeared beside him in an instant. Without ceremony, the old man reached out and felt Su Chen's bones. 7 apertures exquisite body, bone age truly 21. A once-in-a-century alchemy prodigy. Before long, the void trembled again. A black-robed man appeared, a sword case strapped to his back. The rosy-cheeked elder cursed the moment he saw him. Hey, kid. What is Sword-Hiding Peak doing here? The black-robed man spoke slowly and calmly. This little fellow has the 7 apertures exquisite body, cultivation will come twice as fast with half the effort. Sword-Hiding Peak is sorely lacking such talent. Little brother, would you like to practice the sword? Become a sword cultivator. Roam 10,000 li with a single swing, free and unfettered between heaven and earth. The elder spat. Bullshit. You lot are so poor you have to buy spirit wine on credit. All you know is swindling and cheating. You want this alchemy genius to slave away for Sword-Hiding Peak. In your dreams. He turned back to Su Chen. Join my pill hall, and every disciple of Sword-Hiding Peak will be your personal servant. The black-robed man's face darkened instantly, murderous aura leaking from him. The elder calmly produced a spirit contract. Seeing it, the black-robed man slunk away without another word. More powerhouses arrived in quick succession. The elder wasted no breath. Saber Hall. Have you paid back last month's spirit stones yet? Law Enforcement Hall. Believe me or not, next month Pill Hall cancels all discounts for you. Spirit Martial Peak. Don't even think about cooperating with Pill Hall for your next martial technique cultivation. Sacred Lord. Doesn't matter. No spirit stones next time, don't come begging me. The prison-suppressing Sacred Lord pinched his nose. He had only been passing by. He left as quietly as he had come. Su Chen watched the ferocious old man single-handedly chase off one powerhouse after another until they all slunk away dejected. A faint smile touched his lips. From prison-suppressing sect to prison-suppressing sacred land, the Pill Hall's dominance had never changed. He formally took the old man as his master. The elder was titled Myriad Forms Pill Venerable, Hall Master of Pill Hall, and the foremost alchemist of prison-suppressing sacred land. In a single day, Su Chen leaped 3 ranks and became a true disciple. When the young prodigies of the sacred land heard the news, most would have tested any other newcomer to see how much weight he carried, especially with so many inner disciples yearning for true disciple status. But the moment they learned he came from Pill Hall, every trace of dissatisfaction vanished. Only one thought remained. Get close to him. What did they want true disciple status for, anyway? Better cultivation resources. And where did those resources come from? Pill Hall, of course. Who wouldn't want to hug such a thick thigh? Even the sacred land's ranked true disciples were alarmed. They personally arrived bearing gifts to congratulate the new true disciple. Su Chen suddenly realized something. In the cultivation world, having a bit of talent really did make all the difference. Being an alchemist felt far more exhilarating than slogging it out as a crude martial brute. Su Chen entered Pill Hall. Although prison-suppressing sacred land had only risen to prominence in the last 1,000 years, its foundations ran deep. The legacy left behind by Fong Bubi, combined with a millennium of accumulated pill formulas gathered from across the lands, ensured that the sect possessed no shortage of rare recipes. Su Chen studied alchemy under myriad forms Pill Venerable. True disciples and ranked sequence disciples from the sacred land frequently visited. They brewed tea, shared fine wine, and discussed the heroes and prodigies of the world. Brother Su, when exactly are you going to refine that yin-yang harmonizing pill you promised me? Li Chen rubbed his hands together, staring at Su Chen with eager, puppy-like eyes. Su Chen's face darkened with black lines. He vaguely regretted ever experimenting with such bizarre formulas. Now he could forget about peace and quiet. Same rules as always, help me with one task. Li Chen nodded frantically. No problem at all. Whatever Brother Su commands, your little brother will handle it immediately. If I can't manage it alone, I still have the 800 sword cultivators of Sword Hiding Peak behind me. Su Chen seriously doubted whether this man truly carried the bloodline of the Li clan. He spoke in a low, meaningful tone. Rumors say a heavenly fire is about to be born in the Void Seclusion Valley. The moment Li Chen heard those words, his expression went blank. Without a word, he turned on his heel and started walking away without looking back. Compete for a heavenly fire? Was he joking? That was a fight that could cost his life. Seeing Li Chen about to leave, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. 2 chances for me to personally refine pills for you. Li Chen paused mid-step, then took a few more paces forward. Su Chen lifted his teacup unhurriedly, took a slow sip, and continued in a leisurely drawl. 3 chances. Plus, I'll wipe out all the contribution points you owe Pill Hall. Li Chen immediately backtracked and sat down again. I swear to follow Brother Su to the death. A mere heavenly fire, whoever dares compete with Brother Su, I'll chop them to pieces. Li Chen declared with heroic fervor. Su Chen had complete confidence in Li Chen's strength. After all, this was the face of Sword Hiding Peak and one of prison-suppressing Sacred Land sequence disciples. With Li Chen on board, Su Chen repeated the tactic and rallied several other powerful true disciples. With a single call to arms, plenty of prodigies in the Sacred Land were willing to follow him in the hunt for the heavenly fire. A heavenly fire. The dream treasure every alchemist longed for. In the entire Sacred Land, only a handful of alchemists possessed one. In this life, Su Chen had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the art of alchemy. Naturally, he would never let such an opportunity slip away. Void Seclusion Valley. Already, numerous powers had arrived. Alchemists clad in luxurious white robes, their chests adorned with gleaming badges, hurried to the scene. Each was accompanied by the prodigies they had invited along. A case of theft, this story is not rightfully on Amazon, if you spot it, report the violation. Li Chen walked beside Su Chen and whispered, I didn't expect people from Azure Jade Sacred Land and Primordial Origin Sacred Land to show up too. Those 2 fellows are sequence true disciples of their respective sacred lands, their strength is on par with mine. Su Chen had also noticed. Both Azure Jade Sacred Land and Primordial Origin Sacred Land had sent young alchemists to lead their groups, each followed by young kings. Among them, 2 auras stood out as exceptionally powerful, undoubtedly the cream of the younger generation. Beyond those 2 sacred lands, the Eastern Wastelands Alchemy Assembly had also dispatched a young alchemy prodigy, who had gathered martial prodigies of his own in pursuit of the heavenly fire. These 3 major forces were the ones Su Chen needed to watch most closely. The 3 forces had also taken notice of Su Chen. All of them coveted the heavenly fire. Soon, high above Void Seclusion Valley, a faint aurora of deep blue appeared, breathtakingly beautiful. A shower of icy blue snow began to fall over the deathly silent valley. Wherever the snowflakes touched the ground, ghostly flames sprang to life. The entire world seemed to transform into the 9 nether hells. Someone could not resist stepping into the valley ahead of time. But after only a few steps, eerie blue flames erupted across his body. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the man was reduced to ashes in an instant. Su Chen's expression grew slightly grave. The power of this heavenly fire exceeded even his expectations. A half-step profound connection realm expert had died just like that, without warning or resistance. He distributed fire-avoiding pills to the accompanying disciples from the sacred land, then took out a special bead. This was a fire-warding treasure he had specifically requested from myriad forms Pill Venerable, it could significantly weaken the influence of heavenly fires. The other 3 major powers each employed their own methods and protective measures before stepping into Void Seclusion Valley. Inside the valley, the atmosphere felt eerie and oppressive. Scattered bones lay here and there, remnants that had endured such conditions must have belonged to extraordinarily powerful beings in life. As they ventured deeper, Su Chen sensed that the air itself carried a corrosive force capable of eroding the soul. This heavenly fire that has appeared in Void Seclusion Valley must be the 9 nether profound flame. The alchemy prodigies from the other 3 forces recognized it as well. The genius from the alchemy assembly and the one from Primordial Origin Sacred Land turned without a word and led their groups away. With the Sword Path alchemists and Primordial Origin Sacred Land retreating, Li Chen turned to Su Chen and asked, Brother Su, this is the 9 nether profound flame. It's infamous for devouring its master. Are we still going to fight for it? Every owner of the 9 nether profound flame had, without exception, been devoured and killed by it in the end. Su Chen nodded firmly. We fight. Heavenly fires were opportunities that came once in a lifetime. To give up now meant who knew how many years, or centuries, would pass before another chance appeared. Besides, even if another appeared, securing it was never guaranteed. Right now, with only Azure Jade Sacred Land as competition, their odds of claiming the flame were excellent. At the deepest part of the valley, a dancing cluster of deep blue flame hovered in midair. Countless fire spirits lurked around it. Though troublesome, the fire spirits were no match for the combined might of prison-suppressing Sacred Land and Azure Jade Sacred Land. Under the relentless assault of both groups' prodigies, the spirits were quickly driven back until they vanished entirely. With the fire spirits cleared, the prodigies of prison-suppressing Sacred Land and Azure Jade Sacred Land turned to face each other without hesitation. They clashed once more, each side blocking the other in perfect unison, leaving only Chen and the alchemy genius from Azure Jade Sacred Land. Chen smiled at the young man. Will you withdraw from the contest yourself, or should I help you decide? Bai Qingyu's expression turned solemn. Chen, I've heard of your reputation. We are both alchemists. Let us settle this the alchemist's way. Chen replied, fine. Then he threw a punch. Bai Qingyu had no time to defend. The fist smashed squarely into his face, shattering several teeth. Clutching his bleeding mouth, he stammered, You have no alchemist's honor. We are alchemists. How can you be so crude? Chen paused to consider, then nodded. You're right. But. Under Bai Qingyu's stunned gaze, Chen shrugged off his alchemist's robe and grinned widely. Now I'm just a martial brute. Bai Qingyu stared in disbelief. He had never imagined an alchemist could be so shameless. Chen. You are unworthy to call yourself an alchemist. Bai Qingyu cried out in misery. With only Spirit Soul Realm 3rd layer cultivation, how could he possibly match Chen? In just a few exchanges, he was beaten black and blue, nose swollen, and face bruised. Retreat. It's only a master-devouring flame. Bai Qingyu scrambled to his feet and fled without looking back, his group following close behind. There was simply no dealing with someone so utterly lacking in decorum. With Azure Jade Sacred Land gone, the 9 nether profound flame fell easily into Chen's hands. Back at prison-suppressing Sacred Land, Chen began refining the 9 nether profound flame. True to its reputation as one of the most vicious heavenly fires, the process proved extremely perilous. 5 full years passed in seclusion. After narrowly escaping death time and again, Chen finally succeeded in fully assimilating the flame. His cultivation surged as a result, breaking through to the 4th layer of the profound connection realm. When he emerged from seclusion, the Sacred Land had changed little in those 5 years. True to his word, Chen immediately set about refining the outstanding pills he owed others, settling every debt of gratitude. It's time to advance to a sequence true disciple. He was now a peak 6th grade alchemist and a 4th layer profound connection expert. Becoming a sequence true disciple would grant him far greater access to resources. Sequence true disciples were replaced only once every century. At present, prison-suppressing Sacred Land had exactly 8, each an undisputed young king in their generation. After submitting his application, it did not take long for myriad forms venerable to personally escort him to the assessment. Every Sacred Land had its own unique trial for sequence true disciples. For prison-suppressing Sacred Land, the test came from the undefeated tower left behind by the undefeated Saint King himself. Only those recognized by the tower qualified to become sequence true disciples. The undefeated tower contained 9 floors in total. To become a sequence true disciple, one had to reach the 4th floor. Even that was extraordinarily difficult, few ever succeeded. In the 1,000 years since its establishment, only the current Sacred Lord had ever reached the 7th floor. Hey, handsome, come play with us. The moment Chen stepped into the tower, a chorus of sweet, seductive voices greeted him. Graceful, breathtakingly beautiful women swayed toward him with serpentine waists, their voices dripping with invitation. With a mere shift of his thoughts, their faces changed to match whatever image crossed his mind. Chen. So this was how Fang Bubi spent his time in the pleasure quarters. Expressionless, Chen strode past them and advanced to the next floor. On the 2nd floor, he suddenly found all his cultivation stripped away. A pack of terrifying demonic beasts surrounded him, ready to tear him limb from limb in the next instant. Chen casually picked up a long sword from one of the corpses scattered across the battlefield. Without the slightest fear, he charged into battle against the beasts. Soon, he stood alone amid the carnage, drenched in blood, and moved on to the next floor. Outside the tower. Chen's sequence assessment drew countless curious gazes from across the Sacred Land. Li Chen watched the tower's indicator jump another level and clicked his tongue. Brother Su really keeps his cards hidden. I wonder how far he'll go. He remembered reaching only the 5th floor himself. Moments later, the tower jumped again. Chen had reached the 4th floor. Not long after, it moved once more, he had cleared the 5th. Shock rippled through the gathered crowd. Very few people in the entire Sacred Land had ever reached the 5th floor. He passed the 5th without pause and entered the 6th. The 6th floor failed to stop him as well. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Just as everyone began to marvel that the Sacred Land might soon have a second person to reach the 7th floor, a familiar figure suddenly stumbled out. Chen emerged disheveled, cursing under his breath. What the hell? Was Fang Bubi even human? Upon entering the 7th floor, a familiar voice called out to him. When he turned, he saw his former companions and loved ones from long ago. Then. In an instant, they joined forces and struck him down together. What kind of trial was this? It was downright sinister. Fortunately, he had already set foot on the 7th floor. Brother Su, congratulations. One true disciple after another stepped forward to offer their felicitations, congratulating Chen on becoming the newest sequence true disciple, and gaining eligibility to compete for the position of Holy Son. From that day forward, prison-suppressing Sacred Land gained one more sequence true disciple. Chen's residence was relocated to Sequence Disciple Peak. Not only did he receive personal maids and guards, but an elder was assigned to serve as his dedicated guardian and protector. In a single leap, he had ascended to the heights. 3 months later. Myriad forms Pill Venerable summoned all the disciples of Pill Hall. 1 year from now, the 10 greatest alchemy Sacred Lands will jointly host a grand alchemy conference. They are even offering an ancient soul secret art and primordial pill formulas as prizes. In the face of such a grand era, how could our prison-suppressing pill hall possibly stand by idly? Myriad Forms Pill Venerable surveyed the elite disciples of Pill Hall with bold confidence. This old man will select 10 of you to accompany me to the central continent for the conference. As long as you achieve a good ranking there, I will reward you handsomely. The disciples exchanged glances. A grand alchemy conference jointly organized by the 10 supreme alchemy sacred lands. It was bound to draw countless Pildao geniuses from every corner. To stand among such a gathering of stars was an opportunity no one wanted to miss. After a series of intense trials within Pill Hall, Chen ultimately secured one of the 10 slots and set out alongside Myriad Forms Pill Venerable for the central continent. The central continent, the dreamland of countless martial cultivators. Even Chen felt a faint spark of anticipation in his heart. Among the 5 great domains of the heavenly profound continent, only the central continent remained a place he had never set foot in. What would a true golden age of martial Tao look like? Accompanying the sacred land delegation, the journey took nearly half a year before they finally arrived in the central continent. There was no denying it, the spiritual chi density here far surpassed that of the 4 outer domains. Even the second-ranked northern desert paled in comparison by several degrees. No wonder so many unparalleled geniuses were born here. The central continent teemed with powers. Sacred land-level orthodoxies gathered in abundance. This time, the Grand Alchemy Conference was hosted by one of the central continent's titans, the Pill God Hall. Geniuses converged from every direction. After verifying his alchemist identity, Chen entered the Pill God Hall together with the prison-suppressing delegation. Every person inside was an alchemist without exception. And among them, Chen spotted a familiar face. Bai Qingyu of Azure Jade Sacred Land glared at him with venomous hatred. Chen. You actually dare show your face at the alchemy conference. The moment Chen stepped inside, Bai Qingyu had noticed him. The memory of being beaten black and blue still burned vividly in his mind. Chen also caught sight of Bai Qingyu. He paid no attention whatsoever to the other man's resentment. How could a pampered, honey-raised alchemist possibly understand the ruthless heart of a true martial cultivator? Chen, this time you won't escape. At the alchemy conference, I will defeat you personally through the Pill Dao. A person like you is utterly unworthy of calling himself an alchemist. Noticing the prison-suppressing group subtly closing in around him, Bai Qingyu wisely chose not to press his luck. He spat out a few harsh parting words, then slunk away dejectedly. He still harbored deep resentment over the last time Chen had pummeled him using martial methods. After Bai Qingyu left, new acquaintances approached. Martial Uncle Ghost Valley. Miss Song. Chen was genuinely surprised to encounter old friends here. Ghost Valley Pill King, no, he should now be addressed as Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign. 7 brilliant stars gleamed on the badge pinned to the silver-haired middle-aged man's chest. Song Wanqing had also advanced to become a 6th-grade alchemist. Chen, this time at the alchemy conference, I will wash away my shame and defeat you with my own hands. The moment Song Wanqing laid eyes on him, she issued her challenge. Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign shook his head helplessly. What a pair of destined rivals. Yet hidden beneath his exasperated expression was a trace of quiet amusement. I see. After conversing with Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign, Chen finally understood why the pair had come to the central continent. Ever since he left the Dragon Firmament dynasty, Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign had lost all attachment to that place. Invited by an old friend, he had joined Pill God Hall and now served as one of its elders. The small Dragon Firmament dynasty had ultimately limited his growth. Chen quietly speculated in his heart. Perhaps Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign had never truly felt at ease about his junior brother. He feared that once Su Weichang left the dynasty's protection, the Imperial family might act against him. After all, a single alchemist capable of rallying a host of powerful experts with a mere wave of his hand, and one with a history of rebellion, was bound to arouse suspicion. Old man. A soft sigh rose in Chen's chest. By now, the old man had likely been laid to rest in some unknown corner of the world. Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign gave Chen a great deal of advice about the customs and taboos of Pill God Hall. Only then did he depart with Song Wanqing in tow. Before leaving, Song Wanqing once again issued her formal challenge to Chen. The Grand Alchemy Conference of the Central Continent had not yet begun. During this time, Chen remained within Pill God Hall and encountered geniuses from every domain. He even saw Pildao prodigies who had come from beyond the 5 great domains to participate in this grand event. Among them were young alchemists who had already reached 6th grade. Chen also heard rumors of a true Pildao monster who had emerged and would attend this once-in-an-era gathering. A Pildao monster of that caliber was certain to possess at least 7th grade skill. Though Chen had yet to encounter any martial prodigies of the Central Continent, the sheer number of Pildao geniuses was staggering. Across all 5 domains of the heavenly profound continent, this truly was a golden age of alchemy. Chen entered seclusion. Before the conference began, he intended to refine a 7th grade pill. Upon learning of his determination, Myriad Forms Pill Venerable spared no effort in supporting him. He personally guided Chen in using the 9 nether profound flame to refine pills. Half a year later, on the eve of the alchemy conference, countless alchemists emerged from seclusion. Chen stepped out as well. The rules for this grand conference were finally announced by Pill God Hall. Unlike the event held in the Dragon Firmament dynasty, this one, jointly organized by the 10 supreme alchemy sacred lands, was a momentous occasion for the entire heavenly profound continent. Several saint-grade powerhouses had jointly created a separate space within which lay all manner of rare treasures, medicinal herbs, pill formulas, and even ancient secret arts. Every item was sealed behind restrictions. Alchemists would rely solely on their Pildao attainments to obtain them. Only after successfully acquiring enough could they advance to the final assessment. Chen read the final rule carefully. During the alchemy conference, all alchemists are strictly forbidden from using any martial power or cultivation. All items must be obtained through the Pill Dao skill alone. Noble alchemists had no need for violence or combat. Their role was to refine pills. Martial cultivators, on the other hand, had far more to consider. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. The prohibition on martial force left Su Chen with a faint sense of regret. Soon, everyone hurried toward the secret realm where the assessment would take place. As the moment approached, 3 figures whose faces could not be clearly seen appeared. Each radiated terrifying power, shining like great suns. On every chest hung a round badge that glowed with golden light. Myriad forms Pill Venerable explained in a low voice, those solar badges are the mark of 9th grade Pill Saints. Each contains sealed power from an ancient saint and can be invoked at any time. Every Pill Saint is a priceless treasure of the heavenly profound continent, no harm must come to them. Su Chen marveled inwardly. Such methods, such heritage, worthy of the supreme sacred land of the Pill Tao. A single Pill Saint badge was more precious than an ancient saint weapon. Under the combined might of the 3 Pill Saints, the entrance to the ancient Pill domain was opened. Alchemists surged forward eagerly and plunged inside. Su Chen entered alongside the other alchemists from the prison-suppressing sacred land. Inside the ancient Pill domain, the world stretched endlessly in every direction, a perfectly self-contained small realm. Medicinal herbs that were rare outside grew everywhere here, scattered across the landscape like common weeds. It was a pristine primordial world that no outsider had ever set foot in. Su Chen noticed that none of the other prison-suppressing alchemists were nearby. He quickly realized the realm's scattered entrance at random locations. His immediate priority was to gather the medicinal ingredients required for the final battle. Without lingering, Su Chen began to explore the ancient Pill domain. The Grand Alchemy Conference jointly hosted by the 10 Supreme Sacred Lands was naturally far from simple. It tested not only an alchemist's depth of knowledge regarding medicinal herbs but also their ability to adapt on the fly. No one could casually gather every ingredient needed to refine a pill. After 5 full days of searching, Su Chen finally located a stalk of 6th grade herb called Spirit Star Grass, the main ingredient for the 6th grade Spirit Star Divine Pill. Just as he reached out to harvest it, a restriction triggered. Participant Su Chen, do you wish to undertake the 6th grade herb Spirit Star Grass assessment? Passing the assessment grants you the Spirit Star Grass. Su Chen nodded. In the next instant, he found himself inside a sealed space containing a pill furnace and the Spirit Star Grass itself. The task required him to refine a pill using the herb. A 6th grade pill posed no real difficulty for Su Chen. Pill God Hall possessed a record of the Spirit Star Divine Pill formula. In less than 5 days, he successfully produced one. Participant Su Chen has passed the assessment and successfully obtained 1 stalk of Spirit Star Grass. The mysterious space vanished. The Spirit Star Grass now lay within easy reach. But something felt off. Su Chen's expression darkened. The Spirit Star Divine Pill he had painstakingly refined, had not come out with him. They were treating him like free labor. Indeed, those Pilldao sacred lands are not so benevolent. A single alchemy trial turns the world's geniuses into unpaid workers, what a ruthless tactic. Su Chen inwardly admired their cunning. Even combining the cunning he had accumulated across several lifetimes probably did not equal 1/10 of those ancient Pilldao monsters. Still, he glanced at the Spirit Star Grass before him. There were benefits to be gained. He stored the herb away and continued his search for other ingredients. He intended to refine a very special 7th grade pill, 1 stalk of 6th grade material would not suffice. Time flew by. 3 months passed. The ancient pill domain was vast. In 3 months, Su Chen had explored only the tip of the iceberg. During that time, he encountered other alchemists and clashed over herbs. In every case, he emerged victorious. Following the intelligence he overheard from another alchemist, Su Chen arrived at a flame-filled canyon. The number of alchemists here was neither too few nor too many. Among them, Su Chen spotted a familiar face. Bai Qingyu of Azure Jade Sacred Land. At that moment, Bai Qingyu was locked in a standoff with another alchemist. Eastern Wasteland? Nothing but a bunch of barbarians from a backwater. You think you're worthy to compete with me for the Flame Sunflower? Let me make this clear, the herbs of Blazing Valley all belong to my Yang Pill Sacred Land. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now. Otherwise, Yang Pill Sacred Land will make sure none of you even qualify for the final assessment. Bai Qingyu's face flushed crimson with rage. The Eastern Wasteland alchemist standing behind him burned with fury. Yang Pill Sacred Land, one of the central continent's Pilldao giants, equal in status to Pill God Hall itself. The genius from the Yang Pill Sacred Land showed utter disdain for the entire Eastern Wasteland. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He had heard every single word spoken by the disciple from the Yang Pill Sacred Land. Among the 5 great domains of the heavenly profound realm, the central continent stood supreme, the southern barbarian lands were the weakest, and the eastern wasteland ranked just above it. After the devastating war between the southern and western regions, the southern barbarian lands had fallen into utter decline, barely able to produce even a handful of participants worthy of attending a grand alchemy event. The eastern wasteland had quietly taken its place as the new weakest. Bai Qingyu clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. He wanted nothing more than to smash his fist into the face of the Yang Pill disciple. For the first time, he truly understood Su Chen. Sometimes, raw martial power proved far more useful than Pill Dao. Yang Pill Sacred Land was a supreme orthodoxy of the Pill path, its inheritance in alchemy far surpassed that of any martial sacred land. Bai Qingyu had no confidence that he could defeat their genius. He decided to withdraw and search for opportunities elsewhere. As he turned to leave, a familiar figure appeared like a ghost at his side. Su Chen. Bai Qingyu recognized him instantly. Su Chen ignored Bai Qingyu entirely. His gaze settled on the disciple from the Yang Pill Sacred Land. The look was light, almost casual, yet it made the Yang Pill disciple's heart tighten. The leader among them unconsciously took several steps back. Realizing his own embarrassment a moment later, the young alchemist from the Yang Pill Sacred Land flushed with shame and fury. Another Eastern Wasteland barbarian? Do you dare compete against me? The loser must withdraw from the alchemy conference. The young pill genius wanted to crush Su Chen. Bai Qingyu hurriedly grabbed Su Chen's arm. Su Chen, he is a peak 6th grade alchemy genius from Yang Pill's sacred land, you are no match for him. Su Chen turned an expressionless stare on Bai Qingyu. Did he really look that weak? Bai Qingyu, step aside. The eastern wasteland may be weak, but it is not so weak that no one can stand against them. Seeing Su Chen's resolve, Bai Qingyu felt a surge of genuine respect rise in his chest. He, Bai Qingyu, had always prided himself on being a noble alchemy genius, yet he lacked the courage to risk bringing shame to Azure Jade's sacred land. But this man, whom he had once dismissed as a reckless brute, was stepping forward to represent the entire eastern wasteland. Bai Qingyu leaned in and whispered urgently, Su Chen, you must not use force. This place forbids any display of cultivation. Victory can only come through alchemy. If you rely on martial power to defeat your opponent, you will violate the rules set by the 10 supreme alchemy sacred lands. The punishment will be severe. Su Chen. He could not be bothered to respond. News had reached him that a 7th grade herb had appeared in Blazing Valley, one of the main ingredients he needed for the pill he intended to refine. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. A layer of fiery red light enveloped the young pill disciple. At the same moment, a faint deep blue glow rose around Su Chen. Heavenly fire. No wonder you had the guts to step forward. The young pill genius sneered coldly. A rift tore open in the space, swallowing both of them. Inside the sealed area, shelves upon shelves of rare herbs appeared. Su Chen did not even glance at them. He reached out, grabbed a set of 6th grade ingredients, and began to refine without hesitation. 4 days later. Outside the ancient pill domain, among the crowd of eliminated participants. The young genius from the Yang Pill sacred land stood in stunned silence. He had been eliminated. Su Chen stepped out from the spatial rift. The disciples of the Yang Pill sacred land felt their hearts sink. Senior Brother Yang, actually lost to this youth. Senior Brother Yang was the foremost genius beneath that true monster. And now he had been eliminated just like that. The Yang Pill disciples instinctively retreated several steps. They feared being targeted by Su Chen next. If even Senior Brother Yang was no match, what chance did they have against this terrifying young man? Su Chen ignored the Yang Pill group entirely and strode straight into Blazing Valley. When Bai Qingyu saw Su Chen enter the valley, he gritted his teeth and followed right behind. The moment the Eastern Wasteland alchemists realized no one from the Yang Pill sacred land was blocking the way anymore, they surged forward in a crowd, trailing after Su Chen into the valley and leaving the Yang Pill disciples staring at one another in stunned silence. They're entering Blazing Valley, they're courting death. Inside Blazing Valley, flames danced everywhere amid rivers of red rock. A single misstep could mean death in this place. Yet precisely because it was such an extreme environment, heaven and earth treasures grew in abundance. Crimson fruits wreathed in fire, blossoms that drank in the flames, fire bamboos dripping with magma-like sap, all of them 5th or 6th grade rarities, the very targets most people came for. Bai Qingyu noticed that Su Chen showed zero interest in these treasures, he did not even glance at them. Unable to hold back, he spoke up. Su Chen, don't tell me your goal is a 7th grade herb. If that's the case, I advise you to give up the idea. Yang Pill's sacred land is far more formidable than you imagine. This generation produced a true Pilldao monster who stepped into the 7th grade realm not long ago. She is one of the top favorites to win this entire conference. After speaking, Bai Qingyu immediately regretted his words. He gave a wry smile and continued, Su Chen, the heritage of a true Pilldao sacred land far surpasses anything our martial sacred lands can offer. I just want to remind you, getting eliminated over a momentary clash of pride isn't worth it. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qingyu. The man talked a lot, his backbone was a little soft, and he backed down quickly. But he still carried the bearing of a true prodigy. Su Chen replied calmly, and how do you know I'm still only a 6th grade alchemist? Bai Qingyu froze for a moment. When he recovered, Su Chen had already vanished from sight. He thought back carefully. He had not misremembered, Su Chen's alchemist badge really had been 6th grade. Bai Qingyu. The deeper one ventured into Blazing Valley, the more terrifying the flames became. Su Chen reached the very center. Here, the flames burned a brilliant golden hue. With every flicker, they released horrifying heat, as though they could melt anything in existence. At the heart of the golden inferno rested a palm-sized Lingji mushroom, its surface covered in dazzling golden patterns. Every inch of it was exquisitely perfect, like a flawless work of art carved from solid gold. Su Chen knew this was his target. Blazing Sun Golden Lingji. Beside the Lingji sat a woman in meditation. Her features were refined and striking. Unlike the traditional white robes of most alchemists, she wore a vivid crimson gown. 7 brilliant stars shone on her chest, and her long red hair was tied into a high ponytail that trailed down her back. Yan Zhaoxi also noticed Su Chen's arrival. When she saw the 6 stars on his badge, her brows furrowed slightly. What happened to Yang Wang? He actually let a mere 6th grade alchemist reach this place. Her expression quickly smoothed. She addressed Su Chen directly. No matter who you are, since you made it here, Yang Wang must have already been eliminated by you. Your Pilldao attainment is clearly not limited to 6th grade. But if you intend to compete for the Blazing Sun Golden Lingji, I advise you to think carefully. You are no match for me. You should not stop your journey here. Yan Zhaoxi carried herself with unmistakable pride. Not yet 30 and already a 7th grade alchemist, she had every right to that arrogance. 2 months earlier, Su Chen might have chosen to avoid direct confrontation. Now, however, his gaze remained calm, and his voice left no room for doubt. This Blazing Sun Golden Lingji, I claim it. Yan Zhaoxi's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. She let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Neither of them would yield. A battle was inevitable. Another spatial rift tore open, swallowing both figures. Facing a true pill Dao monster like Yan Zhaoxi, Su Chen did not dare to underestimate her. Both chose to refine 7th-grade pills without hesitation. 1 month later. Outside the ancient pill domain. Yang Wang, standing among the eliminated crowd, suddenly spotted a familiar crimson figure appear at the edge of the zone. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked again, a face as beautiful as a blooming flower hovered inches from his own. In any other place, seeing Yan Zhaoxi would have delighted him. But this was the elimination zone. Before he could process what was happening, a delicate pink fist smashed into his face. Yan Zhaoxi was furious. She had lost by a single misstep. Rage consumed her. This time, she had emerged into the world with one goal, to claim first place in the Grand Alchemy Conference across the 5 domains. Yet she had not even survived the elimination round. Poor Yang Wang became her unwilling punching bag. When Su Chen opened his eyes, he found himself back in the familiar surroundings of Blazing Valley. The victor, after all, was him. Another month passed before he finally claimed the Blazing Sun Golden Lingji. With this single 7th-grade herb in hand, Su Chen did not pause. He knew that relying solely on the Golden Lingji would make victory precarious at best. He continued searching for additional 7th-grade ingredients. Soon, word spread through the ancient pill domain, the monster genius of the Yang Pill Sacred Land, Yan Zhaoxi, had been defeated. Shock rippled through every faction. The name Su Chen burst into prominence like a dark horse, reaching the ears of every pill Dao prodigy. No one dared underestimate him anymore. No one dared look down on the Eastern Wasteland again. The title, Pill Dao Monster, was now openly acknowledged as belonging to Su Chen. Stolen novel, please report. Half a year later. The entire ancient pill domain trembled violently. Beams of light pierced the heavens and fell upon every participant who had not yet been eliminated. When Su Chen opened his eyes, he stood on a vast platform of flawless white jade. All around him gathered familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. Congratulations to all of you for passing the elimination round. What comes next is the final battle of the Alchemy Conference. Use every herb you obtained in the ancient pill domain and refine the pill you take the greatest pride in. The highest grade, the highest score, only that will determine the victor. The voice of a pill saint echoed from the sky above. Su Chen found an empty alchemy chamber, entered it, and began his refinement. The pill he intended to create hovered on the cusp of 8th grade, the 5 elements creation pill. It required 5 7th-grade herbs, each of a different elemental attribute. Unfortunately, even counting the Blazing Sun Golden Lingji, he had secured only 3 of the 5 necessary 7th-grade 5 elements herbs. The remaining 2 had eluded him. 3, that will suffice. Though it would not be the complete 5 elements creation pill, among 7th-grade pills it still ranked at the absolute peak. Su Chen had his own plan in mind. The other pill Dao monsters were no less formidable. In an instant, dazzling phenomena shot into the sky from every direction. High above, the great figures of the pill Dao watched every movement below. It has been a long time since so many monsters have emerged in a single generation of our pill path. Not only have those old hermits released their hidden prodigies, even the Eastern Wasteland produced a remarkable young man. He actually defeated Yan Zhaoxi of Yang Pill Sacred Land. TSK. Zhaoxi was merely careless for a moment, allowing that boy a fluke victory. If she had shown her true strength, he would have been eliminated long ago. Heh, how old are you, still picking on a junior? A loss is a loss. That Eastern Wasteland youth is no simple character. Unless my senses deceive me, his physique is the 7 apertures exquisite body. 7 apertures exquisite body. That constitution has become exceedingly rare, the last time I heard of one was 1700 years ago. 1700 years ago, the one from the Eastern Wasteland's Purple Sun Su clan. What a pity. If that member of the Su clan had not died, the Central Continent might have gained another sacred land orthodoxy. Instead, they provoked someone they should never have crossed. Su, the youth from the Eastern Wasteland is called Su Chen, isn't he? Silence fell among them. After a long pause, someone spoke in a low, troubled voice. This matter has become somewhat difficult to handle. 1 month later. Most alchemists had completed their pills. Fewer than 10 remained on the platform, still persisting. Dazzling, majestic pill Dao phenomena rose one after another. Every conceivable alchemy technique displayed the profound mysteries of the Dao of pills. Then, with a deafening bang, Su Chen's furnace exploded in front of him. The massive disturbance instantly drew the attention of every pill Dao monster still competing. Looks like someone failed. It's that one from the Eastern Wasteland, so defeating Yan Zhaoxi really was just luck. Failure means elimination. One less rival to contend with. The commotion lasted only a moment. In the blink of an eye, everyone refocused and poured their full concentration back into their own refinement. No one noticed that amid the billowing smoke and dust where the furnace had stood, 8 fire dragons now coiled and breathed roaring flames. They fused together to form a blazing new cauldron, cradling a single pill at its heart. Su Chen had not failed at all. Outside the arena. The explosion of Su Chen's furnace sent a jolt through every heart present. A furnace explosion meant failure in refinement. Failure meant elimination. Yet as the dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing Su Chen's actions, astonishment swept across the crowd. A faint smile curved Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign's lips. I knew this boy wouldn't fall so easily. It's the 8 Desolations alchemy method. Junior brother, did you see? Your 8 Desolations alchemy method will resound across the Central Continent on this day. This was your lifelong wish, and our master's wish as well. At last, it is coming true. Song Wanqing's beautiful eyes shimmered as she gazed at the dazzling figure. 1,000 complex emotions swirled in her heart. From the direction of prison-suppressing sacred land came wave after wave of excited cheers. Over at Yang Pill Sacred Land, Yan Zhaoxi let out a cold snort. The only one worthy of defeating me, Yan Zhaoxi, is the champion of this alchemy conference. Su Chen, don't you dare disappoint me. As time passed, days later, earth-shaking phenomena tore through the sky as though they would pierce the very fabric of space. One Pilldao monster after another successfully refined a 7th-grade pill. Each one brimmed with absolute confidence in their creation. That guy actually hasn't been eliminated yet. The crowd noticed Su Chen still persisting. Pillars of light erupted across the platform, whipping up fierce winds and gathering tides of spiritual qi. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The dense power of the 5 elements converged into a massive, multicolored halo of radiant splendor. Su Chen opened his eyes, surprise flickering within them. The 5 elements creation pill had formed. In that same instant, blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and ears. The injuries he had been suppressing finally erupted. The 5 elements creation pill was already extraordinarily difficult to refine. Combined with the 8 desolations alchemy method, Su Chen had pushed his cultivation to the absolute limit, sustaining himself through sheer willpower until this moment. He collapsed into unconsciousness. When Su Chen awoke again, 7 full days had passed. He found himself soaking in a medicinal bath, his body drenched. The surroundings were completely unfamiliar. Su Chen changed into fresh robes and left the medicine hall. The moment he stepped outside, he saw an 8th-grade alchemist clad in purple robes waiting at the entrance. When the man saw Su Chen emerge, a warm smile spread across his face. You're awake. The Pill Saints have been waiting for you for quite some time. Su Chen followed the purple-robed alchemist to a grand hall. Inside stood several proud young figures. Yet the moment they saw Su Chen enter, the arrogance in their eyes transformed into genuine respect. An elderly man with snow-white hair wore simple robes, yet a golden badge gleamed on his chest, bearing the image of a blazing sun. His gaze fell upon Su Chen, filled with admiration. Young Su, congratulations. You have claimed first place in this grand alchemy conference. From this day forward, no alchemist across the 5 domains will fail to recognize your name. Are you willing to become an honorary elder of Pill God Hall? Faced with an invitation from a Pill Saint, Su Chen bowed slightly. This junior is deeply honored. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. An honorary elder needed only to lend his name to Pill God Hall, the benefits were tangible and immense. What truly surprised Su Chen was that he had actually won first place in the entire conference. He had emerged victorious among thousands of prodigies. Even with his tempered state of mind, ripples of emotion stirred within him. First place in the alchemy conference. The rewards were naturally generous, the right to enter Pill God Hall and select one ancient secret art, along with unrestricted access to study the refinement techniques of every great Pilldao master within the hall. Su Chen remained for 3 full years. During that time, he refined and perfected the 8 desolations alchemy method. From time to time, Pill Saints lectured on the Tao of Pills, advancing his skill even further. Though he had yet to step into 8th grade, he could now refine 7th grade pills without the slightest chance of failure. It's time to return to the Eastern Wasteland. Pill God Hall was excellent. But it was not his home. When news spread that Su Chen intended to leave for the Eastern Wasteland, numerous elders and prodigies of Pill God Hall came to see him off. Su Chen, are you truly returning to prison-suppressing sacred land? With your alchemy talent, remaining in Pill God Hall would bring far greater achievements and a brighter future. Song Wanqing spoke up, trying to persuade him to stay. Su Chen shook his head. Prison-suppressing sacred land treated me well. The sacred land is still in its growth phase and sorely lacks alchemists. How could I turn a blind eye and hide away cultivating in the central continent? This skill in alchemy, I must repay it to the sacred land. Everyone, the roads of the cultivation world are long. Until we meet again. Su Chen departed, traveling back to the Eastern Wasteland together with the prison-suppressing delegation. The people of Pill God Hall watched him leave alongside the others from prison-suppressing sacred land, their hearts filled with complicated emotions. They could not understand why Su Chen would give up the chance to deepen his cultivation in Pill God Hall and choose instead to return to the Eastern Wasteland, where the Pill Dao lagged far behind. Yet they respected his decision. Perhaps that very bearing was the mark of a true alchemist. Su Chen left the central continent. But in the central continent, he left behind a legend. 1 month later. Inside the spatial tunnel, myriad forms Pill Venerable's expression remained complicated, filled with 1,000 emotions. He had never imagined that the champion of this grand alchemy conference would come from their Eastern Wasteland. His original intention had been simple, bring Su Chen to the central continent to witness the golden age of Pill Dao and meet the various geniuses. What delighted him most was that even after achieving fame across the central continent, even when facing recruitment offers from every major Pill Dao sacred land, Su Chen had remained steadfast in his gratitude toward the sacred land. Without hesitation, he chose to return to the Eastern Wasteland and to the sect. To have such a disciple in prison-suppressing sacred land is truly a blessing accumulated over 3 lifetimes. The ancestral founder must be watching over us. Myriad forms Pill Venerable murmured to himself. Boom. Suddenly, the spatial tunnel shook violently, lurching with terrifying force. Myriad forms Pill Venerable sensed the danger at once and shouted to everyone aboard, enemy attack. We are under assault. Terrifying auras awakened one after another from the vessel. A pair of enormous hands tore the spatial tunnel apart. A pair of dreadful eyes peered through the rift at the people on the ship, as though regarding a swarm of insignificant ants. A saint. It's a saint. Su Chen lifted his head and looked toward that horrifying figure. His heart trembled. That overwhelming aura was all too familiar. A saint, an existence who had stepped into the saint realm, capable of ripping open void tunnels with bare hands. Hand over the Su clan bloodline. Out of respect for the undefeated Saint King's face, this seat will spare your lives. Otherwise. A terrifying killing intent shredded the spatial tunnel. Thunderous words boomed across heaven and earth. Today, this place becomes your burial ground. Myriad Forms Pill Venerable's expression changed drastically. He roared in response, "Insolent fool. Su Chen is a disciple of the prison-suppressing sacred land. No matter who you are, do not dream of forcing our sacred land to hand over one of our own. Summon the saint artifact." At his furious command, the elders stationed around the vessel acted in unison. Mysterious runes flared to life. A crescent longbow wreathed in holy radiance materialized in Myriad Forms Pill Venerable's grasp. The radiant holy bow, if the radiant saint were still alive in the flesh, this old man might retreat 3 steps. But now it is merely a damaged saint artifact. A giant hand rose casually and crushed the holy arrow that tore through space. The saint's cold gaze swept across the people of prison-suppressing sacred land. "Since you refuse to hand over the Su clan bloodline, then perish together." Damn it. Su Chen suddenly remembered something the old man had once mentioned. Su Weichong had found him abandoned in the snow. Around his neck had been a longevity lock engraved with the character, Su. Su Chen had always known the longevity lock was no ordinary object, yet he had never paid it much mind and had never actively sought out his origins. Now it seemed, this one overlooked detail had become fatally dangerous. So this life ends just like that. Really feels a bit unwilling. A bitter taste rose in Su Chen's heart. Just as the giant hand was about to envelop the entire vessel, a beam of light descended from the heavens. It pierced straight through the massive palm. Su Chen focused his gaze. It was a golden holy spear. An aura both familiar and strange emanated from the spear. "Old ghost, you, a saint, actually bully the young and attack a disciple of my prison-suppressing sacred land. Do you think there is no one left in prison-suppressing sacred land?" A middle-aged man clad in golden armor descended from the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden holy spear hummed in response. Su Chen looked up at the man. There were traces of an old acquaintance in his features, yet it was not the same person. Sacred Lord. Su Chen recognized him. The disciples and elders of prison-suppressing sacred land also recognized him. Song Jun recognized him as well. Song Jun sealed the blood flowing from his palm and asked with a grave expression, "Prison-suppressing sacred lord. Why are you here?" One golden holy spear, one set of golden armor. Both were Saint King artifacts, fully awakened Saint King artifacts. Even for him, they posed a serious threat. Although the prison-suppressing sacred lord had not yet stepped into the saint realm, with 2 fully awakened Saint King artifacts boosting him, his combat power absolutely crushed that of an ordinary saint. Song Jun still could not understand why the prison-suppressing sacred lord had appeared here. Unfortunately, the prison-suppressing sacred lord was not one for idle talk. Every second of Saint King power consumed an astronomical amount of resources for the sacred land. Without another word, he charged toward Song Jun. The saint's expression changed dramatically. A single spear thrust pierced straight through his chest. "Prison-suppressing sacred land, this seat will remember the enmity of these 2 spears. One day, I will repay it 1,000-fold." Song Jun's figure vanished between heaven and earth. Knowing he was no match, he chose immediate retreat. The prison-suppressing sacred lord withdrew the golden holy spear and sighed softly. What a pity. He still escaped. If he had already become a saint and wielded Saint King weapons, how could he have let this great enemy flee? The prison-suppressing sacred lord descended onto the vessel. Myriad Forms Pill Venerable asked in confusion, "Sacred lord, why are you here?" The prison-suppressing sacred lord glanced toward Su Chen. "An old friend in the central continent sent word that someone intended to act against one of our sacred land's disciples. Though prison-suppressing sacred land currently lacks a saint-grade powerhouse, we are not soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. Upon receiving the message, this lord deduced the enemy would surely intercept us on the return path. I hurried here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, I failed to keep that old ghost here. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story." Su Chen asked, "May I ask, Sacred Lord, who was the saint that attacked us just now?" The prison-suppressing sacred lord answered, "Song Jun, a saint of the Song clan from the central continent. Rest assured. Since Song Jun dared to bully the young, once this lord becomes a saint, I will personally bring Saint King weapons and pay a visit to the Song clan. You have not let down prison-suppressing sacred land. Prison-suppressing sacred land will not let you down either." Su Chen thought for a moment, then took out the longevity lock and asked the prison-suppressing sacred lord, "Does the sacred lord perhaps know of this disciple's origins?" The prison-suppressing sacred lord accepted the longevity lock and nodded. "This lord does indeed know your origins. The central continent has already informed me. However, knowing too much may not be a good thing. Do you truly wish to know?" Su Chen nodded. Whether he had origins or not actually mattered little. What mattered was that Su Chen wanted to see how many enemies this life still held. The Song clan of the central continent. Su Chen had committed the name to memory. He, Su, had always been one to hold grudges. If he had not won first place in the alchemy conference and drawn such attention, if no one had warned the prison-suppressing sacred lord in advance, then this life might have ended inexplicably, slain by a saint. Wasting so many reverse fate points, just thinking about it made him feel stifled. The prison-suppressing sacred lord let out a long sigh. "Your origins, it is a long story. It begins 1700 years ago, with your ancestor." Su Chen finally understood the truth of this life. He had been born into the Su clan of the central continent. His ancestor had been a legendary figure, a powerhouse who stood half a step into the saint realm. He too had possessed the 7 apertures exquisite body. Just as he was on the verge of becoming a saint, he was ambushed by the ancestor of the Song clan. The Song clan spread word that the Su clan had captured one of their geniuses and refined him into a blood pill in an attempt to break through to sainthood. In the ensuing battle, the Su clan ancestor was slain. The Purple Sun Su clan was destroyed, and the few scattered survivors were hunted down relentlessly by the Song clan. Su Chen had been the young master of the Su clan. The blood of the Su lineage flowed through his veins. Su Chen. The prison-suppressing Sacred Lord continued, whether the Song clan's accusations were true or false is unknown. But with your 7 apertures exquisite body, the Song clan will never give up hunting you. Su Chen nodded. So this was what it felt like to be targeted as a child of destiny. He was only at the profound connection realm, yet he had already drawn the personal attack of a saint. Utterly shameless. Su Chen felt deeply speechless. It seems talent and comprehension don't come from nowhere. If one's background is too low, trouble is inevitable. This had been truly dangerous. The group returned safely to prison-suppressing Sacred Land in the Eastern Wasteland. News of Su Chen winning first place in the Central Continent Alchemy Conference spread like wildfire. Li Chen stared in shock. Holy crap, Brother Su, you're insane. First among the younger generation of Pill Dao across all 5 domains. Then a thought struck him. He leaned in cautiously. Brother Su, given our relationship, surely there's a friends and family discount when I ask you to refine pills, right? The #1 young alchemist in the 5 domains is actually my good bro, hee. Su Chen looked at the grinning youth who resembled an excited fool and gave a faint smile. Of course. From now on, every pill you, Li Chen, ask me to personally refine will be at 80% price. Li Chen's face lit up. He slapped the table and laughed heartily. Great. Brother Su, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. From now on, if there's anything you need, just say the word to your brother Li Chen. Su Chen calmly added, however, starting today, the contribution points required whenever I personally refine a pill for you will be doubled. Li Chen's smile froze. His face filled with bitterness. Brother Su, you know how poor Sword Hiding Peak has always been. You can't be this heartless. Su Chen pretended not to hear. Li Chen drank sullenly, already thinking he would have to visit the Myriad Flower Peak much less often in the future. Time passed in a flash. 30 years went by. Su Chen remained in prison-suppressing Sacred Land the entire time. One day, the Sacred Land trembled. A terrifying aura rose like a blazing sun. Across the Eastern Wasteland, countless powerful gazes turned toward prison-suppressing Sacred Land. Su Chen lifted his head and narrowed his eyes. It's the aura of a saint. The Sacred Lord has finally taken that step. Prison-suppressing Sacred Land now has its first saint. Joy and emotion surged in Su Chen's heart. After more than 2,000 years, the promise once thought impossible to fulfill. After countless twists and turns, it had finally come true. The first saint of prison-suppressing Sacred Land's lineage had appeared. Prison-suppressing Sacred Land now had a saint of its own. That very day, Su Chen watched as the prison-suppressing Sacred Lord, wielding Saint King artifacts, tore open the sky with his bare hands and set off for the Central Continent. He knew exactly where the Sacred Lord was going, to settle accounts with the Song clan. A saint armed with Saint King artifacts was undeniably terrifying. When no Saint Kings appeared, such a being was invincible across the world. Across the 5 domains, Saint King-level existences were few and far between. Moreover, with Fong Bubi standing behind prison-suppressing Sacred Land, even those above the Saint King realm would have to think twice before acting. 1 year later, word arrived from the Central Continent. The prison-suppressing Sacred Lord had descended upon the Song clan in person. Wielding Saint King artifacts, he slew 2 saints of the Song clan in succession, shocking the entire Central Continent. In the end, the prison-suppressing Sacred Lord returned to the Sacred Land looking disheveled and muttering under his breath, "What bullshit Central Continent, who the hell wants to go there anyway? If they won't let me in, fine. All I did was kill 2 saints and wipe out 1 saint clan. How dare they expel a saint from the Central Continent?" Su Chen's mouth twitched. After finishing his complaints, the prison-suppressing Sacred Lord turned to Su Chen. "Young Su, the Song clan has been exterminated by this lord. Though I didn't bring back their heads or bones, those old fogies in the Central Continent are far too petty. Otherwise, I would have brought back the corpses of those 2 old ghosts from the Song clan, refined them into an alchemy cauldron for you, and forged a suitable weapon as well." For a moment, Su Chen wasn't sure whether it was his clan that had been wiped out or the Sacred Lord's. Su Chen bowed. Many thanks to the Sacred Lord for avenging this disciple's blood feud. The prison-suppressing Sacred Lord beamed with delight. If prison-suppressing Sacred Land cannot even protect its own alchemist, then even if this lord dies and descends to the 9 netherworlds, I would have no face to meet our ancestral founder or the successive generations of the Sacred Land. After this battle, anyone who dares covet prison-suppressing Sacred Land will have to weigh whether they can withstand Saint King artifacts. Su Chen felt genuine warmth in his heart. The ancestral founder was clearly very pleased. With the Song clan exterminated, the latent crisis hanging over Su Chen had been lifted. No longer did he need to worry about stepping outside only to be ambushed by a saint. Time flowed swiftly. 100 years passed. One day, dark clouds gathered thickly over the pill hall of prison-suppressing Sacred Land. Terrifying bolts of lightning converged in the sky. The phenomenon roused countless powerhouses throughout the Sacred Land. Is someone undergoing tribulation? Such dreadful lightning power, even a nirvana tribulation is no more than this. While everyone discussed in astonishment, a radiant glow rose into the sky, releasing an intense, refreshing fragrance. When they looked closely, they realized it was a single pill, coiling like a swimming dragon amid the fearsome thunder. An 8th grade pill. That's an 8th grade pill. Hiss. Could it be that Elder Myriad Forms has refined another 8th grade pill? No, I can't hold back, the fragrance alone is unbearable. I must beg for one. It's been decades since I last tasted an 8th grade pill. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. That pill. I've never seen Elder Myriad Forms refine this one before, such fragrance. A new variety. Damn it, my tears are flowing from the corners of my mouth. The crowd surged toward Pill Peak in a frenzy. Myriad Forms Pill Venerable appeared, his face dark as he glared at the mob. None of you should even think about this pill. It wasn't refined by me. The crowd looked bewildered. If not by elder myriad forms, then could it be? Realization dawned. Excitement lit up every face. Someone murmured in awe, could it be? Prison-suppressing sacred land is about to gain another 8th grade Pill Venerable. Myriad forms. Pill Venerable nodded proudly, stroking his white beard. Exactly. Another Pill Venerable is about to rise in our prison-suppressing sacred land. Under my careful guidance, Chen has successfully refined an 8th grade pill today. The crowd rolled their eyes in unison. Soon, the pill that had survived the thunder tribulation revealed its true form. It radiated an overwhelming draconic aura and gently landed on the shoulder of a white-robed youth. The crowd offered their congratulations in unison. Congratulations to Elder Su for successfully refining an 8th grade pill and ascending to the rank of 8th grade pill venerable. Chen smiled lightly. Merely good fortune. The many alchemists below. How come good fortune never came to them? After 2,000 years of development, prison-suppressing sacred land had finally welcomed its second 8th grade alchemist. To celebrate Chen's advancement to 8th grade, the prison-suppressing sacred lord emerged from seclusion and hosted a grand banquet. The name Chen, silent for 100 years, once again resounded throughout the eastern wasteland, and with it came his revered title. The Peerless Pill Venerable. Countless powerhouses crossed the threshold, hoping to request pill refinements from him. Chen formally assumed the position of Vice Hall Master of Pill Hall. He began instructing the sect's disciples in the art of alchemy. In just 300 years, his students and former disciples spread far and wide. One day, Chen traveled to the central continent and arrived at Pill God Hall. The hall remained one of the supreme Pill Dao orthodoxies of the central continent, unchanged even after more than 400 years. There he met Song Wanqing once again, along with the now white-haired Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign. Song Wanqing had become an elder of Pill God Hall. She still carried the same elegant, aloof demeanor. Chen had come to Pill God Hall for one purpose, to find a way to suppress the 9 nether profound flame burning inside him. Over the past 3 centuries, the flame had grown increasingly dangerous. He had no choice but to seek answers in the greatest sanctuary of the Pill Dao. Upon learning of his purpose, Pill God Hall had no desire to see such a prodigy fall. They immediately permitted him to search for a method to contain the 9 nether profound flame. 10 years passed before Chen finally found some clues, yet the solution remained extraordinarily difficult. He would either need a young attribute heavenly fire to counteract the cold nether chi within him, or a saint-grade herb capable of cleansing his marrow and bones, granting him a second life. Chen gave a soft sigh. Neither a heavenly fire nor a saint herb was something easily obtained. He left Pill God Hall and met Song Wanqing once more. This time Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign was absent. When Chen asked after him, Song Wanqing's expression darkened with sorrow. Master sensed his lifespan nearing its end. He left Pill God Hall and returned to the Dragon Firmament dynasty. He wished to walk among green hills and clear waters, and to be buried among them. Time was merciless. Even a 7th grade alchemist like Ghost Valley Pill Sovereign could not resist the erosion of years. Chen felt a quiet pang of regret. Old friends passed so easily. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, he had long grown accustomed to them. After a brief stir of emotion, his heart soon calmed. Despite Song Wanqing's attempts to persuade him to stay, Chen chose to leave Pill God Hall. Their paths had diverged. He returned to prison-suppressing sacred land. Another 200 years passed. The Peak Master of Sword-Hiding Peak successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Prison-suppressing sacred land now possessed 2 Saints and Saint King artifacts. Its ranking among the Eastern Wasteland sacred lands rose to the top 5. Whenever Chen saw the Sacred Lord come to pay respects at the ancestral shrine, a deep sense of satisfaction warmed his heart. The only regret was that, after all these years, there had still been no word of Fong Bubi. The starry void beyond the domains was impossibly vast. Perhaps, news of a heavenly fire or saint herb can be found beyond the domains. Chen felt the cold nether chi of the 9 nether profound flame slowly eroding his cultivation base. If he did not resolve it soon, his progress would stall completely. At best, he could hold on for another 400 or 500 years. Success had come through a heavenly fire. Defeat might also come through one. 800 years later. Prison-suppressing sacred land welcomed its 3rd 8th grade Pill Venerable. The sacred land flourished like never before. That same year, word reached Chen, an ancient saint's ruins had appeared somewhere beyond the domains. The saint had been a pill saint in life, and had possessed a heavenly fire. Beyond the domains, myriad races stood in fierce competition. The place was perilous beyond imagination. Chen understood, this was his final chance. Everyone dies eventually. The murmur rose in his heart. He refused to stop here. He still wanted to glimpse the threshold of Pill Saint. This time, he would not abandon the ancient saint's ruins. Chen gathered 13 Nirvana Realm Venerables and persuaded the Peak Master of Sword-Hiding Peak, the saint himself, to personally escort him in the hunt for the heavenly fire. Everything was ready. Once more, Chen stepped into the starry void beyond the domains. Outside the heavenly profound domain, countless realms coexisted, and myriad races vied for supremacy. This was not Chen's first venture into the outer void. Yet the sight still filled him with lingering dread. The ancient saint's ruins lay on a desolate ancient star. Terrifying tides of spiritual energy surged across its surface. Already, numerous powers had arrived and sealed off the surrounding space, intent on claiming the ruins for themselves. Any race lacking sufficient strength or a saint-grade powerhouse would be devoured the moment they set foot here. The law of the jungle among the myriad races was laid bare in all its brutality. With a saint overseeing them, prison-suppressing sacred land naturally ranked among the stronger factions. No one dared provoke them after sensing the saint's terrifying presence. Chen observed the scenes of carnage and silently calculated the forces vying for the ruins. Every power capable of reaching the core zone had, at minimum, a saint of their own. And yet, suddenly a heartrending scream tore through the void. Chen focused his gaze. A powerful winged being, no weaker than a saint, had just been ripped apart by a horrifying existence. That is, the war god Hull. Su Chen's pupils shrank sharply. How could he ever forget the emblem of the war god Hull? Lin Zhan had not died after all. He had rebuilt the war god Hull, and within it now stood such a terrifying saint, one who seemed infinitely close to the Saint King realm. The war god Hull. I didn't expect them to show up and stir the pot, too. The war god Hull's master, Lin Zhan, truly is a legend. 10 years ago, he fought the great saint of the sea-covering dragon clan and killed him outright, terrifying. The people of war god Hull are utterly ruthless. Anyone who blocks their path faces retaliation. That saint of the winged clan was truly unfortunate to provoke those lunatics and perish here. The saint from Sword-Hiding Peak looked grim. He spoke quietly to Su Chen. Elder Su, that one is extremely dangerous. Su Chen's expression grew solemn, though he also let out a quiet breath of relief. Because the one who had come was not Lin Zhan himself. After waiting more than half a year, the entrance to the ancient saint's ruins finally opened. Su Chen led the prison-suppressing delegation inside to search for traces of the heavenly fire. Within the ruins, enemies lurked on every side. The group endured repeated ambushes. Nearly half their Nirvana realm venerables fell. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Without the saint from Sword-Hiding Peak fighting with full force, Su Chen's party would have been buried in the secret realm long ago. Inside the ruins, Su Chen witnessed countless treasures. An ancient saint scripture appeared, sparking ferocious battles among the saints. A saint-grade puppet emerged, drawing yet another clash of saints. A garden of great saint herbs was discovered and plundered by a horde of powerhouses. Su Chen joined the fray and seized several rare 8th-grade herbs, though no saint-grade herb ever appeared. As more and more restrictions were shattered in the fighting between powerhouses, at last, Su Chen witnessed the moment the sky filled with blazing firelight. 9 Yang True Flame. It's a heavenly fire. Su Chen's determination was absolute. The moment the heavenly fire appeared, every eye in the ruins turned toward it. The value of a powerful heavenly fire was no less than that of a saint herb. Especially one as renowned as the 9 Yang True Flame, which ranked high on the heavenly fire list. The saint from Sword-Hiding Peak drew a deep breath. Elder Su, if I fall in the struggle for the heavenly fire, do not look back. Leave the ancient saint ruins immediately. Su Chen nodded. The remaining Nirvana realm venerables formed a protective ring around him. The Sword-Hiding Peak saint raised his sword and charged toward the flame. Without a saint to shield them, hostile races that had long harbored grudges against humans emerged from the shadows and began their assault on Su Chen's group. A human 8th-grade alchemist, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. After fierce combat, 2 more of Su Chen's Nirvana realm protectors fell. There was no time for grief. The battle for the heavenly fire had ended. A blood-soaked figure appeared, one arm severed, yet the other hand firmly clutched a sun-like flame. Run! The Sword-Hiding Peak saint had no time for more words. He thrust the 9 Yang True Flame into Su Chen's hands and burned every ounce of his strength to carve open an escape path for the survivors. Su Chen wasted no words. Clutching the flame, he stepped into the passage. From a distance, a figure radiating overwhelming pressure appeared. A palm slammed toward the tunnel. People from the heavenly profound domain. You think you can seize a heavenly fire and leave? Have you asked the war god Hull? Space itself seemed ready to collapse. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the Sword-Hiding Peak saint. He burned everything, life, cultivation, soul, to block the dreadful figure. At the same time, several hidden saints moved to intercept Su Chen. The Sword-Hiding Peak saints' sword light severed their advance. The shockwaves of their clash tore the spatial passage into ruin. In the final moment, Su Chen still managed to escape the ancient saint ruins. When he awoke from unconsciousness, he lay on a desolate ancient star. He had obtained the 9 Yang True Flame, at the cost of one saint from the prison-suppressing sacred land. Cause and effect turned in circles, retribution came as it always did. These injuries, really are severe. Su Chen gave a wry smile. The spatial passage had collapsed, and the terrifying spatial power had nearly shredded his body. Fortunately, he had swallowed a pill in advance and survived. The remaining Nirvana realm companions, whether killed by the spatial storm or scattered to unknown places, had vanished without a trace. In his current state, crossing the void was impossible. This ancient star was barren beyond measure, its spiritual chi so thin it filled Su Chen with despair. Even if he searched every inch of this world for treasures, he could not recover even a tenth of his injuries. Returning to the heavenly profound domain had become a distant dream. With no other choice, Su Chen began to explore the star, only to discover that the strongest beings here were merely at the spirit sea realm. No matter what he found, it could not heal him. The iron-cold nether chi of the 9 nether profound flame grew denser within him. Perhaps in less than a century, it would devour him completely. In desperation, he decided to take the risk and attempt to refine the 9 Yang True Flame. 30 years later. Su Chen had aged dramatically. His body was shrouded in darkness, the 9 nether profound flame and 9 Yang True Flame raging wildly inside him. Heaven does not wait for me. Heaven does not wait for Su Chen. Su Chen's heart was filled with bitter unwillingness. He had been so close, just one step away. Yet this place lacked the spiritual chi to sustain the simultaneous suppression of 2 opposing heavenly fires. After 3 long sighs of helplessness, Su Chen began to arrange his affairs. Though he did not know the name of this star, he still erected a stone monument and carved the story of his life upon it. If any descendant should obtain my inheritance, I beseech you to return my remains to the heavenly profound domain. Prison-suppressing sacred land will surely offer generous rewards. Planting good karma, planting good karma. Su Chen gazed up at the starry sky. The power within him could no longer contain the 2 violent heavenly fires. One yin, one yang, they erupted from beneath his skin in blazing fire. The stars blazed brilliantly, beautiful beyond words. Many years later, perhaps someone would find the inheritance left by a man from another realm known as the Peerless Pill Venerable. And in that continent, a new storm would rise. Darkness. Absolute blackness. Chen returned once more to the reverse fate space. He opened the reverse fate scripture. 8th life, you were an ordinary cowherd in the Dragon Firmament dynasty. Hidden beneath that humble exterior was the last surviving descendant of a fallen clan from the central continent. Unwilling to accept an ordinary fate, you resolutely chose to embark on the path of cultivation. You studied alchemy under the grandfather who raised you and found the art fascinating. After achieving proficiency, you severed all worldly ties, left the village, and rose to prominence. At the Dragon Firmament dynasty's alchemy assembly, you claimed first place and became the youngest 6th-grade alchemist in history. You then joined the prison-suppressing sacred land, seized a heavenly fire, and journeyed to the central continent. There, your mastery of the 8 Desolations alchemy method stunned the entire gathering, outshining every genius of your generation. In your youth, the alchemy world of an entire domain marveled because of you. Despite the Pill God Hall's earnest pleas to stay, you decisively returned to the prison-suppressing sacred land to further your studies. You narrowly escaped death and annihilated your greatest enemy, yet you sensed the heavenly fire's nether chi growing stronger within you. Given enough time, it would devour your cultivation completely. Unwilling to let this life end so pathetically, you aspired to reach 9th-grade alchemy and witness even greater heights. While helping the sacred land build its alchemical foundation, you searched tirelessly for a way to neutralize the nether chi ravaging your body. After passing all your knowledge to your disciples, heaven finally rewarded your persistence. You uncovered a method to resolve the nether chi. Leading a group into the extraterritorial void, you fought for the opportunity. Had you succeeded, the sacred land would have gained a 9th-grade alchemy saint, a figure who could dominate the Eastern Desolation for 10,000 years. Alas, fate did not fully favor you this time. You succeeded in seizing the heavenly fire, but a spatial turbulence flung you into a minor world. Your injuries refused to heal. In a desperate final attempt to refine the 9-yang true flame, you failed and suffered a devastating backlash. Such was destiny. You left behind final words, hoping to leave one last favor for the prison-suppressing sacred land, before perishing with regret inside that isolated minor world. In this life, you were the darling of your era, yet ultimately its abandoned child. You shone brilliantly for a moment, but you never altered the great tide of the age. Evaluation, 9 stars, blue. Reverse fate points, 9,000. Chen gave a bitter laugh. How utterly ridiculous. A Nirvana realm cultivator and 8th-grade alchemist, yet unable to find the medicinal ingredients to refine a pill that could heal his wounds, dying alone in some forgotten minor world. There was no changing it now. He had to accept reality. Talent, 0, plus. Comprehension, 0, plus. Family background, 0, plus. Dao heart, 400. After a moment's thought, Chen made his decision. Talent plus 5,000. Comprehension plus 3,500. Family background plus 500. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. All in. He turned to the 9th page. His consciousness vanished. In a blood-red world, Chen opened his eyes to a crimson haze. His head throbbed as though it would split open, every inch of his body felt torn apart, the pain relentless. His robes hung in tatters, reduced to ragged strips. Around him rose mountains of bones. Broken weapons and shattered blades littered the ground. Memories of this life flooded in. In this incarnation, he bore the surname Zhou Chen, an outer disciple of the sun-devouring sacred land. Both his parents had been elders of the sect, but they had perished in battle. The sun-devouring sacred land, the name sounded vaguely familiar to Chen. His expression turned strange. Holy shit. It hit him. He had reincarnated into the western regions. Back when the western regions invaded the southern barbarian lands, one of the leading holy lands had been none other than the sun-devouring sacred land. This place was no righteous sect. Its ways were indistinguishable from those of demonic cultivators, an otherworldly version of a demonic cult. Right now, he was participating in the outer sect trial. Only those who survived could enter the inner sect. 16 years old in this life, he possessed 7th-layer spirit vein cultivation, enough to have a chance at the inner sect, if not for the fact that Zhou Chen had offended an inner disciple. Inside the secret realm, that disciple's lackeys had hunted him down. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had mastered a profound turtle breath technique and possessed an extraordinary talent. Even after taking several heavy stabs, he had stubbornly refused to die and somehow clung to life. Otherwise, Chen would have respawned immediately. He tried to move. Fresh agony surged through him, accompanied by the sickly stench of rot. The stat allocation for this life, truly a catastrophic start. Chen gave a wry smile. Staggering to his feet, he began searching for hemostatic grass. Fortunately, memories from his previous life as an 8th-grade alchemist remained sharp. Within moments, he located a 1st-grade spirit herb that matched the plant's habits. He swallowed it whole without hesitation. Only then did the pain ease slightly. At least his life was no longer hanging by a thread. Full recovery would take time. The current conditions were far too poor for him to refine any proper pills. Chen's expression turned odd. He realized this body held something unusual. It lacked any obvious special constitution or bloodline. 5,000 points in talent could not possibly have vanished without effect. Unwilling to give up, he continued probing his physical condition. 2 days later, he finally discovered it, an extremely subtle seal hidden deep within his body. Locked inside was a tremendous power, brimming with a primal, barbaric aura, as though it hailed from a distant, forgotten epoch. Primordial relic body. I never expected that in this life I would turn out to be a descendant of the primordial remnant clan. Chen was genuinely shocked. The primordial era lay so far in the past that only fragments remained in legend, an age when countless dazzling physiques were born, myriad races vied for supremacy, intermarried freely, and gave rise to an endless array of extraordinary constitutions. Because there were simply too many, later generations lumped them together under one name, primordial relic bodies. The primordial remnant clans were the descendants of those supreme beings from that era. Yet as epochs turned and eras passed, one mighty lineage after another had declined. Only a pitiful few still retained any trace of their former glory. Chen frowned. He had no idea who had placed this seal, or why. Still, he chose to break it. The restriction had been set by someone at the void refining realm, child's play for a man who had reached nirvana twice and now enjoyed extraordinarily high comprehension. In less than a day, he had unraveled nearly all of its secrets. Whoever set this seal, they clearly had no intention of harming me. The process of removing the seal went unexpectedly smoothly. Primal power surged through his limbs and bones. His cultivation soared in an instant, reaching the threshold of the spirit sea realm. The originally blue-grade spirit vein shimmered with faint gold before transforming into the phantom of a ferocious beast. Tao Tai, one of the four evils, the Tao Tai bloodline. When Chen beheld that terrifying colossal creature, its every breath drawing in vast tides of spiritual chi that roared like the cries of an infant, he felt a profound tremor run through him. With the sound of shattering glass, his cultivation officially stepped into the spirit sea realm. Under the surging tidal wave of chi, the wounds in his body healed almost completely. The massive disturbance inevitably drew attention. Chen sensed several powerful auras swiftly approaching from different directions within the secret realm. He immediately restrained his aura. The commotion gradually subsided. His pitch-black pupils resembled bottomless abysses as he gazed into the distance, devoid of any emotion. In this life, what a pity it would be not to walk the demonic path. Yi Wusheng, rest assured. It won't be long before I personally take your head. For now, I'll start by collecting a little interest. Han Shi's face turned livid. He had just received terrible news. Boss. Zhou Chen's body. It's gone. One of his lackeys spoke in a trembling voice, as though he had seen a ghost. Of course, I know the damn body is gone. I'm not blind. Han Shi snapped irritably. The real question is, where the hell did it go? The lackey ventured, boss, maybe some demon beast ate it. Han Shi stared at him like he was an idiot. A demon beast that only eats Zhou Chen's corpse and leaves everything else untouched. He narrowed his eyes. That commotion just now. Zhou Chen wasn't fully dead. We were tricked. At that moment, one of the underling's pupils dilated in sheer terror. He pointed behind Han Shi with a shaking finger and stammered, "B-boss. It's Zhou Chen. It's Zhou Chen." A chill crawled up Han Shi's spine. Still, a man who had made a name for himself among the outer disciples of the sun-devouring sacred land was not about to stand there and die without a fight. Rending void palm. He whirled and unleashed his strongest technique with every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet the move he prided himself on was effortlessly caught in a single hand. Han Shi turned his head. Those eyes, pitch black, bottomless, stared straight into him, as though they would devour his very soul. Terrifying. He had never seen eyes like that. Zhou Chen. Fear drenched Han Shi in cold sweat. He could not comprehend how Zhou Chen had appeared behind him without the slightest sound or warning. Chen tightened his grip. Agonizing pain shot through Han Shi's wrist. His face paled, he dropped to one knee. Chen looked down at him coldly. Tell me where Han Fei and Xiao Yoli are. Han Shi raised his head and gave a miserable laugh. Zhou Chen, do you really think I'll tell you? Chen's expression remained calm. He lifted 5 fingers and gave a gentle squeeze. In Han Shi's horrified, disbelieving gaze, the man's head exploded. Han Shi died. Even in death, he could not believe Zhou Chen would kill him so ruthlessly. Seeing their boss fall, the remaining lackeys panicked and scattered in every direction. They never stood a chance. Chen stripped every last resource from their corpses. Han Fei and Xiao Yoli, both were Zhou Chen's enemies. Han Fei served as Yi Wushang's blade, the one who had nearly ended Zhou Chen's life. Xiao Yoli was a venomous beauty who had lured Zhou Chen into a death trap, leading to his encirclement and near demise. Yes, perfectly in line with demonic sect behavior. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Zhou Chen had simply been too naive. The secret realm isn't that big, and there's still a month left. I don't mind playing with you all for a while. A faint, inscrutable smile curved Chen's lips. The roles of hunter and prey had just reversed. He only hoped the two of them would last long enough to make it interesting. 1 week later. A graceful woman clad in seductive foreign garments fled through the dense jungle, as though pursued by some ancient ferocious beast. Damn it. How could that person still be alive? Xiao Yoli's face was deathly pale as she recalled the horrifying scene from moments ago. The 30 spirit vein geniuses she had painstakingly recruited, dead in a single exchange. And the one who killed them was Zhou Chen. Suddenly, she glimpsed a familiar silhouette ahead. Before she could dodge, a hand clamped around her throat. Zhou Chen, let me go. I'll do anything for you. I can be your servant, your slave, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please, just let me live. Xiao Yoli begged desperately. She did not want to die. Chen gazed at the renowned beauty without a flicker of hesitation. With a crisp twist, he snapped her neck. The woman once celebrated across the outer sect fell lifeless to the ground like a discarded rag, her beauty extinguished. Only one conspirator remained. After learning of Xiao Yoli's death, and of Zhou Chen's inexplicable resurrection, Han Fei immediately went into hiding. He was no fool. Something was clearly wrong. As long as I survive until the outer sect trial ends, whether that kid is human or ghost, senior brother Yi will never let him live. Han Fei thought viciously. Not only had Chen killed his younger brother Han Shi, but he had also slaughtered the woman Han Fei had just claimed for himself. Now Han Fei himself was reduced to skulking like a cornered rat. How could he not hate? Suddenly, Han Fei sniffed the air. His heart stuttered. The smell of blood, why is there blood here? A very bad premonition gripped him. Outside the cave, a familiar voice rang out. Little rat, I found you. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Han Fei caught sight of the face he least wanted to see. And then, he died instantly. After dispatching his final enemy, Chen sat quietly and waited for the outer sect trial to conclude. At last, the trial ended. 1,000 disciples had entered the ruins. Fewer than 10 walked out alive. Such was the cruelty of the sun-devouring sacred land, a relentless process of raising venomous insects, where only the strongest King Gu could emerge to lead the sect to greater power. Chen stepped out of the trial ruins. The elder stationed outside registered a flash of surprise upon seeing him alive. The surprise quickly gave way to approval. Ruthless enough. Strong enough. That was the only law of survival in the sun-devouring sacred land. You have passed the assessment. 1 month from now, you may enter the inner sect to cultivate. Chen gave a slight nod. The greatest strength of the sun-devouring sacred land lay in its fairness. The path of advancement was utterly impartial, even those blessed with divine or sacred physiques had to claw their way up from the bottom through bloodshed. But before entering the inner sect, Chen still had one matter to attend to. He returned to his former residence. Brother, you're back. A delicate girl of 14 or 15 years rushed forward the moment she saw him. The worry on her face vanished, replaced by pure delight. Chen smiled and nodded. Her name was Zhou Hanchan, his younger sister, the only family he had left in this life. Your big brother passed the inner sect assessment. From now on, I'll take you into the inner sect to eat well and live comfortably. He reached out and gently pinched her soft, bun-like cheeks, grinning as he spoke. Zhou Hanchan's eyes sparkled like stars. She threw herself happily into his arms. Brother, you're amazing. Chen took out several spirit stones and pressed them into her hand. Today, go buy some demon beast meat. We'll make a big feast to celebrate my entry into the inner sect. Zhou Hanchan nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. The mention of food instantly transformed her into a little glutton. She dashed off at once to purchase the meat. The moment she left, the black and white clarity of Chen's pupils was swallowed entirely by inky darkness. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. Every blade of grass, every leaf, every bird, all motion halted. As expected, the primordial Taotai physique. A figure shrouded entirely in black mist appeared before Chen. Nirvana realm, no, this one has already stepped half into the saint realm. A quasi-saint. Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Who exactly are you, and why are you here inside the sun-devouring sacred land? He asked warily. In response to Chen's question, the figure in the black mist suddenly dropped to one knee and spoke with deep respect. Primordial Remnant Clan, Zhou Yi, pays respects to the sovereign. Primordial Remnant Clan. Chen understood at once. This must be the assistance brought by those 500 points in family background. And it came in the form of a quasi-saint. Zhou Yi nodded solemnly. With the awakening of the primordial king bloodline, sovereign, you are naturally the master of our primordial remnant clan. Chen asked, how many clan members remain in the primordial remnant clan today? Zhou Yi's gaze dimmed. Fewer than 30. Chen frowned. So few. A single clan reduced to less than 30 survivors. An ominous premonition settled over him. Zhou Yi nodded. At our peak, the primordial remnant clan numbered far more than this. Back then, the entire sun-devouring sacred land lay under the control of my Zhou clan. When he spoke of past glory and present decline, Zhou Yi's voice filled with bitter hatred. And it was all because of Zhou Hao. That ungrateful wretch. After he became the sacred lord of the sun-devouring sacred land, he coveted our clan's supreme treasure. During the war in the southwestern domain, he betrayed the primordial remnant clan, inflicting devastating losses upon our bloodline and stripping us of control over the sacred land. For more than 2,000 years, he has never ceased hunting our line, until today, when only fewer than 30 of us remain. Zhou Hao. Chen had heard that name before. In the war between the southwestern and southern domains, this figure had been a legendary prodigy, bearer of a divine physique. Countless southern barbarian lands' geniuses had fallen beneath his blade. Chen never imagined that behind that interdomain conflict lay such deep scheming. He fell silent. His premonition had been spot on. Out of nowhere, he had become an enemy of the sun-devouring sacred land's sacred lord. Zhou Yi sensed Chen's concern and continued, sovereign need not worry. We possess secret arts to conceal our aura. Even if Zhou Hao himself came in person, he would detect nothing. As long as you refrain from exposing the primordial body, the day will come when we reclaim the sacred land's authority. Chen paused, then asked, do we have any saint ancestors overseeing us? Zhou Yi shook his head. The saint ancestors fell during the southwestern domain war. Chen. Zhou Yi pressed on. Sovereign, someone approaches. This jade token contains the inheritance of the primordial king bloodline, along with our clan's aura concealing technique. You must cultivate diligently. One day, you will surely lead us, the remnants of the old and the young, back to seize control of the sacred land. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. A black token appeared in Chen's hand. Ancient script was etched across its surface. He stored the token away. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Hanchan had already returned with the demon beast meat. The brother and sister prepared a feast from the meat, cooking it into a variety of delicious dishes and enjoying a hearty meal together. Listening to Zhou Hanchan chatter about trivial matters and outer sect gossip, Chen felt a long-absent warmth and tranquility. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. When night fell and Zhou Hanshan retired to her small room, Su Chen finally took out the token to study it. He dripped a drop of blood onto the surface. A beam of light surged from the token and shot straight into his mind. An ancient era cultivation method. Su Chen was mildly surprised. The technique recorded in the Black King token was called the Heaven-defying earth-swallowing divine art. Its grade surpassed every cultivation method he had ever encountered, though it appeared to be an incomplete volume, capable of cultivation only up to the Saint realm. Devour the heavens, devour the earth, devour people. Truly domineering. Even with its flaws, if it can lead me to become a saint, then even death would be worth it. Su Chen did not hesitate. The heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine art matched his life's primordial Tao-Tai physique perfectly. It would be a shame not to cultivate it. 30 years of dazzling glory, or 100 years of mediocrity. Su Chen's choice had always been 30 years of glory. 1 month later, Su Chen successfully advanced to inner disciple status. As his dependent, Zhou Hanshan entered the inner sect alongside him. Not long after Su Chen joined the inner sect, the sect assigned him a mission. Interesting. The task was straightforward, hunt down a demon beast. But among the listed participants was a name Su Chen knew all too well. Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang was a veteran inner disciple with deep seniority, on the verge of being promoted to a true disciple. The grudge between him and Zhou Chen was rather melodramatic. Yi Wuxiang coveted Zhou Hanshan as a concubine and wanted to seize the inheritance left behind by Zhou Chen's parents. Naturally, Zhou Chen had refused. He was no fool. Although the sun-devouring sacred land leaned toward the demonic path, it still enforced basic rules. Inner disciples were not permitted to casually attack outer disciples. Moreover, as the child of fallen elders, Zhou Chen had drawn at least some attention and protection. So Yi Wuxiang had decided the simplest solution was to eliminate Zhou Chen entirely, removing every obstacle. Now that Su Chen had entered the inner sect, that layer of protection no longer existed. Yi Wuxiang could hardly wait. His cultivation had already reached the spirit soul realm. Su Chen accepted the mission without hesitation. If Yi Wuxiang was so eager to die, Su Chen had no qualms about escorting him on the journey. Several days later, the hunting team set out fully prepared. Besides Su Chen and Yi Wuxiang, the squad included 2 other inner disciples. Junior brother Zhou, we meet again. Yi Wuxiang was an exceedingly effeminate man. Though he wore a smile, everything about him screamed the cunning of a venomous snake. Su Chen's face remained expressionless. Seeing himself ignored, Yi Wuxiang's expression darkened. Junior brother Zhou, demon beasts are ferocious and treacherous. I do hope you won't end up dying in one's jaws. The other 2 inner disciples watched the exchange with keen interest. A feud between the 2 was, for them, nothing but good entertainment. Su Chen gave a faint smile. Yi Wuxiang, I hope your life proves as tough as your tongue. Yi Wuxiang froze. That line should have been his. His face twisted into an ugly scowl. He let out a cold snort, his icy gaze fixed on Su Chen, killing intent laid completely bare. The 4 of them departed from the sect. 1 week later, the 4 of them reached their destination. Their target was a demon beast known as the Windwing Dragon Bat. Its demon core was required by one of the Sacred Land's elders for refining a pill. The moment they arrived, chaos erupted. Yi Wuxiang struck at Su Chen without warning. At the same instant, one of the other inner disciples attacked Yi Wuxiang, while the remaining one turned on his companion. The coordination was flawless. Yet Su Chen moved against all 3 at once. Spirit Soul Realm. All 3 were stunned. The cultivation Su Chen revealed had already surpassed the Spirit Sea Realm. The 2 unsuspecting inner disciples had no time to react. A single palm from Su Chen turned them into bloody mist. The monstrous phantom manifesting behind him opened its maw and devoured their essence and blood in one gulp. Yi Wuxiang hastily summoned his magical artifact. It shattered on impact, but the desperate defense barely blocked Su Chen's killing blow. How is this possible? You should have only just entered the Spirit Sea Realm. Yi Wuxiang's eyes were filled with horror. Su Chen offered no reply. Villains died because they talked too much. He directly activated the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine art and consumed Yi Wuxiang entirely. 3 days later, Su Chen had fully refined all 3 of them. Heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine art, no, this should be called a demonic art. Even with thousands of years of mental fortitude, he felt a momentary daze. To feed on the myriad things of heaven and earth, on all living beings, it was far too tyrannical. After devouring the 3, Su Chen sensed a slight enhancement in his innate talent. But there were drawbacks as well. His internal chi had become mottled, a chaotic mix of conflicting attributes and varying strengths. It would take time to slowly purge the impurities. The demon beast hunt posed no real challenge to Su Chen. Once he located traces of the Windwing Dragon Bat, he struck decisively, killed it, and retrieved the demon core. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Chen reported the deaths of the 3 inner disciples. He claimed internal conflict had broken out during the hunt, and the demon beast had taken advantage to kill them. With his own low cultivation, he had merely picked up the spoils. The supervising elder showed no concern whatsoever. He nodded indifferently, accepted the demon core, and let the matter drop. Inner disciples were plentiful in the sun-devouring sacred land. A few deaths drew no real attention. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. It took Su Chen 2 full months to cleanse the impurities from his body and restore his cultivation to normal. Time to find the next target. Su Chen murmured to himself. This time, he began investigating the Western region's prodigy ranking. Among the 5 domains, the Western regions ranked 3rd in overall foundation. Even after suffering heavy losses in the war against the southern barbarian lands, its position remained unshaken. Geniuses abounded. Su Chen set his sights on the prodigy ranked 99th, Muenyi, bearer of the 1,000 strength physique, born with immense divine strength capable of tearing apart variant beasts. The force behind him was merely a minor power presided over by a profound connection realm expert. No one would care if he died. Su Chen headed to the mission hall, accepted an assignment, and used the pretext of carrying out sect duties to leave the sun-devouring sacred land in search of his prey. 2 months later. Deep within a secret realm. Mu Wingyi emerged from the realm's exit, basking in the crowd's admiration and congratulations. A satisfied smile played across his face. This journey had yielded far more than he had dared hope for. On the prodigy ranking, he was certain to climb several places higher, enough to live up to his family's high expectations. What Mu Wingyi failed to notice was the single figure among the onlookers quietly watching him. Once Mu Wingyi departed, that figure vanished as well. In the midst of rolling mountains, within a narrow canyon. Mu Wingyi suddenly halted. Without turning, he spoke calmly toward the rear. You followed me for so long. It's rather impolite to keep hiding. Skulking in the shadows is hardly the conduct of a true man. A black-robed figure slowly materialized. The mysterious person was, of course, Su Chen. Su Chen felt no surprise that Mu Wingyi had detected his presence. He had never intended to conceal himself in the first place. When Mu Wingyi saw the black-robed figure emerge, face completely obscured, he let out a mocking laugh. So it's just some rat who dares not show his true face. With a flick of his sleeve, 12 sharp swords materialized around him, orbiting like silver moons. Sword chi shimmered with cold brilliance. This place will be your grave. Mu Wingyi's expression was one of supreme confidence. Since he had deliberately lured the stranger out, he naturally had full assurance of victory. The 12 swords pierced straight through the black-robed figure, carving the nearby mountain peak into countless fragments. Terrifying waves of sword chi caused every demon beast in the vicinity to tremble in fear. Yet after landing such a devastating strike, Mu Wingyi found no joy in it. His expression gradually grew grave. Afterimage, that had been nothing more than an afterimage. The way of the sword is not used like that. A calm, indifferent voice sounded from directly behind him. Mu Wingyi whipped around. A perfectly round sword light, resembling a descending moon pulled by irresistible gravity, cleaved toward him with heart-stopping force. He swiftly formed hand seals. Layer upon layer of array patterns emerged around him. I admit I underestimated you. But I am no soft persimmon anyone can squeeze. Within the array, sword chi surged forth like a tilted galaxy. A colossal silver moon greatsword took shape, ringing with ethereal, clear chimes. The two silver radiances collided. Entire mountain peaks were flattened by the unleashed sword chi. When the dust settled, Mu Wingyi lay weakly amid the rubble, watching the black-robed figure approach step by step. You, who exactly are you? If you kill me, the Mu clan will never let you go. Before he could glimpse the true face beneath the hood, darkness swallowed Mu Wingyi's vision, and he fell unconscious. Half a month later. In a dim underground chamber. Su Chen opened his eyes. Beside him lay a shriveled, desiccated corpse, its features completely unrecognizable. The remains belonged to Mu Wingyi. After refining the origin essence of a prodigy, Su Chen clearly felt improvements in both his aptitude and cultivation. His current realm had caught up to where Mu Wingyi had stood, 7th layer of the spirit soul realm. He clenched his fist, then slowly released it. Pure white chi gathered in his palm like a condensed orb. Such a pace of cultivation, it was simply too fast. Fast enough to intoxicate, to make one revel in slaughter, to crave the rush of growing stronger. Su Chen's mind quickly steadied. The heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine art was powerful, but it could not be used frequently. Otherwise, the technique would eventually dominate its practitioner, turning them into a mindless puppet. The chi in his hand enveloped Mu Wingyi's corpse. In an instant, both the energy and the remains vanished without a trace. With everything handled, Su Chen left the chamber and returned to the sun-devouring sacred land. He went straight to the mission hall to submit the completed task. The elder on duty gave Su Chen a brief, indifferent glance and nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving the mission hall, Su Chen returned to his cave abode. Zhou Hanchan, having learned of his return, had already bustled about preparing a lavish dinner well in advance. The brother and sister savored the rare moment of warmth and peace. After the meal, Zhou Hanchan looked at Su Chen with blazing determination in her eyes. Brother. I want to become stronger. Su Chen studied her seriously for a moment before replying calmly, with me protecting you, that's enough. Zhou Hanchan threw herself onto him, shaking his arm and whining coquettishly, brother, you're already an inner disciple, and I'm your little sister, but I'm still only at the 9th layer of spirit gathering, I haven't even reached the spirit vein realm yet. I want to get stronger. I don't want to hold you back. Her pleading was earnest and adorable. Su Chen rubbed his forehead, a touch helpless. Getting stronger means enduring a lot of hardship. You'll have to suffer through endless pain and trials. Zhou Hanchan shook her head firmly. Brother, I'm not afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of trials. In the end, Su Chen could only compromise. Then let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhou Hanchan's small face lit up with excitement. Her impossibly cute bun-like cheeks were too much for Su Chen to resist, he reached out and pinched them twice. The next day. Su Chen began guiding Zhou Hanchan on the path to greater strength. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. 3 days later. Zhou Hanchan pouted miserably. Brother, I don't want to get stronger anymore. I just want to lie flat. Su Chen sternly refused and, for good measure, pinched her cheeks again. Day after day passed like this. Before long, a full year had slipped by. The once sensational death of prodigy-ranking genius Mu Wingyi gradually faded from memory amid the relentless flow of time. Su Chen visited the mission hall once more and accepted another assignment. After he left the sun-devouring sacred land. Outside the sacred land's gates. Su Chen spotted a familiar figure. Zhou Yi stood waiting, as though he had anticipated Su Chen's departure. Zhou Yi pays respects to the sovereign. The inner sect is crawling with Zhou Hao's dogs. To avoid exposing our primordial remnant clan and drawing their attention, I dared not seek you out again until now. Please forgive my absence. Su Chen was inwardly surprised. So there are still remnants of the primordial remnant clan inside the inner sect, and ones in positions of real power. For Zhou Yi to know the exact timing and details of his mission so quickly, someone with authority in the mission hall must have leaked the information. Zhou Yi, you risked coming to find me. Is there something urgent? Zhou Yi nodded. The elders hope that the sovereign will participate in the true disciple trial 1 year from now and ascend to become a true disciple of the sacred land. Su Chen frowned. Ascend to true disciple. Isn't that a bit too soon? He had only recently become an inner disciple. Zhou Yi replied calmly, Sovereign, rest assured. The elders will help conceal your special circumstances. The true disciple selection a year from now involves a major event within the sacred land. Your ascension will bring immense benefits. As for the specifics, forgive this subordinate for keeping it veiled. The matter is of grave importance, only a true disciple may be entrusted with the knowledge. Su Chen nodded. He could understand the caution displayed by the clan elders of the primordial remnant clan. After all, a single lapse in vigilance would have led to their complete annihilation long ago. Having delivered the message, Zhou Yi vanished once more like a ghost. Su Chen stared at the spot where Zhou Yi had stood, lost in thought for a moment, before continuing toward his assigned mission location. 1 month later. Xie Feng, the prodigy ranked 83rd on the Western region's prodigy ranking, vanished without a trace, presumed dead. The Xie clan erupted in fury. They posted an enormous bounty, vowing to hunt down and execute whoever had dared slay their clan's prodigy and avenge Xie Feng. Yet no matter how thoroughly the Xie clan searched, they found not the slightest clue. Some speculated that Xie Feng had provoked a formidable enemy and been slain. Others believed he had encountered a powerful demon beast and been devoured. Still others guessed he had ventured into an ancient ruin and perished there amid unknown dangers. This continent had never lacked for tragedy. As one generation faded, new legends rose to take their place. Su Chen returned to the sun-devouring sacred land. He submitted his mission as usual, then spent time guiding Zhou Hanchan in her cultivation. Her progress had been steady. She now stood at the 5th layer of the spirit vein realm, and her spirit vein carried a rare purple quality. Time flowed swiftly. Another year passed. Brother, are you really going to compete for true disciple status? Zhou Hanchan looked at him with a mix of shock and worry. Su Chen nodded. True disciple, I will claim it without fail. Zhou Hanchan's small face crumpled. Brother, it's too dangerous. You've only been in the inner sect for 2 years. How can you possibly compete with those senior brothers and sisters who have been here far longer? Su Chen rolled his eyes and reached out to knead her soft bun-like cheeks. What's that supposed to mean? Don't you trust your big brother? Zhou Hanchan's voice came out muffled and garbled. I trust you. Su Chen released her and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the cave abode. One after another, figures exuding powerful auras returned to the sun-devouring sacred land. Without question, these were all inner disciples of the sect. All of them had come for the same reason, to vie for the position of true disciple. Su Chen entered the inner sect trial. The sun-devouring sacred land's inner sect trial remained as brutal as ever. All participants fought in a chaotic free-for-all. Only the final survivor would ascend to true disciple status. Of course, it was not a battle to the death for everyone. Each inner disciple carried a protective talisman. Once the talisman shattered, the bearer would be immediately teleported out of the battlefield, preserving their life. Su Chen stepped into the secret realm, a minor world personally created by a saint of the sun-devouring sacred land. The sect's demonic leaning system ensured that its disciples were a motley mix of strengths and backgrounds. Some were only at the spirit sea realm, while others had already reached spirit soul. The moment Su Chen appeared, he drew attention. That kid looks like a newcomer. Let's rob him first, then eliminate him. Greed flashed in several eyes. Not everyone had come solely for the true disciple position. Many saw the chaos as the perfect opportunity to plunder resources. Su Chen was hardly a prominent figure in the inner sect. He rarely showed his face, so most regarded him as easy prey. 2 figures suddenly blocked Su Chen's path, one fat, one thin. Kid, hand over everything you've got right now. Otherwise, we'll strip you bare before we kick you out. The plump youth squinted his tiny green bean eyes and brandished a mace-like spirit weapon, radiating menace. Exactly. Your choice, hand it over willingly, or make us take it, and then we strip you naked anyway. The tall, lanky one had an odd appearance and gleaming eyes. And look at that, he's actually quite handsome. A sudden chill ran down Su Chen's spine. With a casual flick of his hand, the sunlight seemed to vanish, swallowed into darkness. A palm resembling a black hole crushed toward the pair. A crisp shattering sound rang out. Both figures vanished, forcibly eliminated from the trial. Outside the secret realm. The fat and thin duo stood frozen, still dazed. They had stumbled upon a hidden powerhouse. The odds of encountering someone playing the pig to eat the tiger were minuscule, yet fate had chosen them. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Suddenly, they felt a draft. Around them, numerous demonic sect disciples stared with strange expressions. TCH. It's actually the fat and thin demon boys. Both spirit soul realm experts were infamous for their twisted antics in the inner sect. Never thought they'd get eliminated so quickly. Haha, serves them right. Inside the secret realm. After dispatching the fat and thin demon boys, Su Chen encountered more opponents. This one's strong. Eliminate him first. Several spirit soul geniuses reached a swift consensus and attacked Su Chen together, hoping to remove the biggest threat early. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Su Chen raised his hand. A single sword strike erupted. Sword chi swept in all directions. Every one of the spirit soul geniuses was instantly eliminated. To Su Chen, the entire secret realm was filled with nothing but rabble. He could count the number of true spirit bodies on one hand, perhaps 2 or 3 at most. In less than 3 days, only Su Chen remained. Inner disciple Zhou Chen has passed the true disciple assessment. Su Chen successfully advanced to a true disciple. The sky dimmed. A figure appeared wearing a dark purple robe embroidered with demonic patterns. Long, dark red hair cascaded down, lending an even more sinister aura to the aged, weathered face. This seat is Red Sun Venerable. Are you willing to take me as your master? Su Chen knew this must be one of the surviving members of the primordial remnant clan. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Chen bowed respectfully and accepted Red Sun Venerable as his teacher. Thus, he completed the transition from inner disciple to true disciple. The name Zhou Chen now echoed as one of the rising stars within the sun-devouring sacred land. Su Chen brought Zhou Hanchan to Red Sun Peak. She stared wide-eyed at the opulent, unfamiliar surroundings, feeling as though she were dreaming. Brother, you really became a true disciple. Brother, you're incredible. Zhou Hanchan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Chen remained completely unmoved. Starting tomorrow, your training load doubles. Zhou Hanchan's small face immediately wilted in despair. The next day, Su Chen entered Red Sun Venerable's grand hall. A layer of red light curtain enveloped the two of them. Primordial remnant clan, Zhou Hongri, pays respects to the sovereign. Just now, with Zhou Hao's spies watching, this subordinate showed insufficient respect. Please forgive the offense. Red Sun Venerable dropped to one knee and spoke with utmost deference toward Su Chen. Su Chen remained completely unruffled. He asked calmly, speak plainly. What exactly do you need me to do? Red Sun Venerable replied, Sovereign, we have received word that an ancient tomb will open in the near future. Buried within that tomb is one of our primordial remnant clan's saint ancestors. That ancestor possessed the same primordial Tao Tai physique as you. If Sovereign enters the tomb, there is a strong chance of claiming the ancestor's saint artifact. With a saint artifact in hand, we will finally be able to stand against Zhou Hao. Su Chen nodded. I see. When the ancient tomb emerges, inform me again. With that, Su Chen left Red Sun Hall. Red Sun Venerable rose to his feet and watched Su Chen's departing figure, his gaze fixed and intense. Back at his cave abode, Su Chen resumed guiding Zhou Hanchan's cultivation while steadily advancing his own. 2 months later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the cave. The successor of Sunset Peak, Luo Hongying. What is she doing here? Su Chen listened to the servant's report, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. A soft chuckle drifted in from outside the door. The voice was like a blade dipped in honey, sweet yet razor-sharp. Junior brother Zhou, surely you aren't refusing to welcome your senior sister. As the words faded, a stunning woman appeared in an instant. Her bare feet stepped lightly across the bluestone tiles. The crimson gown she wore burned like living flame, resembling an otherworldly mandala in full bloom. Her eyes flowed with liquid allure, countless sparks of starfire seemed to explode within them. Slender, flawless legs peeked tantalizingly from beneath the hem of her dress, making it impossible to tell whether she was a peerless mortal beauty or a seductive demon come to ensnare souls. Though Su Chen had never met her before, he had heard of her reputation. Luo Hongying. Renowned as the #1 beauty of the sun-devouring sacred land, and a true disciple as ruthless and unscrupulous as they came. Luo Hongying sat down beside Su Chen with effortless grace. Su Chen remained unmoved. He asked coolly, what brings senior sister Luo to seek out this junior brother? Luo Hongying let out a silvery, bell-like laugh. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear in a soft, intimate murmur. What if I said I simply missed you, junior brother Zhou? Would you believe me? Her gentle words carried a deeply bewitching demonic charm. Against most hot-blooded young male cultivators, this combination of allure and closeness would have long since melted their resolve, reducing them to obedient servants at her feet. Su Chen, however, had seen countless beauties. He was not so easily swayed. Instead, a thread of caution rose in his heart. It seems this is the first time senior sister and I have met. Luo Hongying raised a slender, snow-white finger and wagged it playfully. Junior brother Zhou, your parents were once my esteemed teachers. When you were very small, we actually met once. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. So that's how it is. Senior sister Luo and I are practically family. Luo Hongying nodded with a soft laugh. When I returned to the sect and learned that junior brother Zhou had become a true disciple, I was genuinely shocked. After some investigation, I discovered you are the surviving son of my former teachers. In just over 2 years, you rose from an ordinary outer disciple straight to true disciple status. Truly. Before she could finish, Su Chen flicked his sleeve. Sword chi surged forth, aimed straight at Luo Hongying's neck. She did not move a muscle. The faint smile stayed fixed on her lips. Su Chen held back from completing the strike. This woman was far too calm. Luo Hongying casually smoothed a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her face. Junior brother, no need to get excited. Your senior sister simply stumbled upon a few little secrets by chance. If you kill me now, those secrets will spread across the entire sect by tomorrow morning. I'm sure you wouldn't want your secrets laid bare for all to see. Su Chen waved his sleeve again, retracting the sword chi. He had never expected the remnants of the primordial remnant clan to be so unreliable that they left behind such a glaring loose end. If his true identity were exposed now, he would die without even a grave. Speak. What exactly do you want me to do? Luo Hongying had uncovered a trace of something and chosen to keep it secret, coming here alone. Was it truly because of his parents, to offer a warning? Su Chen was no fool. For a woman to climb to true disciple status in a demonic sect like the sun-devouring sacred land, she had to be someone who devoured others without spitting out the bones. A few words of mentorship from her teachers, or even personally slaying those same teachers, if the profit was sufficient, she would act without hesitation. Junior brother is truly sharp. Luo Hongying gave a word of praise before continuing. Have you heard of the primordial tomb? Su Chen nodded. Luo Hongying narrowed her eyes. I want you to join forces with me inside the primordial tomb. Together, we eliminate several of the sect's ranked true disciples. If we succeed, rest assured, your secret will remain safe with me forever. Su Chen showed mild surprise. Senior sister's methods are truly bold. Very well. I accept. I only ask that you keep your word. Seeing how readily he agreed, Luo Hongying remained half skeptical. She issued one final warning. Then we will speak again inside the primordial tomb. In the meantime, junior brother, do not try anything clever. If I die, your secret will flood the sect the very next day. Su Chen waved his hand with a wry smile. Senior sister jests. I have no desire to become the target of the entire sect. My quick agreement simply shows that I understand the wisdom of knowing when to yield. The wariness in Luo Hongying's eyes finally faded. She rose slowly, preparing to leave the residence. Suddenly, she turned back. There is one thing senior sister still does not understand. Are you still, truly my junior brother? Su Chen frowned slightly. What does senior sister mean by that? Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. Luo Hongying offered no answer. She gave a light laugh and vanished from Red Sun Peak. The moment he sensed her departure, the confusion in Su Chen's eyes disappeared completely. In their place surged an overwhelming, murderous intent that had lain dormant for thousands of years. His ancient, unshakable state of mind was finally stirred into violent waves. He could no longer remember the last time anyone had dared threaten him like this. Moreover, Luo Hongying had vaguely touched upon his greatest secret. Being too clever will get you killed. In Su Chen's heart, Luo Hongying had already been sentenced to death. She did not know of the primordial remnant clan's existence. By sheer coincidence, she had mistaken him for some ancient powerhouse who had seized a new body and begun cultivation anew. Yet, that guess was, in fact, the closest thing to the truth. Several days later, Su Chen left the sun-devouring sacred land for a brief trip. When Zhou Yi learned about Luo Hongying, his face drained of color. Sovereign, rest assured. A mere true disciple means nothing. We will make her vanish from this world, along with everyone connected to her. Your secret will never be exposed. Su Chen cast a cold glance at Zhou Yi. For the first time, he felt genuine disappointment toward the primordial remnant clan. This group might one day drag him down to his grave without even realizing it. All you need to do is quietly investigate Luo Hongying's contingencies. Do not act rashly. If a true disciple suddenly dies along with a large number of her associates, it will only arouse the Sacred Lord's suspicion at the worst possible moment. Everything waits until we enter the ancient tomb. Once inside, I will personally eliminate her myself. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. As expected of the sovereign, your foresight is impeccable. Su Chen issued the orders and left. If they couldn't even handle something this minor, he would seriously question how these so-called remnants had managed to survive under Zhou Hao's nose for so long. Back inside the sacred land, Su Chen carried on as though nothing had happened, continuing his secluded cultivation. Half a year passed quickly. Then a single piece of news shook the entire western regions. After thousands of years of absence, an ancient ruin had reappeared in the world. Entry into the ancient ruin required a key. Even among sacred land-level sects, only a handful possessed them, and only true disciples qualified to use them. Outsiders stood no chance at all. The emergence of the ancient ruin even drew successors from powerful orthodoxies in the other 4 domains. As a true disciple, Su Chen naturally received a key and the right to enter. When Luo Hongying caught sight of him, she flashed a provocative smile. Su Chen returned a faint, knowing nod. The two shared a perfect tacit understanding. This time, the sun-devouring sacred land dispatched 19 true disciples to the ancient ruin, including both Luo Hongying and Su Chen. Every single one stood at the profound connection realm. Upon reaching the site, Su Chen immediately spotted several familiar orthodoxies. Right away, he witnessed prodigies from the western regions and southern barbarian lands clashing fiercely. After all, the southern barbarian lands had nearly been destroyed 2,000 years earlier. Countless geniuses and powerhouses had perished. Only after centuries of painful recovery had they regained any vitality. Their hatred toward the western regions ran bone deep. Su Chen had no intention of intervening. He simply observed the opponents from both domains who were actually worth his attention, and who might one day become his prey. With the appearance of the ancient ruin, an enormous bronze gate rose to blot out the sky. Only then did the conflict between the two domains pause. Everyone produced their keys in unison. Guided by the bronze radiance, they stepped inside. Inside the ancient ruin, neither Su Chen nor Luo Hongying made any immediate move. They began exploring the ruins like everyone else. While the group was busy searching for treasures, a sudden surge of terrifying auras erupted within the team. Without the slightest warning, several figures turned on their nearest companions and attacked. 2 were instantly killed. 3 more suffered grievous wounds. Before anyone could react, follow-up strikes landed. The 3 wounded fell dead as well. In the span of a breath, 5 true disciples perished. The remaining 14 looked at one another. Heh. I didn't expect everyone to have the exact same idea. One of the ranked true disciples shrugged casually, meeting the stunned yet wary gazes around him. The fewer true disciples there are in the sacred land, the more resources each of us receives. An opportunity like this doesn't come twice. Naturally, all of you must die. As long as you perish, my path to becoming a saint becomes clear. A purple-eyed youth spoke with calm indifference as he regarded the survivors. A new round of slaughter erupted among the survivors. In the chaos, 8 more fell. Only 6 remained. The purple-eyed youth surveyed the others with a cruel, satisfied smile. If any of you are willing to submit, accept my soul brand, I will allow you to live. The purple-eyed youth was terrifyingly strong. Though he lacked the divine physique, he had already slain 2 ranked true disciples. Now he regarded the remaining 5 with utter contempt. To be marked with a soul brand meant eternal enslavement, no chance of transcendence in this life or the next. Jean Huntian, you dream if you think we'll kneel to you. Everyone, attack together. Kill him first. Aha. Without warning, Su Chen and Luo Hongying struck in perfect unison. They ambushed 2 of the other true disciples, ending them in an instant. The last survivor opened his mouth to cry out, I submit. Please, my lord, spare my life. Su Chen's sword flashed without hesitation, severing his head. In the end, only 3 true disciples of the sun-devouring sacred land remained standing. Luo Hongying eyed the purple-eyed youth warily. Junior brother Zhou, let's kill him together. Once he's gone, this generation's resources will belong to the 2 of us alone. Then you and I can become Tao companions, ruling side by side for an eternity. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Su Chen nodded. Senior sister speaks wisely. After we kill him, please don't forget our agreement. Luo Hongying. Was becoming her Tao companion really so unappealing? Without another word, she gripped her long spear. A surge of scarlet branding erupted from within her body, spreading across her snow-white skin and coalescing into a set of spiritual armor. Martial spirit armor, a lost relic from ancient times, and it ended up in your hands. Jean Huntian raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Facing Luo Hongying's charge, he did not retreat. The 2 clashed at speeds invisible to the naked eye. No wonder this woman dared scheme against so many true disciples of the sacred land. Su Chen clicked his tongue inwardly. Even he had only heard legends of the martial spirit armor, a war gear forged by a long-extinct race, capable of dramatically amplifying the wearer's attack power and speed. In the heavenly profound domain, very few possessed such a treasure. Zhou Chen, are you just going to stand there watching? Luo Hongying gradually fell behind in the exchange. Glancing at Su Chen, who had been idly spectating, she spoke in a commanding tone laced with irritation. Su Chen feigned helplessness and joined the fray, unleashing sword arts to share the pressure and relieve Luo Hongying. Moments later, Jean Huntian began to falter. Seizing the opening, Luo Hongying executed her blood moon spear art. A single thrust smashed into Jean Huntian's body. The impact obliterated everything within hundreds of meters, leaving only swirling dust thick with murderous intent, impossible to see through. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Luo Hongying panted heavily. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she stared into the haze. Jean Huntian, he should be dead now, right? Unlike her elation, Su Chen frowned. Instinct warned him that something was wrong. Boom. A terrifying silhouette flashed past in an instant, materializing directly in front of Luo Hongying. When she saw who it was, her eyes widened in shock. Jean Huntian now stood entirely bathed in violet light. His hair stood on end like steel wires. His muscles bulged and twisted like ancient tree roots. An overwhelmingly oppressive aura naturally formed a protective barrier around him. Purple Extreme Heaven Art. It's the Purple Extreme Heaven Art. This technique should never have reappeared in the world. The Purple Extreme Demon Venerable died in the Southwestern Domain War, his inheritance was severed. Luo Hongying's face turned deathly pale. Jean Huntian cast a faint, mocking glance at her. How could a little girl like you possibly comprehend the depths of this Venerable's methods? Since you forced me to reveal my true form, you can no longer be allowed to live. He extended a finger and flicked it lightly toward her. Luo Hongying's body suffered a devastating blow. She flew backward, smashing through range after range of mountains. The martial spirit armor covering her form cracked and shattered in countless places. In the blink of an eye, Jean Huntian hovered above her. Luo Hongying's robes hung in tatters. She coughed up blood. For the first time, the usual arrogance had vanished from her face. Pure terror of death enveloped her completely. Am I Lord? I submit. I am willing to accept the soul brand and serve at your side forever. I can be your concubine, your pet, anything you desire. I will never reveal a single one of your secrets. Luo Hongying desperately tried to demonstrate her willingness to submit. Jean Huntian merely sneered in disdain. Someone like you, this venerable finds filthy. Terrifying energy gathered at his fingertip. He prepared to end her once and for all, leaving no loose ends. But in that instant, a streak of sword light disrupted his motion. Su Chen had acted. A single strike forced Jean Huntian back. He appeared beside Luo Hongying. Seeing who had come, a desperate spark of hope reignited in Luo Hongying's heart. Zhou Chen, kill him. If you kill him, I will be yours completely. Jean Huntian was the Purple Extreme Demon Venerable reborn. And Zhou Chen, according to her investigations, was also suspected to be an ancient powerhouse reincarnated. Only Zhou Chen could contend with the Purple Extreme Demon Venerable. Jean Huntian looked at the newcomer who had charged into the fray, a trace of interest in his eyes. You, intend to protect her? To stand against this venerable? Su Chen shook his head. She, can only be killed by me. His black and white pupils abruptly turned pitch black, transforming into twin abyssal voids that devoured all light. Behind Luo Hongying, a gaping blood-red maw suddenly appeared. In an instant, it swallowed her whole. Her agonized scream echoed through heaven and earth. Zhou Chen, you can't kill me. If you do, the Sacred Lord will never let you live. Gradually, her aura faded away. After devouring Luo Hongying, Su Chen's presence surged explosively. The same martial spirit armor that had once covered her now manifested around him. The sudden sight stunned even Jean Huntian. After a long moment, he burst into wild laughter. So it is the primordial Tao Tai physique. It seems those old fossils of the primordial remnant clan still cling to life. But truly, heaven itself aids me, the Purple Extreme Demon Venerable. Boy, your body and soul now belong to this venerable. Recalling the rumors surrounding the ancient ruin, Jean Huntian's heart surged with wild excitement. Yet in the next breath, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Su Chen's body. He raised his hand and slashed downward with a single sword. Return to dust. Sword chi pierced heaven and earth, as though it would tear the entire ruin apart. Jean Huntian had no time to evade. The sword chi engulfed him. Terror seized his mind. This strike was far beyond anything a cultivator of this realm should be capable of unleashing. Such mastery of the sword, even the most monstrous sword prodigies at the profound connection realm could never achieve it. One sword, and Jean Huntian was covered in wounds. Fear took root in his heart. This fellow is no simple character, another ancient monster in disguise. Jean Huntian cursed inwardly. What kind of cursed place was the sun-devouring sacred land? How had it hidden such a terrifying, fellow cultivator, all this time? Seeing Jean Huntian prepare to flee, Su Chen extended 2 fingers forward. Myriad Tribulations Annihilation Finger. One of the prison-suppressing sacred land's saint-grade martial techniques. Heaven and earth seemed to sink into cycles of annihilation and silence. Darkness swallowed everything. Su Chen walked slowly into the heart of that terrifying aura. From within came a final, wretched, unwilling scream of despair. After devouring Jean Huntian's origin essence, Su Chen left the battlefield. The purple extreme demon Venerable, who had fallen during the Southwestern Domain War, leaving behind only a wisp of remnant soul that had seized the body of a sun-devouring sacred land true disciple to be reborn, had now died beyond any possibility of revival. An old monster had encountered an even older one. This was probably an outcome the purple extreme demon Venerable could never have dreamed of. The ancient ruin was said to be the battlefield of ancient saints. A cataclysmic war that once swept across all 5 domains had erupted here. Countless powerhouses perished, including dozens of saints. Su Chen's goal was the remnant saint artifact left behind by the primordial remnant clan's saint ancestor. Guided by the pull of his bloodline, he easily reached the place where that ancient powerhouse had fallen. Over tens of thousands of years, the site had transformed into a vast underground world. Following the bloodline's guidance, Su Chen arrived before a tattered soul banner. This must be the saint artifact left by that ancestor of the primordial remnant clan. Only someone with the primordial king bloodline can take it. Unfortunately, Su Chen felt a trace of disappointment. The soul banner was indeed a saint artifact, but it had suffered catastrophic damage. Even if activated, its power would at best reach quasi-saint level. The ferocity of that ancient battle was evident, capable of shattering even a saint artifact. Wait, no. A glint flashed through Su Chen's eyes. The bloodline resonance had not faded. Upon entering this place, the pull had split into 2 strands. One led to the soul banner, the other pointed toward. Suddenly, the ground trembled before Su Chen appeared in even deeper space. It was pitch black and eerily cold. At the center of this space stood a single altar. Resting upon it was a 3-meter-long great blade crafted from the bone of some unknown creature. A terrifying aura emanated from within, yet to Su Chen it felt strangely familiar. Sacrificing the body to forge the weapon. Shock surged through Su Chen's heart. Hidden here was another perfectly intact saint artifact. He stepped forward and gripped the blade tightly. The power of his bloodline surged through his body. Black flames spread across his arms. In that instant, a vision unfolded before him. A gravely wounded, supremely powerful figure murmured in a low voice. The spirit-divine king is simply too strong. I am going to die. I, Zhou Tianwen, once dominated all 5 domains. To fall like this, how unwilling I am. I refuse to vanish with the tide of the era. I sacrifice my bones to form the hilt. I sacrifice my flesh to become the edge. I sacrifice my soul to ignite the saintly might. Even in death. Zhou Tianwen will not die an ordinary death. Descendant of later generations, if you have reached this place, it means you share my blood. Take up the heaven-questioning blade. Sever all obstacles. Step onto the ancient starry path. Complete the path to ascension that I could not finish. Stolen story, please report. As the memory faded, a surge of respect rose in Su Chen's heart. This had been a seeker of the Tao born in the wrong era, a man of immense ambition who nevertheless perished in a chaotic war. He had abandoned everything, transforming himself into a weapon, waiting for an inheritor to carry his unfinished dream forward. Su Chen concealed the heaven-questioning blade. This was an unexpected windfall. A flawless saint artifact, one he could fully control. It would become his greatest trump card, his most reliable foundation. Su Chen continued exploring the ancient ruin in search of opportunities. Whenever he encountered other geniuses, they became his opportunities. Death was commonplace inside this ruin. Whenever Su Chen struck, no one survived. Within the ruin, both his cultivation and aptitude soared dramatically. He slaughtered prodigies without restraint until ordinary geniuses could no longer provide any meaningful improvement to his aptitude. Only then did he stop. By the end, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the void-refining realm. A young sovereign. Across all 5 domains, he could now rightfully be called a martial Tao monster. 1 year later, violent tremors shook the ancient ruin. Fragments of ancient scenes flickered across the sky like shattered mirrors. Countless terrifying powerhouses surrounded and attacked the colossal figure that towered between heaven and earth. Even this mere glimpse of the battle was suffocating. Su Chen recognized the name of that supreme being. Spirit-divine king. In the outside world, saint-level experts stood at the pinnacle, untouchable. Yet before this existence, they were no different from ants, casually exterminated. An ancient palace materialized. Spirit-divine palace. In the faded images, that invincible figure stepped into the spirit-divine palace, and never emerged again. I stood invincible in my era. My ambition was to seize the origin of the heavenly profound domain and walk the path of absolute invincibility. Yet I never expected the living beings of this domain to resist so desperately. Under the combined assault of the domain's strongest, I fell with regret. I have sealed my inheritance within the spirit-divine palace, awaiting a worthy successor. Whoever is fortunate enough to obtain my legacy must carry forward my will. Invincible beneath the stars. Invincible beneath the stars, those 4 words alone were enough to drive almost anyone mad with desire. A quasi-emperor inheritance. This was the legacy of a quasi-emperor. For nearly every prodigy present, reason evaporated. A quasi-emperor inheritance appearing in the world, this was an unprecedented event. Fight, we must fight for it. A quasi-emperor inheritance, that is one of the supreme existences beneath the starry sky in an entire era. In all of Heavenly Profound Domain's history, quasi-emperors can be counted on one hand. If I obtain this legacy, I could surpass my ancestors and become the strongest in Heavenly Profound Domain. Ha ha ha. The quasi-emperor inheritance is destined to be mine. The gates of the spirit-divine palace swung open. Prodigies surged inside like a tide gone mad. Chen followed closely behind, stepping into the palace. A quasi-emperor inheritance, the temptation was simply too great. Even if obtaining it meant ending this life right here and now, Chen would consider it worth the price. The interior of the spirit-divine palace formed its own independent space. Chen and the others arrived within this vast domain. I was born from nothing, walked through chaotic eras, and rose step by step from a mere mortal to quasi-emperor. All of it rested upon a single technique. Spirit Communion Emperor Scripture. If you pass my trial, I shall bestow upon you the complete Spirit Communion Emperor Scripture. Emperor Scripture. Only those supreme techniques created by beings who had truly stood at the peak of the myriad races were qualified to bear the title of Emperor Scripture. Everyone went berserk. Even the most iron-willed cultivators could not suppress the greed that flooded their eyes. No one could remain calm. Except Chen. As he stared at the words suspended in the starry sky, an icy chill crawled across his entire body. A bone-piercing cold shot straight to his mind. Spirit Communion Art. Spirit Communion Emperor Scripture. Coincidence? No, thousands of years of honed instinct screamed that this was no coincidence. That technique he had obtained long ago in the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, the very same flawed, bottomless pit of a cultivation method that had abruptly ended one of his previous lives, was undoubtedly a backhand left behind by an unimaginably terrifying existence. Looking at the sea of frenzied, red-eyed prodigies around him, Chen felt a wave of sorrow and faint pity rise in his heart. Even if he spoke the truth aloud right now, not a single person would believe him. Should such a terrifying being ever reappear, it might spell the doom of the entire Heavenly Profound Domain. Genius prodigies from all 5 domains surged forward in a frenzied race to seize the Emperor Scripture. Chen blended into the crowd. He watched as greed consumed the minds of these once proud talents, turning them against one another in brutal slaughter. He made no move to intervene. Blood dyed mountains and rivers crimson. Broken weapons littered the ground. The bones of prodigies lay scattered across the landscape. Chen approached the fallen corpses and collected their remains. These were the origin essences of an entire generation of geniuses, some even carried the ancient supreme physiques of long-forgotten powers. He packed them all away without waste. Good things should never be squandered. In the end, only the true martial monsters remained, locked in mutual combat. Divine physiques blotted out the sky with their phenomena. Terrifying auras sent shivers through the air. They dominated the 8 desolations, each one invincible in its own right. Chen observed the clash among those bearing divine and sacred physiques. As expected of the legendary special physiques, they truly are terrifying. Even after devouring the origin essences of so many prodigies, Chen still felt an insurmountable chasm between his primordial Tao Tai physique and those mythic constitutions. A sudden thought crossed his mind: if he could swallow one of them, would his body undergo some extraordinary transformation? He dismissed the idea almost immediately. The cost was far too high. Every divine or sacred physique stood behind an unfathomably powerful force. Their life-saving methods were countless. Even if he succeeded, he would expose his trump cards, and the gain would not justify the risk. Better to pick soft persimmons first. Start with the weak, then gradually move to the strong. Step by step. In the end, after the great battle, a divine physique from an ancient clan of the central continent emerged victorious, suppressing all others. Chen remembered his name. Yushuquan, the Peerless prodigy of the Yu clan, one of central continent's top forces. Bearer of the Peerless divine physique. His clan had once produced a quasi-emperor, though it had since declined. Still, a starved camel was larger than a horse, the Yu clan remained one of the central continent's colossal overlords. A mysterious inheritance space appeared in the starry sky, drawing Yushuquan toward it. Chen watched the scene unfold. He made no attempt to interfere. He did not believe an old schemer like this, an ancient quasi-emperor, would leave no contingencies behind. From this day forward, I fear the 5 domains of Heavenly Profound will once again be thrown into chaos. Countless lives will turn to ash. Chen sighed softly in his heart. Against the schemes of an existence so supreme beneath the stars, even knowing the truth brought only deep powerlessness. This was an open plot, impossible to counter. An Emperor Scripture, anyone would be moved. Anyone would want to cultivate it. Months later, news spread that the passage out of the ancient ruin had opened. Outside, numerous powerful forces already waited in anticipation. Yet those who emerged numbered fewer than 1/10 of those who had entered. The ancient powers erupted in fury and demanded answers. They would uncover the truth at any cost. Inside the ruin, an Emperor Scripture appeared. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The Emperor Scripture was obtained by Yushuquan of the Yu clan. It is in his hands. An Emperor Scripture, an actual Emperor Scripture appeared. No wonder the slaughter was so brutal. The revelation of the Emperor Scripture shook everyone to the core. No one cared anymore about how many prodigies had died inside the ruin. Those who understood either fled, like Chen, who left the ruin and never returned to the sun-devouring sacred land, choosing instead to vanish without a trace, or immediately sent word back to their sects and clans. Boom, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky. Through the crack loomed a colossal, star-like silhouette. A single hand extended outward, enveloping the direction of the Yu clan. Hand over the Emperor scripture, and you may live. Chen's scalp went numb. This aura had already surpassed the saint realm. A saint king, this was a saint king. For the first time, Chen witnessed a being of this level. The power was unimaginable. Merely the residual waves of its presence could grind countless extraterritorial stars into dust. If its true body descended upon the western regions, how terrifying would that be? Run. This was only the beginning. Chen had no desire to perish in the mere aftershock of such a battle. That would be far too ridiculous an end for this life. At the same instant, from the distant edge of the horizon, an arrow tore through countless layers of space. It carried the blazing might of a sun and shot straight toward the Saint King beyond the starry void. An incomparably domineering voice thundered across the heavens. What kind of trash dares to touch something belonging to my Yu clan? If you're looking to die, Yu Xinyang doesn't mind sending you on your way. Yu Xinyang, the true Yang Saint King, was an invincible figure of his generation within the Yu clan. Even a legendary existence like him had descended upon this place. The single arrow caused the Saint King to bleed. Scorching blood sprayed across the distant star dome, annihilating an entire swath of stars. True Yang Saint King, this Emperor scripture belongs to the western regions. It can only remain in the western regions. Hand over the Emperor scripture, and we will allow you to leave. Otherwise, none of you will escape the western regions. Yu Xinyang, you are not qualified to take the Emperor scripture away from my western regions. One after another, Saint Kings who existed only in legend appeared. 5 Saint Kings in total emerged from the far reaches of the starry sky, blocking the Yu clan's path back to the central continent. An Emperor scripture had appeared in the western regions. They would never let it go. After all, this was the legendary Emperor scripture. If it emerged in the western regions, it must remain in the western regions. As expected of the western regions, its foundation truly runs deep. 5 Saint Kings dispatched at once. Chen marveled inwardly. Since ancient times, fate determines who obtains opportunity. Your western regions were unable to compete and lost to my Yu clan successor. How are you worthy of this supreme Emperor scripture? Now you resort to robbery and threats. Is this the western region's way of doing things? Truly arrogant and overbearing. But my Yu clan has never tolerated threats. What we have obtained will not be handed over. Today, no matter what, the Yu clan will bring the Emperor scripture back to our clan. If you are tired of living and wish to taste the might of our clan's Imperial artifact, feel free to try and stop us. If it comes to it, we will shatter mountains and rivers, exhaust the western region's vitality. As long as you can bear the consequences, the Yu clan is ready to accompany you to the end. Facing 5 Saint Kings, Yu Xinyang showed not the slightest fear. The Emperor artifact of an ancient Emperor clan was precisely the confidence that allowed him to defy an entire domain. Then let us fight. The western region's powerhouses wasted no words. Experts at the Saint King level were peerless figures of one or even several eras. How could a few sentences intimidate them? Terrifying saintly might swept across the entire western regions. In less than a few hours, the starry sky bled once more. The Yu clan Saint King faced 6 opponents no weaker than himself. Again and again, he was blasted apart. Were it not for the astonishing vitality of a Saint King, he would have perished countless times already. Uncle. Yu Shuquan watched True Yang Saint King suffer repeated defeats. Hatred burned in his heart. One day, I, Yu Shuquan, will make every one of you pay 1,000-fold. True Yang Saint King roared, you pushed too far. Do not blame my Yu clan for showing no mercy. Old ancestor, save me. Central continent shook. An ancient aura rose like a blazing sun. It crossed billions of miles in an instant. The already sealed boundary between the western and central domains was torn open by hand. How dare you bully my Yu clan to such an extent? From within the Yu clan, an ancient great saint emerged. Wielding a quasi-emperor weapon, he descended upon the western regions. This is insane, even a great saint has appeared, and he brought a quasi-emperor weapon. Are they really going to sink the entire western regions? Chen cursed inwardly. If the western regions truly collapsed under such a cataclysm, nowhere would be safe. As long as he remained here, death would find him no matter where he hid. The terrifying might of the quasi-emperor weapon permeated the starry sky. Countless gazes turned toward it, only to be met with screams of agony moments later. Though a quasi-emperor weapon was not a true emperor artifact, it still bore the character emperor. In an age without an emperor, a quasi-emperor stood as the pinnacle of the universe. A quasi-emperor weapon, your Yu clan actually dares. The moment a great saint wielding a quasi-emperor weapon descended upon the western regions, no one could remain calm. The Yu clan's great saint showed no mercy. He urged the quasi-emperor weapon into full power. The crushing pressure, thousands of times more terrifying than ordinary saintly might, surged toward the 6 Saint Kings. The 6 did not hesitate. They scattered in every direction. Yet screams still rang through the stars. One Saint King failed to escape in time and perished on the spot. The scalp-numbing scene laid bare for all to see what true Imperial clan foundation meant. The Yu clan's great saint seized the Yu clan members in one grasp and prepared to withdraw from the western regions. In a distant corner of the western regions, a massive hand stretched forth, seemingly enveloping the entire domain in its palm. Old ghost you dare wreak havoc in my western regions and think you can leave so easily? You really don't put us old fellows in your eyes. Above the firmament appeared an incomparably towering figure. His brilliant golden pupils gleamed like amber, shocking the soul. Plain white robes bore the trajectories of sun, moon, and stars. A single point of golden light flowed between his brows. All heaven and earth bowed beneath his feet. A great saint. The Western region's pillar of stability had finally acted. Jinyang, take Shuquang and leave first. Today, I will test the depths of the Western region's foundation. The Yu clan's great saint set Yu Xinyang, Yu Shuquang, and the others down. Then he turned, carrying the quasi-emperor weapon, and headed into the extraterritorial void alongside the Western region's great saint. Both quasi-emperor weapons were fully awakened. The fluctuations they released made the world believe a supreme from some ancient forbidden zone had re-emerged to hunt. A long time passed before the Imperial might finally subsided. Both great saints vanished without a trace. No one knew who had won or lost that battle. Chen returned to the sun-devouring sacred land. The elders were stunned to see that a disciple had actually survived. Inside Red Sun Peak, Red Sun Venerable's face lit up with joy. Sovereign, did you manage to obtain our primordial remnant clan ancestor saint artifact from within the ancient ruin? Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. Chen nodded. There was a damaged saint artifact. Unfortunately, it was too severely broken and has lost all saintly might. Red Sun Venerable's expression instantly turned deathly pale. He shook his head in denial. Impossible. Bring out the saint artifact. The remnant saint artifact left by our ancestor cannot possibly be damaged. Chen frowned and spoke in a low voice. You want me to take it out here? Are you trying to expose everything right under Zhou Hao's nose? Red Sun Venerable realized his mistake and quickly composed himself. Sovereign, it was my lapse. At that moment, a voice from outside Red Sun Peak interrupted him. True disciple of Red Sun Peak, Zhou Chen, summoned by the sacred lord. Chen left Red Sun Peak without another word. Disciple Zhou Chen is present. The elder who had come smiled faintly. Zhou Chen, the sacred lord has summoned you. Please follow me to the sun-devouring hall. Chen nodded and followed the elder toward the sun-devouring hall. The main peak of the sun-devouring sacred land was naturally magnificent beyond measure, filled with ceaseless phenomena, including the illusion of a setting sun devouring the moon. Chen had no interest in admiring the scenery. He entered the vast, empty grand hall alone. Inside stood a single figure with hands clasped behind his back. Long silver hair flowed down, entwined with strands of dark purple lightning. He resembled a god or demon who had stepped forth from the abyss of the ninth underworld. His eyes were like two pools of congealed blood. Wherever his gaze passed, the air twisted into strange, rippling patterns. The sacred lord of the sun-devouring sacred land. Zhou Hao. A peak saint. Disciple Zhou Chen pays respects to the sacred lord. Chen bowed with utmost respect. Zhou Hao stared at Chen. His calm voice exploded inside Chen's mind like thunder. This seat knows your past, now tell me, who exactly are you? In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura locked onto Chen. The owner of that aura could crush him to death with a mere thought. Chen cursed inwardly, useless primordial remnant clan, they couldn't even handle something this small. He understood immediately. Luo Hongying must have left some message that reached Zhou Hao, planting seeds of suspicion. Without a flawless explanation, a ruthless man like Zhou Hao would never let him live. Chen spoke decisively. Reporting to the sacred lord, there are traitors within the sacred land plotting against you. A flicker of interest appeared in Zhou Hao's eyes. Oh. Who dares scheme against this seat? Without hesitation, Chen sold out the primordial remnant clan's elders and remnants completely. It is the primordial remnant clan. They still hide within the sacred land, waiting for their chance. They wanted this disciple to help them locate a saint artifact. This is the saint artifact I found. This disciple was born of the sun-devouring sacred land and will die as its ghost. How could I possibly aid them in harming the sacred lord? He betrayed them without the slightest psychological burden. When Chen produced the tattered soul banner, damaged yet unmistakably radiating saintly might, Zhou Hao reached out and grasped it. After a brief examination, he spoke. Indeed, it carries the aura of the primordial remnant clan. Though broken, if repaired, it could still unleash several bursts of saintly power. To think survivors still linger, right under this seat's nose. These rats hiding in the gutters truly disgust me. Zhou Hao stored the soul banner away and continued calmly. For those old things to trust you so deeply, your bloodline must be extraordinary. You have made the right choice. Had you followed their path, you would have walked straight into eternal damnation. You should know that every disciple of the sun-devouring sacred land has a soul tether planted within them. Only the pill controlled by this seat can suppress it. Without that suppression, they die without a grave. Now, this seat will give you a chance to live. Show your worth. The crushing pressure on Chen eased abruptly. The primordial aura around him manifested openly. The phantom of a Tao Tai appeared behind him. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. His face remained unreadable, betraying neither joy nor anger. The hall fell deathly silent. After 3 breaths, he spoke evenly. So it is the primordial Tao Tai physique. No wonder those old fossils revered you as their sovereign. If you had continued down their road, the backlash from the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine art would have killed you sooner or later. From this day forward, you belong to this seat. This seat will resolve the flaws of your primordial Tao Tai physique. Now, swallow this slave seal pill. Chen's heart sank. A man like Zhou Hao, a true hegemon, would never trust anyone so easily. A mere soul tether was far from enough. He had once read about the slave seal pill in ancient records from the Central Continent's Pill God Hall. It was an utterly vicious poison pill. Once swallowed, it would slowly erode the mind until the consumer became utterly obedient to whoever held the master seal. The method of breaking it. Are you unwilling to submit to this seat? Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. His towering figure loomed like a god or demon, his presence crashing down like an avalanche. Chen accepted the slave seal pill and swallowed it without hesitation. This disciple is naturally willing to submit to the sacred lord. Only after watching Su Chen consume the pill did Zhou Hao withdraw his killing intent. He spoke calmly. From now on, you belong to this seat. This seat requires your cooperation to wipe out every last member of the primordial remnant clan. Su Chen nodded. After leaving the sun-devouring hall, his mood was grim. A hegemon who had risen to sacred lord in a place as brutal as the sun-devouring sacred land was naturally far more dangerous than any opponent he had faced in his previous lives, cautious, ruthless, and terrifyingly powerful. That he even possessed something as vicious as the slave seal pill spoke volumes. He had to refine the antidote before the pill's effects overwhelmed his state of mind. Zhou Hao might be a hegemon, but he had overlooked one crucial fact. Su Chen was not merely the 20-something Zhou Chen. He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. For an ordinary will, the slave seal pill might fully enslave the mind in 3 to 5 months. But Su Chen had endured lifetime after lifetime of reincarnation and tribulation. His state of mind had long been forged into unbreakable steel. How could he possibly submit so easily? Su Chen genuinely admired Zhou Hao's cunning. At the same time, killing intent surged within him. He would absolutely kill this terrifying enemy. 2 tigers could not share one mountain. Several days later, outside the sun-devouring sacred land, Su Chen met Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi saw a familiar figure beside him. Zhou Hao. Zhou Chen, you actually betrayed us. You will die a miserable death. Zhou Yi tried to flee, but in front of a peak saint like Zhou Hao, escape was impossible. Before long, upheaval swept through the sun-devouring sacred land. Over 100 elders and disciples perished, including Red Sun Venerable, Su Chen's nominal master. Every remnant of the primordial remnant clan was eradicated in a single purge. Su Chen rose in status to become the sacred lord's personal true disciple, one of the sacred land's ranked true disciples. What surprised him was how generously Zhou Hao treated him. Endless resources poured in. In just 30 short years, Su Chen's cultivation soared from the 3rd layer of void refining straight to the peak of the void refining realm. He stood on the verge of breaking through to the Nirvana realm when Zhou Hao summoned him once more. The sacred lord wanted him to eliminate the successors of numerous northern desert forces. This old monster, he intends to ignite conflict between 2 domains. He plans to use the chaos of war, the slaughter of countless lives, and the resulting tidal surge of world chi, when heavenly secrets grow chaotic, to break through to Saint King. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Su Chen finally understood why Zhou Hao had kept him alive. He was nothing more than a chess piece on Zhou Hao's path to greater power. Su Chen lowered his head. His face remained expressionless, like a perfectly obedient puppet. He nodded in acceptance. Zhou Hao was extremely pleased with the response. Ever since he had witnessed Su Chen's primordial Taotai physique, a plan had taken shape in his mind. The Saint Realm had imprisoned him for far too long. To break through to Saint King, the western regions could no longer support his ascension. As long as the aged Saint Kings lived, he would be forever blocked. But how could Zhou Hao tolerate such a fate? Only by plunging the world into chaos, riding the momentum of mass slaughter, could he take the next step. Su Chen was merely one of his pawns. After leaving the sun-devouring hall, Su Chen set out for the northern desert. This journey also presented a rare opportunity to search for the antidote to the slave seal pill. Within the northern desert, powerful forces stood tall and proud. In his 7th life, Su Chen had been the clan leader of a declining sacred clan in the northern desert. He knew the landscape like the back of his hand. Unfortunately, the Gu clan had long since fallen. After his battle with Lin Zhan, the entire clan had been reduced to ashes. Its people were slaughtered or scattered. The few survivors who escaped were hunted by the war god Hall. When the Gu clan perished, the northern desert's major powers had simply watched from the sidelines. Not one of the forces once allied with the clan had lifted a finger to help. Now, when it came time to slaughter their successors, Su Chen felt no mercy whatsoever. Deep within a certain ruin, Su Chen stepped inside. The ancient site was stained with blood. Countless prodigies had met their end here. Every technique he employed perfectly mimicked the signature arts of the Western region's major powers. To any observer, it would appear that an elite squad of Western region's prodigies had carried out a ruthless massacre. All the treasures and resources within the ruin fell into Su Chen's hands. The incident sent shockwaves through the northern desert. Yet the various powers there refused to accept so readily that the Western regions was truly responsible. They launched exhaustive investigations to uncover the true mastermind. Time passed swiftly. 10 years slipped by. Despite the efforts of northern desert forces, even the intervention of saint-level experts, no one managed to identify the culprit. Instead, more and more prodigies died. The killings grew increasingly covert, leaving only faint traces that pointed vaguely toward the western regions. The northern desert could no longer sit idle. Leaders of major powers marched to the western regions demanding answers. The western regions naturally denied everything and refused to offer any explanation. The conflict between North and West had simmered for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps longer. With so many northern desert prodigies dead and their generational strength crippled, was this not the perfect opportunity for the western regions to close the gap and even overtake them? Gradually, large numbers of western regions prodigies began to die as well. The sects and clans of the western regions were predominantly demonic in nature. They immediately concluded that the northern desert was behind the killings, seeking any pretext to create a generational gap in western regions' talent. How could the sacred lands, sects, and clans of the western regions tolerate such a thing? They launched even fiercer retaliation. This shadow war raged on for 30 years. Su Chen gazed at the pill in his palm and let out a long breath. For a full century, he had moved ceaselessly between the western and northern deserts. The number of prodigies who died by his hand was beyond counting. Several times, saint-level experts had personally acted against him, only for him to escape death by wielding his saint artifact at the critical moment. He had devoured far too many prodigies and powerhouses. To gather the ingredients needed to refine the antidote for the slave seal pill, entire orthodoxies had perished at his hands. With his own strength alone, he had stirred the tides of the world. Chen swallowed the antidote to the slave seal pill. Though the pill was notoriously difficult to counteract, how could it stump him, a half-step saint-grade alchemist? It's still not enough. To truly ignite a war between the domain's powerhouses, kill Zhou Hao, and seize the method to neutralize the soul tether, I must at least eliminate one more heavyweight figure. Chen had indeed neutralized the slave seal pill's effects, but he had not forgotten the soul tether planted deep within his sea of consciousness by the sun-devouring sacred land. Control over the soul tether rested solely in the hands of each successive sacred lord. Without it, he would never escape the fate of living and dying at Zhou Hao's whim. Aside from initiating the next life, Chen was unwilling to die in such a manner. It did not take long for him to select his next target. The divine physique prodigy of the current generation in Northern Desert's White Cloud City. Lin Xiuyuan.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.